One, two, three. Testicles, testicles. One, two, three. Can you hear me? Am I getting out? Oh. Lost Souls Paranormal. Just stop it right now. Stop. Thanking you all. Lovely jubbly. Right, so let's get to the start of this chat. Lost Souls Paranormal. I'm not even going to say hello to you personally now because you're being a dick. Joseph, good evening. John, hello. Thanks for joining us. God bless the UK's there somewhere. That's public notice. Good evening. Mrs. W. I hope you've had a lovely day today. I hope you enjoyed your lunch today. Kaz, hello, welcome. Shani or Shani, not sure if it's Shani or Shani, so my apologies. Jenny, good to see you. Missy Moon, welcome. Jack Ablaze, good evening. We've got Rice and Peas, hello. Dennis, good evening. Scar, hello. Bleach Demon, good evening to you. Oh, fuck me, where am I going? Michael, good evening. Alien Big Cat, hello. JC Ace, welcome. Thanks for joining us. Paul, thanks for joining us. Rubber Chuck, Grumps, the Real North Media, Revolution is near. Marines, Sat, good evening, one and all. Thanks for joining us. Stuart, good evening to you. Mickey Mouse, how you doing, my friend? Once again, I apologise for the absence. Good evening, Tony. My parents are still in need of my assistance, and so I've been concentrating on that, which obviously comes before anything else, you know. So I do need to work out how I'm going to fit in helping them and my channel, but I will find a way of doing that at some point. But again, apologies for being AWOL for a while. But good evening to you all. Thank you, Rice and Peas. I appreciate that. Good evening, Angie. Good evening, Colin. Daniel Berry. Who else have I missed? Angie, hello. Tony, good evening. Golic. Welcome to you all. The hair is looking good. Thank you. It's getting there. It is getting there slowly. It does. I just, you know, I mean, if any of my family, brothers or sisters, mum or dad, whatever, if they need me, I'm there for them, and that goes without saying. It's just difficult trying to fit, my life around what I need to do for them at the moment. That's all. So, but I know, the majority of people will understand the situation, and I'm grateful for that. You know what I mean? There's a lot of nice and decent people on here. There are the odd dickheads out there that will use that information to be dicks, but it is what it is. So let's get back onto this StreamYard one so I can see myself properly. Not that I want to look at myself, but it is what it is. How's everybody been? I have noticed a couple of my videos, older videos, one from COVID times, have been going mental this last month or so. Loads of comments on them. Two videos in particular, loads of comments on them. Looks like they've been picked up by YouTube algorithms somehow, but they are older videos, which is unusual. But it is what it is. Oh, Stuart Brown is Stuart B. Dropped a tablet last night. Oh dear, no good. God bless the UK. Yeah, you are in one particular way, but it's not the way that you're expecting me to say, or not the way that you want anyone else to say. So yeah, that is what it is. What we will do tonight is we'll do the normal rundown. We can do the normal rundown and do the phone in first of all. I have spoken, actually, local interests. I have spoken to Jamie. I messaged him earlier and said I'm doing a live stream at 8 o'clock. Phone in first and then panel from 10. So if you're about and you've got nothing else to do, then you're more than welcome to come and jump on. So he sent me a salute emoji. I think that means, okay, I'll see you then. But we'll see. We'll see whether he jumps on or not. So yeah. Anyway, but we're going to do the normal stuff. We'll get the phone line going shortly. See if anybody out there has got any stories they want to share. Why have I gone blurry? That's strange. It's gone rather blurry. But we'll see if anyone's got any stories they want to share, or if there's anybody out there. As per normal, you know, we do deal with a lot of mental health stuff on here as well when it comes up. So if there's anybody out there that needs to talk to somebody, you can always call in, and you can always do that, as most people will know. Anyway, so I do have. So it's best to get the, it's best to get the intelligent calls in first. The intelligent conversations in first, because I had half a bottle last month and I've not drunk since. So I'm going to have a wee drinky poos this evening. I've only got one bottle of Coke, so I can't drink it all. But I've got a cup of coffee first, so I'm not being silly and drinking that first. Drink my coffee first, then I'll get onto the old brandy. So hello, bearded vet, nice to see you. Hello, loafer. Hi, Stitch. Hi, Tony. CJ, good evening. And if I've missed anybody so far, I apologise. Oh, RJ, Simon Hogg, thanks for joining us. Mr. Andrew Horn, how you doing? I don't. Thank you, Andrew. A couple of people have said I look all right. I look well at the moment. I don't feel as good as I look. I'm tired. I'm completely worn out. Putting all my own ailments, should we say, to one side to help my mum and dad, as I have to. But it's difficult. It's difficult to push through most days without getting a nap, which makes me sound really old and decrepit. But whilst I'm not helping my mum and dad, I'm able to sleep during the day if I get tired. But making sure they're eating and helping them as much as I can is more important. Hi, Soul Rebel. I'll just give it a few more minutes, and then I'll switch over onto the call-in screen, and we'll get the lines open if anybody wants to call in. But in the meantime, if there's anybody wants to say anything in the comments, by all means, please do. Hiya, Phil. Yeah, you do need to get your afternoon naps when you can, especially when you are permanently exhausted, when you've got chronic fatigue. It's hard work. Garlic, I care for my 83-year-old mum too, 4 visits a week. It's hard work, mate. I've appreciated the work that one of my sisters has been doing, not work, but appreciated the help that my sister does for my mum and dad. She does so much, and I didn't realise how much she done for them until my mum became ill, and then obviously I've had to help as much as I can and give my sister some time off. But it is exhausting work. It really is. Oh dear. Thank you, Mrs. W. Fair play to you, Rice and Peas. Fair play. Full time caring for somebody full time is tough work, mate. Really is. Yeah, my mum. So my mum got offered. My mum got offered a carer. Like after I had excuse me. After I had my 3 strokes in 2021, I was offered a carer, which I agreed to because it was free initially, and I wasn't sure how it was going to affect me. And there were things that I wasn't able to do. I mean, to be fair, the carers don't have to do the kind of things that you expect a carer to do. They can help with all sorts of things. It wasn't a carer; it was a social worker that I had, but it was a similar kind of thing. I mean, it was a fella. He helped me with the washing up, helped me with shopping, helped me with cleaning. These are the things that I couldn't do on my own. Well, some of them I still can't do on my own, but these are the things that I couldn't do initially after the strokes. So it was a massive help. My mum's obviously I've got 2 brothers and 2 sisters, all older, so I'm the youngest, and they do what they can when they can, but my mum declined the offer of somebody coming in and helping in favour on us helping. And I think that was probably done mainly for my dad, because I don't think my dad would cope very well with strange people coming in the house and doing stuff. So I think that was mainly done for that. So yeah, anyway, what we're going to do now, let's get this fucking show on the road, because I don't want to bore everybody with what's been going on in my life. I would much prefer to find out what's going on in your lives, because I'm a nosy fucker like that. Settings, audio, video. Okay, right. With that said, if you want to call in, there's the number on the screen, 01515289590. Give us a call. Tell us what's been happening. If you've got a story you want to share, or even if you just want to talk to somebody because you've not spoken to anyone all week. We used to have quite a lot of those people phoning, and I'm grateful that people feel they can phone in to talk to me about some of the issues that they do. So if you're in any of those situations, then please feel free to give that number a ring, and we'll have a chat. Bearing in mind, I've been helping my parents for a little while now. I've not been checking out things that have been going on in the world. I just haven't had the time. So if you're phoning up to ask me what my thoughts are on something, my thoughts are going to be an initial reaction to it because I don't know what's been going on in the world. So, but it doesn't mean you can't call in. So 0151 528 9590 is the number if you want to give us a ring. If you're trying to ring and it's not working, by the way, let me know in the comments because I won't know. If for some reason it's not working, I won't know unless you tell me. It's been so long you've forgotten how to do your job. Why? What have you done now, Lost Souls? What have you done? Who you trying to get in touch with, Crafts? Evening, Pat. Hello, good evening and welcome. Hello.
Hi, Dan.
Hello, who's this?
This is John, mate. I've spoke to you before.
Hello, John, how you doing?
Not so bad, pal.
Good stuff. Could you do us a favour, John? Could you just turn the sound right down in the background? Because I'm getting that come through as well, mate. It's just a bit confusing.
How's that, mate?
The sound, whatever it is you've got YouTube on, I can still hear the sound coming through it.
Right.
So if there's any chance you can...
That's off. I've turned it off now. But I can't hear you now.
You should be able to hear me through the phone.
I can hear you now through the phone, yeah.
Yeah. I was just getting some feedback from whatever was going on in the background. That's all, mate. So anyway, go ahead. Are you the guy that said you got?
Yeah, I've got an interesting story.
Go on, mate.
Yeah, I was in court. I was in court on Wednesday.
Yeah.
The week before, I received a phone call off the incident officer.
Right.
And it's been 6 months since the incident, so I'd forgot about it. I thought nothing was going to happen. So he rings me up and he says, it is going to court, so I'll tell you, I can't remember the time, date and venue. When I get back to my car, I'll email it so you can go. I said, all right, brilliant.
Okay.
So it turns up at court Wednesday morning. I'm sat there for an hour and a half, and then Group 4 come over to me. I didn't even look at anybody, head down, no contact, and that's what my restraining order is, no contact with the person who was in court for, he's in court for Section 4, but the thing is, I've CCTV of him making repeated death threats at my door. So that's why I wanted to go into the court to see if this CCTV was going to be played.
Okay.
Anyway, Group 4 tell me, we've spoke to the legal department and you're banned from the court. I said, why? Because there's a restraining order on you. I said, and which legal department person has said this? Can I have the name, please, so I can report them to the ombudsman? Yeah, I'll go back and I'll find out. So I went and waited miles away in the corridor, as far away from the defendant as I could.
Yeah.
And I'm waiting for him to tell me this name. Next minute, the police come in, turns his camera on straight away, says, you're not detained, but I need to speak to people. So anyway, I get arrested. I get taken to Wigan Police Station. For me, that's the belly of the beast. That's where I get a lot of trips there. Do you know what I mean? That's my normal police station.
Okay.
And so they nicked me for breach of restraining order. Wouldn't, and I had all my court clothes on. They wouldn't tell me what was happening or nothing. The interview was an absolute farce. Have you ever had an interview when they come down with the file and that, and you know that there's nothing structured in the questioning because they know it's a bullshit case and they've nothing for go?
Yeah, it's just trying to get you to say something to incriminate yourself because they've got nothing themselves.
Yeah. So I start stripping this guy. I start saying to him, do you not feel like an idiot when they send you down there with a file that's, you know, I know it's all bullshit, you've nothing structured, and I could see his face, like, you know, realising, oh shit, this guy knows. So anyway, they wouldn't tell me nothing, they just threw me back in my pad. But then, as it's getting dark, they're at my door and they're threatening me. They're saying that I'm going court next morning. I said, you're not even fucking charged me. They said, sorry, swearing. They said, it's an hypothetical charge. I've never had one of them before. Usually you get up to the desk and they charge you.
A hypothetical charge?
Yes.
What the
they
fuck?
left me shoes on. They left me shoes on with my shoelaces in.
Right.
I don't know if they thought I was going to hang myself or something. But yeah, so I've got a gang of them at door, and I get this a lot. I get a lot of intimidation in there. But they're telling me that they're sending the TUA team, a tactical aid unit, in to string me up like a turkey. Now,
okay.
So I'm lying on that bench as it's getting dark, and I'm waiting for the door to go. You know how they do it with shields and that?
Yeah.
I'm waiting for the door to go. And I had like an out-of-body experience. And I'm looking at myself on cell floor, dead, and I'm laughing about me. So I did something I've never done before. I did a dirty protest because I knew it'd keep them off me.
Right.
So I told the judge in court exactly where I put the shit on my joints, on my ankles, my knees, my wrists. I said on back of my neck as well, because they always put the knee on back of my neck.
Yeah.
And the judge said, that's enough, Mr. O'Malley, I don't want to hear any more. Right, now the prosecutor, well, I didn't tell you the rest of it. So they hold up the sweat box because I won't get a shower and I won't go to court, and they're going to have to come in and string me up. And then they come to me, and this is like 8 o'clock, and Sweatbox is usually gone before then. Yeah. And they said to me, right, you're not going to court. So I thought, shit, I'm going to end up here another 24 hours covered in shit. So I said, right, I thought, do a deal. I said, you ring my missus and tell her which court I'm going to, and I'll have a shower. They went, right, no problem. So they rang me missus. I got in the Sweatbox, and I'm thinking Wigan court. And then one of the lads says, what time will be at Manchester, boss, now at this fucking time? And I thought, oh, the bastards. They'll have sent Carol to Wigan, and I'll end up at Manchester all on my jacksie. So I'm sat in Manchester Mags then, all morning, all afternoon. The remand cases, they leave till the end of the night, right? So I'm the last case in court. And I go into court, and it's a district judge, and I have two choices. Now, first of all, I got a duty solicitor, and he told me I was in court 16 with Judge McLaughlin. I know her. She's had me before. I was a dead man if I went in that court. And then this group 4 comes to me and said, you've got another solicitor's meeting. So I goes into a little box again, and it's my solicitor's daughter, John Black from Manchester, best solicitor in North West. My missus has found her in court, and she's diverted her to me. And she's in court 5, and she says, I'm going to talk to my judge and see if I can get it brought to this court. And she did. So I went up in court 5 in front of this other woman judge. I've had her before, but that's another story. So anyway, this woman judge, I've never heard this said before in a court. She said to the prosecutor, I know how much you really want me to remand Mr. O'Malley, but I'm not going to do. The guy's face just dropped, and they give me bail. See, what they expected is if they had me remanded now, he's up in court in 2 weeks' time, and I can't give my victim impact statement because I'm remanded in Old Course Jail. My name was on the book. The Group 4 told me there's one bus left. Forest Bank's got a lockout. The only place is Old Course, and you 3 are going Old Course. So the lad that went before me, the last kid before me, was in front of Judge Hurst in Court 10. I know her. She's the worst judge in Manchester. She gave him bail. So it gave me hope. And then when I got up there and I found out I was in Court 5 and it wasn't McLaughlin at Court 16, I thought, yes. And I got bail, mate. So now I've got a letter all prepared for tomorrow morning to send to the courts to tell them I think my rights were infringed when they arrested me and maliciously prosecuted me and remanded me. And not only that, I still want to give my victim impact statement, and I'm giving them notice now that if they stop me from going to that court in 2 weeks' time, I'm going to report them to the, what's the ombudsman for them? It's health and something else for courts. I've never done this one before, but I am going to do it, and I'm going to send a letter tomorrow telling them that they've already been notified that I know what they're up to. All they want to do is remand me so that I can't give my victim impact statement in court. And they know that I've got the CCTV evidence of what he was doing at my door. Now, ages ago, Dan, I got put in jail for 4 months for hurty words on Facebook to his wife. He's come across to my door, drunk out of his head, screaming, with me name in it, John, I will fucking kill you, John. John, I will fucking kill you. Among other things, you know, nasty, horrible things. But I counted 7 times threatening to kill me. All they've done him for is Section 4 public order. So this is the predicament I'm in. He's up in 12 days. I'm worried now that they're going to come back for me.
Have you tried sending a copy of your victim impact statement directly to the court?
No, not yet, because they're not even going to allow me. Once I get notification that I can do that, then that's when I'll do that, yeah.
Right. Well, make sure you send them a copy, as well as, obviously, as you say, you're going to try going down there, but make sure you send them a copy anyway. They
will make me send them a copy. They will look at everything what I'm writing, and they will redact what they don't want in it. I'll be told about satellite information. That's nothing to do with this case. I know the crack. I know exactly what they'll allow me to say. They only allow me to speak on that incident.
Yes.
But it's the only right that we have in our courts is that victim impact statement, and they're trying to take it away from me.
Yeah.
But for trying and put you in jail for doing it. Do you know what I mean? Tell you to go to court and then come and arrest you for being there. Is that not unbelievable?
No, I as I said to you in the comments earlier, it seems an excessive move for them to arrest you for turning up at court to try and give you a victim impact statement and whatnot. I would have thought that, you know, granted, I know what the police can be like and I know what the courts can be like, but I still would have assumed that somebody would have at least said, well, look, you know, give us your impact statement and we'll pass it on to the judge, rather than, you know, and you go on your way, rather than actually arresting you and holding you as well. That's that they must really not like you.
Oh, mate, let me tell you how many times I've been in court in the last 5 years. And I think that I have the world record for being on bail in Manchester. I've been on bail for 5 years. I've just been bailed again till next year, May 25. So by the time of this trial for my restraining order breach, I will have been on bail for 6 years. I've been in court over 200 times to 7 different courts, Crown and magistrates.
Right, just to clarify, you say on bail. Now, bail, that's all changed. They can't keep you on bail for more than a year, I believe it is now. So what they generally do is set you off under investigation.
No, that's police bail, mate. Not police bail, court bail.
Right, okay.
But I have also had police bails where I'm not allowed to enter streets. I've not been allowed in my own house twice.
Mm-hmm.
Once for 6 months,
yeah.
Once for 7 weeks.
I've heard of them doing that, which is absolutely fucking ridiculous. I've heard of people banned from their own home. You know,
I'm the primary carer for my wife. She's just got over lung cancer, and that's why I had that kick-off with them in the police station, because they wouldn't give me bail.
Right.
Oh, they hate me.
Absolute bastards, mate. And
if you put my name, put John O'Malley and Politica. You know that forum, Politica, the media group. They did a piece on it.
Yeah.
Yeah, they did a piece on it. They come here and interviewed us and that when our house was first attacked. And it was all because I rang the police and told them about some Romanian drug dealers dealing on the corner right across from my front door. That's how it all started 5 years ago. And this is where we're up to now. And the people that this is going on with, they were the 999 callers that never went to court. The police told them not to go to court because the gang were not being recognised. And if you do and you go for the O'Malleys, they'll probably come after you. That's what they were told.
Right. Well, you know, foreign drug dealers are probably in some copper's pocket anyway.
Yeah, they're a protected species, this family. Do you know what's the funny part, though? Like a month ago, they were at it again in the street, a knife incident. Like, what happened? They've beat somebody up on the park. The wife's come home to the husband, and he's come out with a knife and tried slashing one of them. And it's the same family again. And, you know, they've been classed as the victims again and got away with it. But the good thing is they're not around here anymore. They used to be on this park and they used to run it with a rod of iron. They're all scared of them. But
can I ask a question? Are they British natives or not?
The Roma Gypsies. The Roma Gypsies from Romania.
Okay. So they're basically being gypsies as well, being gypsies and being foreign. They're basically ticking two boxes of protection, shall we say?
But let me say that there is loads of them round here, and I get on with all of them. The only people I didn't get on with was the drug dealers, which you wouldn't, would you?
You don't want that shit on your doorstep, do you? Of course you don't.
No. And what they were doing, mate, they were using football, you know, as an hide light, so cars could pull in. They were all playing soccer in the street. We're bouncing off everybody's windows.
Right. Jesus.
I defended my own house, and they did me for 2 affrays and 2 offensive weapons. I took one of my work tools out. I'm a flagger light and Kerber, so I took them all out.
That's where the problem arose, because you came out of your house. Did you leave the front garden? Do you have a front garden at all, or do you?
No, it's straight onto the street.
Yeah.
It's straight onto the street. There was 15 of them. Right, they're on CCTV. One of them's got a 4-foot scaffolding pole, and they're smashing my door in. I opened my door. I chased them off. I never hit anybody. I just swung the circle to clear them all, and I moved them away from my door, and then I protected my door, and I stood there till police come. And then they never arrested me for 2 days, and then they come and arrested me and the main drug dealer. And then when we got in court, the first thing they did before the trial started 16 months later was release the drug dealer and say he couldn't be identified on the CCTV. All because he pulled his hoodie up over his head when he went and got the 4-foot scaffolding pole.
But it's funny how it's funny how they can't
running around with the same top on without a hoodie, and then he pulls his hoodie over his top, goes into next door's garden and grabs a big scaffolding pole. So in court, the officer said he can't be identified at the incident. I later found out that he'd rang 999 and he told them on 999 that he was going to smash all my windows and burn my house down. And you know, the same officer redacted it from the 999 call. And I found it in the papers. Found it in the paperwork. I went through hell getting disclosure off them at Crown Court. I went through absolute hell until Judge Smith at Bolton Crown bollocked him, and he said, I want Mr. O'Malley to have that information as soon as he walks out this door. Now, I know a girl that used to work for Group 4 in Bolton Court, and she said, John, I have never seen the CPS lick someone's ass like that. They brought me a big file of stuff down with CDs and everything, and I got a load of information that they really didn't want to give me.
Yeah. Well, this is the problem. But when I got arrested, fucking hell, it must be 10, 11 years ago now, I got arrested for growing weed, cultivation of cannabis. Now, I got nicked. You know, I don't deny the fact that there was cannabis growing in the house. You know, I've always been honest about that, and I've said it on here many times. The cannabis was somebody else's. I let them use a spare room. I mean, I was sort of misled into it initially, but then then it was like, oh, fuck it, you might as well. But then it got to a point where I sort of realised that I shouldn't be doing it. Do you know what I mean? I was like, listen, you need to get this stuff out. Anyway, long story short, when I went to court, got nicked. They took my phone and everything else. Went to court, and it was supposed to be like the trial day, and it turned out that I told them in interview that you've got my phone. I said, I'm not going to give you names. I said, because that's not what I do. Do you know what I mean? But you've got my phone. You're going to go through it anyway. And that is going to prove that I'm not this mastermind you think I am. Anyway, went to court 6 months later or whatever it was. And guess what? They hadn't even looked at the phone. So they was going to try and push that I was the person in charge of it, or I was this high ranking fucking druggie, or, you know, drug seller, dealer, whatever. And my brief turned around and said, well, what about the evidence on the phone? Where is that? And they was like, oh, well, we've not examined the phone yet. And the judge went fucking mental, absolutely ripped him a new arsehole. And that is a good point. There are a lot of judges that will do that because they have to. They might not want to, but they have to. They have to say, look, if they find out that something's missing, they have to turn around and say, look, you should have that here. You know,
let me tell you this, Dan. Let me tell you this. What happened on Thursday in Manchester Court was that judge weighed up the information, and she realised that prosecutor was pushing her into making something that could bite her ass, because they know me and they know that I will make a complaint straight away to the judges panel. I've done it a million times, right? And I know so many judges in Manchester. They must be running out of judges for put on my case, because there's so many what they've stitched me up online. But yeah, that woman made the decision not to go against it, and that prosecutor was virtually begging for remand me. My lift was already booked. I was told I was on the Old Course bus going to Liverpool.
Fucking unreal, isn't it?
John Black's daughter, she said, Mr. O'Malley went in court. There was absolutely no contact, and the restraining order is a restraining order of non-contact. She said there was none. Even though he did go to the court, there was absolutely no contact. So I don't know what it's all about, she said. And the judge went, right, I'm not remanding him on this, and let me go.
Yeah, I mean, that seems. It seems like they were trying to do that purposely to teach you a lesson of some kind. I could never imagine a judge agreeing to remand somebody over an incident like that. You turned up to court. It wasn't a violent.
What the judge has to do is weigh up both sides, and if she thinks that there's not enough evidence, she knows that if they appeal that it's going to come back to her. So she has to make that decision in her interest. She's not doing it for me.
Oh no, I know that, but this is what I mean is you've not even committed an offence that would normally warrant, a remand. It's not murder. They don't even remand murderers these days in many cases. Do you know what I mean? Some they do, but many they don't, and most of the time they remand them for their own safety, not for the safety of the public. But
all the prisons are full too. All the prisons are on lockout.
But which is funny, because weren't they building super prisons during COVID?
Oh, have you seen the one they built in Ecuador? Oh my God, where they all sleep on steel bunks. Wow,
it's fucked up, mate. The whole system is fucked up.
30,000 man super prison they built there, and they get nothing. They get the same meal every day. There's no visits, and nobody ever gets out. Look into it. It's mad. It's the Ecuadorian president that come up with it.
Well,
they all love it.
They were doing.
Love him, 'cause apparently there's no crime anymore.
Well, they were building super prisons here in the UK during COVID, and there were people that were going out filming it. Now, these super prisons, if I remember, I was talking to my mum about this the other day. These super prisons had their own crematorium. They had like their own hospital wing. And I know prisons have got like a medical wing, but we're talking like a proper hospital wing built into it. It's like so you're not coming out. It's like one of them prisons where you're going to be in for the rest of your life. You've got no excuse to leave the grounds. Everything's there. Do you know what I mean? So it was looking pretty fucking scary back then, but I've not heard anything of them since.
At the moment, everywhere is on lockout. So you could end up in Liverpool at Old Coast, or you could end up in Berwyn in Wales.
Yeah.
But do you know what? Anywhere's better than Forest Bank because it's run by Sodexo and they haven't got a clue and everybody's stabbing each other and there's fire bombs coming over the wall and everything. There's absolute madness, Forest Bank. Scary place.
Well, listen, dude, I'm going to have to move on to the next call now. We've been 25 minutes almost now. But listen, I appreciate your call, man. Thank you for calling in with the story. I'm sorry that you're going
I'll
through
ring you next saga when I get bail again.
All right, fella. Stay out of trouble.
All right. See you later.
Ta-da, mate. Ta-da. Hello, good evening and welcome.
Hi, Pap. How are you?
Hello, mate. Not so bad. Yourself?
I'm doing okay. I don't know if you've heard any of this, but Penny Mordaunt has published new guidance for her fellow MPs on how to deal with conspiracy theorists like you and I.
Okay. I've not heard about that, no.
Yeah, well, apparently it's to make MPs more aware. And there's a graphic of a pie chart or bar chart or something, and it has things like chemtrails, COVID-19 lockdowns, climate lockdowns, vaccines, all that. And in the middle, in a big yellow box, is the word anti-Semitism. So Penny Mordaunt is trying to claim that all conspiracy theories and all conspiracy theorists are anti-Semites. So if you believe in chemtrails, you're an anti-Semite.
And an anti-Semite is somebody that doesn't like Jews, isn't it?
Yeah. I don't know what that has to do with chemtrails.
I quite like Jews. I mean, so, you know, just like anybody, right? There are assholes and there are decent people, you know, regardless, you know, in all religions, races, cultures, whatever. But I've never come across a Jew that I've thought, what a wanker. So far, I think they're all okay. So she's got that wrong.
Yeah, I mean, this is the person that the establishment want to be the next Tory leader. Penny Mordaunt, who tries to discredit anyone who disagrees with her paymaster's agenda as being an anti-Semite, and is very chummy with Bill Gates.
But the right is supposed to be more. The right is supposed to be, well, I say the right. The Tories are supposed to be right, aren't they? Like on the right side of the spectrum.
Yeah. The Natalie Elpick stuff. Now that is, wow. It just shows they're the uniparty. They're two sides of they're two cheeks on the same backside.
Yeah, absolutely.
You have the left-wing cheek controlled by Tony Blair, and soon you'll have the right cheek controlled by Bill Gates through Penny Mordaunt.
But weren't they talking about getting Bojo back? There was some talk saying that they think if Bojo got back, because Bojo's not even an MP anymore, is he? So if they brought Bojo back into the party, they think that they'd get a lot more support. I'm not so sure about that myself.
I'm going to tell you this now. Boris Johnson is never coming back. He isn't. He's a busted flush.
Yeah.
His downfall didn't really surprise me. It was perhaps slightly faster than I thought it would happen. I thought maybe 6 to 12 months faster than I thought it would take for him to get overthrown. He's not the answer. He's a complete idiot. He's bought and paid for, Build Back Better, all this crap. Him and his friend Osborne and Cameron. No, forget Boris. We don't want Boris. We don't need Boris. Boris served his purpose, and now let's kick him to the curb like he kicks his wives and mistresses to the curb. We don't need him. Forget about him. He's yesterday's
Yeah, I just thought it's just something that because I've been spending a lot of time with my folks, so and unfortunately they don't have much to do, so they have the telly on all the time.
Oh dear.
But I will be fair, they are a bit more awake now than they used to be. Even though they watch it, there is a lot of stuff that comes on the news, and my mum rolls her eyes at it, or she looks over at me and tuts and shakes her head as if to say, "Oh, what is this bollocks?" So they, but there's nothing else going on for them because of their age and their illnesses and whatnot. They're stuck, so they have to have something. So they have the telly on. But where was I going with that? Yeah, and that's where because I've spent some time down there, so I've been hearing the news and shit that's been been going on. I try not to let it sink in, I just try and let this news go in one ear out the other, over my head, all that stuff. But you pick up little bits and pieces. But yeah, that's where I heard about Boris Johnson potentially being a saviour of the Tory party, but if they brought him back, but I can't see it.
The only way Boris Johnson is ever coming back in any capacity as Carrie Johnson's husband, if Carrie Johnson ever decides to run for Parliament,
right,
or number 10.
Right.
And Carrie was calling the shots before, and she'll be calling them again if she ever decides to run for Parliament herself.
Yeah, it's yeah. We say this so often. It's just all bollocks, isn't it? The whole system's fucked, and unfortunately, there's fuck all any of us are going to be able to do about it because there's not enough of us. Not enough of us will stand up against it.
Well, that's not necessarily true. There are some people who are willing to take a stand, and you don't need too many of them to take a stand. Thing is, it's getting people up off their arses over something big enough. I'll give you an example. This is a bit trivial now, but this is what just a few people can do to a multi-billion-dollar corporation. There's this video game at the moment called Helldivers 2 that is very, very popular.
Okay.
And the developer and the company were forced by Sony to make some changes because they have some sort of console exclusivity deal where they're trying to force people, including people who don't have a PlayStation, who just play it on PC, to create a PlayStation Network account. Now, this has created a huge backlash, not least because the PlayStation Network is notoriously unsecure and has been countless times. In fact, a friend of mine, his 10-year-old grandson had his PlayStation Network account by a bunch of scumbags, and they stole everything, including money he had set aside for Fortnite and all these things. So why would you want to put yourself at risk by creating a PlayStation Network account when you don't have a PlayStation and you don't want a PlayStation? You just want to play Helldivers 2. Well, apparently, in response to this, around 10,000 game players started downvoting the game on Steam and attacking Sony in the media. And within days, Sony backed down and waved the white flag. 10,000 people can force Sony to bow to their demands over a simple video game. Just imagine what 10,000 people in this country could do if we were motivated enough to get up off our asses and tell the government, tell the BBC, and tell those who put themselves in positions of power, no, we're not doing it your way.
But there is a difference. There is a difference there. I know what you're trying to say, but there is a big difference. Okay, when you've got a conglomerate or corporation, they're going to lose money because we pay them optionally, right? And if they lose us as customers, then they're losing money. The government, we have to pay them. We've got no fucking choice. They will take it. you know, so they don't give a shit because they're not going to lose money. They'll just tax us even more and they'll make some more money.
But
and they'll, you know, so they don't give a fuck.
Yeah. I've come to the conclusion in the last few weeks that the people in power, the police, the politicians, the army, the banks, they've never been as weak as they are now. They're the emperor with no clothes.
Yeah.
And all we need to do is just kick down the front door and the whole edifice will come crashing down. We do not realize just how weak the people in power are at the moment. They can't control the borders. They can't even stop these protesters from making people's lives a living hell.
No, but it's because their
numbers are down. The training is awful.
The politicians are more concerned about their ratings and what people think of them than anything else. They don't give a fuck about anything else. I've said this. Somebody needs to go in there that doesn't give a fuck what people think, right? Who can take the bully, you know, I'll say bullying or the abuse, okay, from the left wing and the fucking idiots. You know, there needs to be somebody that can do that. That can go in there and go, do you know what? Fuck it. I won't go on social media. I'll let the, you know, my PA do it or whatever. And, you know, I don't need to look at the shit that they're saying about me. All my job is to do is what's best for this country. And if that means arresting everybody that comes onto our shores from a fucking boat without going through customs, okay, and locking them up and then sending them back where they came from, okay, even if that's back to France, okay, if that's where they came from, then France will have to deal with them. France will have to send them back to where they came from before they got to France. And if that's what needs to be done, then that's what needs to be done. If you want to come in and you can afford £10,000 for a fucking trip on a dinghy, then you can afford to come in and do it properly. As far as I'm concerned,
I think that day is coming. I don't know where and I don't know when, but I think it is coming. And you've now got people coalescing around folks like Carl Benjamin and Simon Sideways and Tommy Robertson, who are saying enough's enough now. We're not standing for this, and we don't care if you call us racist. I mean, there's that. I don't know if you heard this last week. There was some pensioner on LBC complaining about all the crime and how it seems to be of a particular demographic. And Ben Kentish just dismissed her as a racist. And that woman stood her ground and said, no, it's not racist. We don't want to be an Islamic country.
But we already know it. It's already proven with statistics that certain demographics, smaller demographics, create disproportionate amounts of certain offences. So we already know that is true. And to call somebody racist because they're saying the truth.
Well, Islam isn't even a race; it's a religion.
Mm. Well, that is
stupid thing of all.
Right, the whole thing's just fucking mental, isn't it?
But the day is, it is coming. It may take another 10, 15 years, but it's coming. I'm telling you now that you're going to hear a lot more in the next 10 to 15 years about people like Carl Benjamin and Simon Sideways. People are going to coalesce around those guys.
I think 10 years is too. I think 10 years is too long, and the reason I say that is because we've already seen them create out of fucking nowhere laws to give themselves more powers to deal with certain things that they don't like. 10 years will give them more than enough time to create ways of stopping them.
The thing is, we don't know how long is it going to be before the British people wake up, if ever. I think they are starting to wake up, but they're not waking up as quick as I would like them. And remember, did anyone think in 2005, that 11 years later, we would have a referendum on Britain's membership of the EU and that the British people would vote to leave the EU? I certainly didn't, but I never gave up the hope that one day we would get Britain out of the EU. It did happen eventually. We have to hope that something similar will happen again within the next 11 years, because if we don't, they've won. We've let Bill Gates and Klaus Schwab win. You can't do that. I know Rev, even in his darkest moments, is not going to give up. Carl Benjamin isn't going to give up. I'm going to try and do what I can in the limited state I'm in. And I'm sure you will do what you can too, Pap, as will everyone in the chat and watching this. So we just need to keep plugging away. Just every day, just keep plugging away.
Well, the thing is,
that's all we can do.
All we've got. Well, the thing is, a lot of people go, "Oh, it's not worth it. It's not worth it. It's not going to happen." You know, nobody's interested. But all we've got to do, if everybody that is involved in, or let's just say everybody whose eyes are open, if they can persuade just one person a day, or even a week, then the numbers will pick up rapidly. Okay, but at the moment, lots of people are confining their ideas and their thoughts and what they need to say about certain things to places where not enough people are hearing about it. You know, so I mean, all of my stuff I do pretty much on here on YouTube. I put some stuff on Facebook and Twitter or X, but I have the same followers on there really as I have on here, and it's rare that I get a new subscriber on any of those channels. But we need.
I understand where you're coming from, but just think of it this way. It was harder 20 years ago, and it was even harder 10 years ago. 10 years on from 10 years ago, yes, the censorship is worse than ever, but more people have slipped through the New World Order's fingers than ever before.
Yeah.
And if only people could just grasp, as I can grasp, just how vulnerable the establishment in this country is to a popular uprising.
Yeah.
And they would lose their fear, and we could transform this country almost overnight.
I think, do you know what? And I do think that once enough people are awake and once enough people have said enough is enough, I think that the change will happen quickly. But it's getting to that point.
It will. It'll take a long time, but when it does happen, it will be like a sudden bowel movement.
Yeah, I think it'll happen quickly, but as I say, that getting to that point is what's going to take time, and I think that we need to try and figure out a way of making that speed up. But there we go. Again, we need to be careful how we talk on here. So I'm not inciting people into doing anything that they shouldn't do. You know, again, you know, I've never incited people to do anything they shouldn't do.
Fair point.
Try and keep everybody within the law. I just teach people where I can how to, you know, how it should work for them and how they should make it work for them rather than breaking any laws, which is certainly not what we're going on about here. Just in case Facebook are listening, or, well, they're not that they're listening, but just in case any fuckers out there that wants to try and stitch me up with it. But
they're going to try and stitch us all up if they haven't already. I mean, they tried to stitch me up with the old anti-Semitism slur, and it failed.
Yeah. Oh. We can only do what we're doing, and we have to just keep doing that. Do you know what I mean? To the best of our ability. And as you've said, hope that more people wake up and choose the right side, choose the side of common sense, not the side of fucking, you know, what makes you look good. Because I don't give a fuck if I look good or not.
Yeah.
You know,
I will say this: I absolutely loathe and despise the Eurovision Song Contest and everything it stands for, and that's before looking at the freaks and misfits that were on the show.
It's always been freaks and misfits.
I will say this: the only normal-looking one there was the Israeli singer, and I'm so pleased that the UK did vote for the Israeli singer in the above everyone else in the public vote, because it just goes to show that these knuckle draggers, these drooling imbeciles that are constantly chimping out on our streets, like Cavs and SS stormtroopers, they're a vocal minority. They don't speak for the majority.
No, but they seem to think they talk for all of us. Britain's with you. Yeah, we fuck, mate. Yeah, you might be. Fucking hell. Anyway, listen, man, I'm gonna have to move on.
Yeah.
But thank you for your call. Nice to hear from you
Thank
again.
you.
Keep out of
Thanks.
trouble and enjoy
You
the
too.
weather while it lasts.
Bye.
Take it easy. What's going on in the comments? I just see bearded veteran telling Loafer to be careful because he's dangerously close to free thinking. None of that on here, mate. I'm telling you. Hello, good evening, and welcome.
Hiya, John.
Hello, who's this?
Ricky.
Sorry,
Ricky,
Ricky. Oh, Ricky, how you doing, mate?
are you okay, fella?
Oh,
Been sitting here.
getting
It's
it.
a chat.
How you doing? Is everything all right?
Sound, mate, sound.
Good. Glad to
I'm
hear
just
it.
phoning up to see how you've been, like. You've been up like your parents, is it?
I have, yeah. Sorry, somebody's just told me to mute Discord because they keep hearing it beep, but I'm not sure how to mute Discord, to be
I
honest.
haven't got a clue myself, mate. I haven't got a clue.
Fuck knows. Notifications, here we go. Enable desktop notifications off. Right, there we go. Found it, done it. There we go. So no more beeping from Discord. Sorry, guys. sorry, Ricky. No, it's good to hear from you, mate. It's been a while.
No, I'm not too bad, mate. Yeah, I was just have you spoke to Spence?
No, I haven't. Not for a while.
No, I haven't. I've been there. I had his number and I don't know what I've done with it. Because I don't know. I'm on my way up to Wales, so I was going to go and I was trying to get in touch with him.
Right.
To meet up with him and have a little gab.
Yeah, we're going to Wales for. Anything interested?
Going fishing, mate.
Oh, nice.
Caravans and all that. Yeah, the caravans and that are all open up again, haven't they? So, got a caravan up there, so I'm just going to do a couple of days up there fishing.
Is that a bit of sea fishing or freshwater?
Fishing, mate, sea.
Sea fishing, yeah. Cool. Roger's into a bit of sea fishing. I've only ever been sea fishing a few times. We used to have a boat as I was growing up. It was moored off of Southend in the Thames, and we used to go and we didn't drive the boat around anywhere. It was we just anchored it and just pretty much left it there. But we'd go out on it when it was a nice day, like go and sit on it when it was a nice day and do some fishing and stuff. But that was absolutely years ago. But I'm more of a freshwater fisherman myself. Although I'll give some sea fishing a try. At least you can take it home with you. Certain fish.
You can, yeah. But we're looking at booking a fishing trip to go out and catch some taupe.
Right.
But we don't like we just throw them back in.
Yeah.
But next cod trip or something, when we're going out on the Mersey or somewhere, if you're not busy, mate.
Yeah, sounds good. I haven't got any equipment anymore these days, but to get me back into it, I'll be more than happy to come out with you, have a few beers or whatever while you're doing some fishing. I don't mind sitting there and taking it all in and learning how to do a bit of sea fishing.
Could always go up to that Crosby, next to the radar tower.
Yeah, just up road from me, yeah.
The rocks there, yeah. I used to do quite a bit up there, but my mate's not too well now. He can't climb them rocks.
Oh no, but we'll sort something out. We can sort something out. That'd be cool. Yeah.
Now, so what's happening? Your birthday's getting close, mate, isn't it?
It is, yes. A month away now, isn't it? Or almost a month away. Yeah, not long. To be honest, I was actually looking at going on holiday over my birthday, but I was looking for breaks away that weren't very expensive because I don't have a lot of money, so it has to be quite a cheap one. But when you go on your own, as you know, I haven't got anybody to go with. So when you go on your own, it costs more anyway. So you know, it's trying to either find somewhere that's cheap on a last minute deal or something, or find somebody to go with. But
that what's the name's looking all right in it, and it's well, I don't know how much the flights are, but that's cheap in it. Thailand.
Yeah.
Yeah, what's the name there, Papa? Pay there for like £250 a month.
You could, but I don't think I've got the energy to have to keep checking every perceived female for their own tackle.
Oh, I'm not going there for that, mate. I'm going there not for that scenery. I just want the experience, same as what's the name in it, India.
Yeah, it'd be nice to go to places like that. Of course it would. I mean, they're like, you know, in a way, for most people, they're like holidays of a lifetime, aren't they? Going somewhere like that. You know, but I'm just looking at going somewhere relatively cheap, even if it's only for 4 or 5 days. Just go, you know, hotel on the beach, because I can't walk far. So hotel on the beach, you know, 100 yards to the beach, fine, get down there, do a bit sunbathing, get pissed, all inclusive, and then come home after a week. You know what I mean? That's all I'm interested in, to be fair, just a complete disconnect from everything. But
well, I'm going to Rotterdam in July to Spain.
Mm-hmm.
Surprise for somebody we don't know.
Oh, very nice.
Well, I'm only going for 4 days. But, mate, I'll be going in them Moby scooters, me, mate. I'm not walking around there.
You need to stay out of trouble when you're over there as well. The police are worse than ours. I know that's saying something, but the police are worse than ours over there. They'll give you a good idea for being British. You cause any shit over there.
Right. Know that. I know what the Spanish police are like, mate.
Yeah.
You can say nothing there, mate. Listen, I'm gonna let you go, and I'll speak to you soon, and hopefully Spence will so he can give me a ring.
Yeah, Spence, if you're watching, or if you watch this at some point in the near future and you haven't spoken to Ricky, give him a shout. I think you've still got my number. I think I've still got his number as well, actually. You've got my number, haven't you, Ricky?
Got your number, Dan, yeah.
Got your number, 118. Well, drop us a message, Ricky. Drop us a message. Just say it's me, Ricky, just so I know. And I'll send over the number that I've got for Spence, because I know you had, and I do know you had his number. So I'm not giving you something that he's told that he doesn't want you to have, because I know he gave it to you. So I'll send over the number that I've got for Spence, and hopefully.
Well, to be honest, Dan, he did have a new number, you know.
How long ago?
Well, months ago, is that?
Okay, because I do remember him sending me a message saying it's Spence with a new number. So I don't know if that's the number that I've got now for him or not. But drop us a message anyway, and I'll send you the number that I've got. If it's the right one, great. If it's not, then hopefully he'll see this at some point and reach out to you.
I'm going to watch the name. I'll let you go, mate, and I'm just going to sit off and listen to the rest of the chat. Everyone listening, have a good day. I'll speak to you all later.
Yeah, nice to hear from you, Ricky. Look after yourself, mate.
Mate.
All right, take it easy.
Ta-ra, mate.
Ta-ra, mate. Ta-ra. Oh, it was nice. I haven't heard from Ricky for a while. Ricky came out to the birthday last year. Last year or the year before? No, both years. I think it was both years he came out. Nice guys, Ricky. The panel will be opening in about an hour, Brummy. Yeah, panel will be opening in about an hour, depending on if we get any more calls or not. If we don't, if we stop getting calls for, I don't know, 10 minutes, then I'll probably just open a panel at that point. But we'll see how it goes. I did speak to civil disobedience earlier briefly. Well, when I say I spoke to him, I sent him a WhatsApp message, and he replied with a salute emoji. I let him know that we're going live tonight, and he's more than welcome to jump on. So hopefully he'll jump on at some point, because it's always fun with with Jamie about. And plus, I did watch a video of his the other day, and he said that because YouTube are fucking about with his channel and demonetized it and all this stuff, he did say that he might not be doing that kind of content anymore, which is a shame. But you know, I've always got on with Jamie. Jamie's all right, and so he's always welcome on here if he wants to come on. Yeah, I know he's got another channel, but that's like that's not the kind of channel that what he was doing. It's completely different kind of content. I know he said he would put some of his old stuff on some of his old videos on a new channel, but if it's linked to his channel to the channel he's got now in any way, then it's unlikely they're going to monetize that. So we'll see how things go anyway. I liked his videos, but we'll see. What happened with the food deliveries? Did you track anyone down? Do you mean the the takeaway deliveries that I kept getting? No, I don't know who that was yet. Yeah, to be honest, there's been quite a lot of shit that's happened over the past few months. That the food deliveries was one of the funniest things, to be honest. Especially when most of them didn't even turn up, which was weird, because I'd get the text message saying your order's on the way, and it was from Just Eat, but yet nothing turned up. There was only a few that actually ever turned up, which is strange. But I suppose they've got a way of noticing a pattern. If lots of things are being ordered to a particular address, I suppose they've got some kind of alert that's, you know, hang on a minute, that's not right. So hopefully they do, because it's an awful lot of money there. These, you know, businesses will be wasting otherwise. Matt Walker, how you doing, my man? Nice to see you. There's no update on the move yet, Brummy. I'm still looking, still doing my best to try and get it sorted. I've seen a couple of privately rented places, but unfortunately, because I'm on disability benefits, they want a working guarantor who is earning £35,000 a year or more. I mean, 35 grand a year is a lot for many people. It is more than many people earn. But apparently the insurance companies of landlords say that if you're going to take in somebody who's on benefits, then they have to have a working guarantor who's earning 35 grand a year or more. Personally, I think that's indirect discrimination. A bit like when they said no DSS, that was discrimination. And I think this is another way, another indirect discrimination. You know, if you can afford the rent, it should not matter if you've got a fucking £35,000 a year guarantor. Providing you can prove that you can afford the rent, then it shouldn't fucking matter. But this is how things are going at the moment. It's ridiculous. Go France, burn your passport. Been told to get a free house, car, and everything. Yeah, I know. I've said this before. I've said that exact same thing to people before. It's absolute fucking madness, isn't it? You know, I've lived here all my life. I'm born and bred British, and you know, granted, I get some help from the government because of my illnesses and stuff. It's a shame I have to rely on them, but I do. But you know, when I was working, and I've been working since I was fucking 14 years of age. When I was working, I was giving them money every fucking week. So, you know, it's only fair that they fucking help me out when I need it from them. But, you know, there are people coming over here that have done fuck all for this country, won't ever do fuck all for this country, and get twice as much help as somebody like me, which is, you know, pretty fucking sickening. But no, mate, Brummy, listen, I think it is funny. Listen, you can't offend me with saying shit like that. Don't worry. It takes an awful lot to offend me, trust me. There's probably a few people in this chat that can tell you how much it would take to offend me, and it really does take a lot. Trust me. I will make a joke at pretty much everything, even my own. So, you know, even make a joke at my own expense. So don't worry. Yeah, but that's what I'm saying, Tony. That's what I'm saying. You know, I've paid into the system all of my working life, and I've done many jobs, and I've worked many years, and you know, the fact that somebody who has never contributed at all to the system, personally, I think, you know, don't get me wrong, right? If somebody comes over here legitimately and they've got no job, fine, you're escaping persecution, whatever the situation might be, you can come into the country, do it the proper way, you can come into the country. We'll give you benefits for 12 months, okay? After that, or before that, you have to find yourself a job. You have to settle in to your community, find yourself a job and start contributing to the economy, to the growth of this country. And then if you haven't by that point and you can no longer afford to live here, then unfortunately, we're going to have to send you back where you came from. Now, that's going to put a rocket up a lot of people's arses. They don't want to go back. If they're genuinely escaping persecution, then they're not going to want to go back. So they're going to do whatever it takes. And there's always streets that need sweeping. There's always toilets that need cleaning. Okay. There's fucking always Turkish hairdressers that need fake staff so they can hide their laundering activities. There's jobs out there for people, you know, which is what pisses me off about. But when people genuinely don't want to work, you know, on job seekers, for example, if they're on job seekers, they genuinely don't want to work, and they just mug the system off that way. Okay, people like that, there are jobs out there. So you know that these people are bullshitting, because if you're that desperate, you will take any fucking job, any job. Yeah. So, you know, beggars can't be choosers at the end of the day. If you're that desperate, you'll do what it takes. And therefore, you will take a job, even if it's a shit job, you will take the job to pay your fucking bills, feed your family, and keep a roof over your head. People that don't do that, it's blatantly obvious that they're trying to scam the fucking system. To take their money away, stop their money. There we go. That's just, you know, it's just my opinion. Obviously, some people won't agree with that. So, you know, remember, people that are coming into the country illegally are criminals. And what this country is doing at the moment is, what's the word? Not commending these criminals. They are rewarding. They're rewarding people for being criminals at the moment. And that is not good. That is fucking just going to keep making people think, well, we can get away with this. Let's do it some more. And that's exactly what's been happening, you know? So, hiya, Stepper. How you doing, mate? I got evicted this month. 550 a month increase. Fucking hell. What's that like? I mean, you don't have to tell us, but is that like double or a third or a quarter increase? I mean, you don't have to say, because obviously that would, you know, you might not want to tell us how much you're paying rent, but that's a lot. 550 a month is a fucking huge amount. Who has £550 a month spare? You know, it should be illegal to do that. It really should. You know, my mum and dad, the road that I grew up on, never had Indians or black people, you know, living on it as I grew up. It was a completely white road as I grew up. You know, and that's, I'm not saying the road was racist, right? It just so happened that everybody on the road was white. Now there are several Indian families there. My very next door, or my mum and dad's very next door neighbours to one side are Indian. One of them's a nurse. In fact, she actually helped my mum when my mum was in hospital. She was her nurse in hospital for a while, which was nice because my mum knew a friendly face. And the husband works as well. I don't know exactly what he does, but the mum and dad work. The son apparently is a bit of a fucking lazy twat. Does fuck all apart from, you know, cause problems for people. But the parents are working. They've got good jobs, and fair play to them. Absolutely no issues with that at all. I've spoken to them. I've been very friendly with them. They've been very friendly with me. They helped my mum and dad as well. You know, they came round and knocked on the door asking how she was. You know, they're lovely people. They genuinely are. But these are people who have they've got their culture. Fine, they've got their culture, and that culture they keep within their family. Yeah, don't try and push it on other people. Don't try and force their views and shit on other people. Their culture, they celebrate their culture with their own people. When it comes to the rest of the roads, they just get on like the rest of them, and they just behave like the rest of them, you know, like normal people. And those, I got no issue against that at all. I love people like that. You know, become part of the community, contribute to the community. Fucking brilliant. Don't take the piss out of it though, you know. And if these people, if my next door neighbours, the nurse and whatever her husband does, if they ever became out of work, I would argue that they are more than fucking entitled to the benefits that this country give out because they've paid into it, you know. But there are a lot of people that don't want to do that. They just want to come here and fucking rinse us dry. And we are all feeling the fucking the tail end of it, the kick in the bollocks of it. But yeah, like I say, I said this before. If somebody's a cunt, they're a cunt. Doesn't matter what religion, race, nationality. Doesn't matter. None of that matters. If you're a cunt, you're a cunt. If you're a decent person, you're a decent person, and I'll get on with you. Trust me. So, but yes, June the 1st. I have seen a lot of that about everybody going to London. I wish I could go. I could go, but I can't go. I know it sounds really weird. I could go, but I would be really, it would fuck me up like it did when I went down on Armistice Day. That really done me a turn, that did, and I was in bed for 2 days after that. And I really don't want to go through that again because I was in so much pain. But I wish to God that I could have gone or could go on the 1st of June. And I wish and hope that at some point my health is better, my body is better, and I'm able to do those kind of things because I think it's important. I do think it's important. The 1st of June, what day is the 1st of June? Let me have a look. It's a Saturday. 1, 2, 3. It's 3 weeks' time, isn't it? I can try. It's a bit more difficult because I'll only have the laptop with me on that day. I won't have the computer like I have here with the multiple screens. But I can try and set something up and, you know, do what I do with some of the other some of the other events that go on, and do the multiple stream, live stream, and I will try and sort something out for that. I can't promise because I am still looking after my mum and dad as well, but I'll do what I can. And if I can do that, then I will. Good idea. So, right. Well, do you know what? We've not had anybody call in for a good 10, 15 minutes. So I'm going to turn the call in off. No, I don't want a meeting. I'm going to turn the call in off. And what we can do instead is we can get the panel open. and we can get some people up, because the last thing I want is just for you to get bored of listening to me fucking rabbit on. It's always good when you've got some banter going on, and I don't mind talking to people in the comments, but you guys must get bored of looking at this and listening to this. So excuse me. So let's get the fucking panel going. Right. Copied. So there is the StreamYard link, replace pinned message. So there's a StreamYard link. If you want to jump on, please feel free. I will ask you, before I let you up onto the panel, I will ask you to do a little something in the back. It's not rude, so don't panic. But I do need to confirm that you are a legitimate person. If you've never been on the panel before, or if you use a name that I don't recognize, expect me to ask you to do a little bit more, again, simply because I need to make sure that you're not somebody trying to fuck me up with the channel.
I wouldn't do that.
I didn't let these two on, by the way. It's just that Holly knew that was Roger, and that's Holly. So
it's a takeover.
I'm not just letting people on without asking them, without I've just said them to do.
Hang on a minute. We don't know that we don't actually know that you are you. Can you just go back in the back and prove that you're you?
Yeah. Put your left finger in the middle up your ass.
Can you pat your head and rub your tummy at the same time?
Oh, Angela, thank you. That's very kind of you. Thank you very much. Jack, do me a favour. Just put your right hand on the top of your head for me. No, that's not the top of your head. Yeah, that's better. Just to make sure. Yeah, that's good. Thank you very much. Nice to see you.
Nice to see you too.
So just touch your nose with your left hand for me, please. Thank you very much.
Hi guys. Hi Mrs. W.
Hello.
Hi Holly. Hi Jack.
Hello.
Hi Dan.
Oh, hello, son. How are we?
How are we doing?
Oh, let me just. Oh no,
no signal.
I've lost myself. Hang on. No, there we go. I wanted to take the banners off the top and the bottom, so I changed the.
Just fill your head, and then you don't lose yourself. You'll know where you are.
Rummy, are you able to put your camera on for a second before oh god, I've done it again. I pressed the wrong button.
What the hell have you done?
He's not doing good today, is he?
You had one job.
The mouse was
one job. One
over the thing, and I tapped it.
One fucking job done. Mind you, I can't talk. I tried to put my camera on before when I was in the back room to pull faces at Dan, and I accidentally shoved myself on the fucking stage.
I was trying to get in on the other StreamYard link.
What was it? Romy just said in the chat that he doesn't have a camera or something like that.
Okay, Holly, just for you.
Box of shame.
I have a box of shame.
I wonder what's inside that box of shame. Nothing.
No, that box of shame is becoming like my second home at the moment.
Is it?
Oh dear.
Okay. Sorry, the Brummies just said in the chat that they. Yeah, right. Okay. I'll let you up, Brummy. Do me a wrong, and I won't be happy. I hope it is you. Hello.
Hello, matey. How are we all?
There we go. That's for me.
Yeah, definitely. I've been moving things around, so I haven't set the camera up. That's the only reason.
No worries. No, you understand that I've got to be careful. I'm not.
Oh,
it's definitely not an AI voice generated or anything like that.
See, I was going to come on with this. I've got a new toy. Hang on.
You got a new toy?
Do we want to be seeing this?
Yeah, I was just about to ask that question.
So I was going to come on like this and start flirting with Dan.
Oh.
That reminded me of Stitch for a moment.
What, as in our Stitch or Stitch from Lilo and Stitch?
No, as in Stitch, as in our Stitch.
Wow.
Yeah.
Sorry, Stitch.
I was going to come on and do that and start flirting with you, but I thought, nah.
I can't even tell if you turn your voice changer off or not.
Wow!
Yeah, don't get him excited. Do not get him excited, for God's sake.
Oh, she's
That's
blaring.
what I got. I
I'm
couldn't
here.
get bloody word in. So.
I wish I had a better backdrop instead of seeing this bloody thing at the top here.
Well,
In answer to your question, Daniel, no, I do not.
Oh my
Okay.
God.
Matt, can you do me a favour? Can you just just put your hand on your face like that, either hand, just like that. Right, brilliant. Okay, thank you.
Become one of them bloody insects from Alien that grab onto your face and yeah,
definitely.
do that.
I can't watch that film. Honestly, Jack, it scares the crap out of me.
I've seen it
I
that many
love
times.
the
It's a
Alien.
really good film, though. Imagine having that plant an egg inside of you, and then one of them they're called xenomorphs, aren't they? Then a xenomorph just like bursts your body, splits it into two, and then just like is born. Imagine that.
Isn't that what lots of women have to go through anyway? They have an egg. They have some in their body, and some of them have to get split open. Some of them actually
like their entire body split, not like a part.
I wouldn't know. I never actually gave birth naturally. He was surgically removed.
Dan, can I make a comment about the rent thing that has been mentioned in the chat?
By all means.
If you have an issue with your landlord, landlords have to comply with the laws regarding inflation, okay? So there's only a certain limit they can go to on your rent within the legislation. So you contact your local council or CAB service, they'll put you in touch with the Fair Rents office, and the officer will go in, they check the details of the property, the standard, they see if it's clean and tidy, and they will make a determination. Most people have to go in line with inflation, so if it goes above that, that's against the law.
Well, I something I looked into, Tina, and this is only a question. I'm not I'm not arguing with you at all. So this is something that, I might have seen the wrong information or misunderstood it. But from my understanding is, if a landlord comes to you and says we need to put the rent up, this is how much we need to put it up by. If it is above the normal rate, if it's above other people's rate, or if it's above the inflation rate or whatever, providing it's agreed by the tenant, they can
if it's
do
agreed,
that.
they can do that if it's agreed.
Yeah, but they can't just come to you and say, I'm putting the rent up by X amount and you've got to start paying that.
That's where the Fair Rents group kicks in, and they do fight. They take it to court. So you don't have to pay. They take it to court. They say the landlord's increased it by X amount. It's above inflation. It's not fair. The person's not got adequate income, so it needs to be reduced. And councils can face the same, because councils tried it years ago to try and put it up way above inflation. They got their ass smacked. So
yeah, literally their ass smacked.
How you doing, Matt? You all right?
Yeah, I'm good, mate. How are you?
Good, not so bad. Have you? Yeah, we can hear you. Have you been on before?
Yeah, good. I have indeed.
Sure.
Yeah, I have. I've been on once.
Right. Okay. That's probably why I don't recognise your face at the moment.
Yeah, I think you've got all common people on here, like who are on here weekly, like. But yeah, I've been on here once.
Yeah, it's nice to have new people that want to come on and
I watch the channel quite a lot, to be honest. Yeah, like I take a back room sort of like seat to it all, and just sort of like see what you guys are up to and see what the chat's all about. And you're all on the same level. We're all on the same level. We all want peace.
Yeah, but that's called being far right, isn't it?
Yeah, it is. Yeah.
Can I answer that question for Missy Bloom?
Yeah, you can.
I am not a solicitor, and I never claim to be. I'm an advocate for a lot of people. So yes, I also worked as a housing homeless officer for 14 years for a local council. So I'm well trained in all the laws that they have to clarify and protect every tenant. Doesn't matter if it's private, housing association, or council. We should defend the tenant.
Sound. I thought you might want to answer that, which is why I popped it up on the screen there for you. So
don't
yeah.
anybody ever call me sister. I'm not, but I know enough about the law. So
same as me. This is why I've got that disclaimer in my about page on the channel.
Yeah.
I'm not legally trained. I've got lots of legal books that I read through.
Same as me.
You know, and I look up the legislation and the law, and I try and explain it in a way that people can understand. But I can never give legal advice. The only advice I ever give is what I would do in a particular situation. It's just what I would do based on what I know.
I always tell people to look at solicitors in their area if it's an area that's outside of what I can do, because I would never pretend to be a solicitor. I'm not, but I've been an advocate for many people, as a lot of you already know. So
yeah.
Can I just ask on this channel then? So what do we think like on the legal terms of council tax?
Right. So I'll start on that, and we'll go. I suppose we'll ask round to the people on here. I understand why council tax is there. Totally understand why we have to why we pay it. I find it difficult to understand why there's so many taxes on things, but I do understand what if council tax was being used for what it's supposed to be used for. I can understand paying it. I think the amount that people are paying is way too high. I think the people that are asking for council tax are being paid too much. I think they're using the money for the wrong things. I don't think people are getting what they're paying for. And I believe, and I've not looked into this recently, but from a couple of years ago, I believe that money was going from local councils to Parliament or to government in order for them to do what they need to do with it. And our government were also giving money out to war to pay for, for wars. And that's actually a crime. To pay for, to give money towards a conflict is actually a crime. Unless, of course, it's the government, because they can do what the fuck they want, really.
It's a crime to pay for war with the public's taxes.
Yeah, but that's what happens. That's what's happening. So I don't agree with that. As I say, if the money was being spent as it should be, and we were all seeing the benefit of it, like the bins being taken without an issue, the potholes in the roads being fixed, that kind of thing, then I've got no issue with that. But I do think that people are that we're all being overcharged because the people asking for the money want more in their pockets. That's my opinion on it.
Well, that's what they're doing here in the West Midlands. We've got one of the highest rises going in council tax, yet they're cutting back on the services.
But that's because your bank up there.
I'll be brutally honest. I don't even know what I pay council tax for. It's just a bill at the end of the month that you have to pay, and it's like, where does it go? Because I don't see anything from it. Like, nothing's improved.
It seems to me that we're being brought up like on this idea, and that's all it is, an idea that we need to pay towards a common community. And as you've all rightly put, like that, if this money is being used elsewhere for other games, then where is our sort of like, belief in this system any longer? That makes sense.
It was originally designed to protect local councils and county councils. It was original design. But if you work and you've got a job, you pay it twice, because your taxes cover the same things that council tax do. So like payments for the police, payments for the roads. So if anyone's working, they doubly pay for the same thing. What is wrong is that this money is given. It doesn't go to the government. It stays with the local council or your Devon County, or mine's a Devon County Council. They get both. So my council only gets 30%. The rest of it goes to Devon County Council, who absolutely do crap with it. They don't help the people. So to me, that's an unfair tax. When we had the poll tax in, that was an individual tax. This is a household tax. This is the one thing I think is wrong with it. I live in a 2-bed property, but because I live in a very good area where I'm near schools, I'm near the train station, I'm near an airport, I pay the same council tax as somebody with a 5-bedroom house. That's what's unfair to me.
Yeah.
I think that's wrong. It should be based on the size of your property. That's what I think.
The levels are different all around the country as well.
They are indeed, yeah, they are.
But I also don't see why it should be charged based on the size of your house. I think if they have a target that they want to reach, everybody in that area should be paying the same. I think,
They're not. It's very varied. But I pay the same as a homeowner who's got a 5-bed house, and I'm in a council property.
Yeah, this is what I mean.
Here's where I think, just coming from sort of like on what I see, is it should be based on wage. Because if we've got, like, from my sort of like circumstance, right, yeah, me and my wife, like, yeah, we're both bringing in 2 incomes. But the thing is that those 2 incomes to the guy next door, right, yeah, he could have 1 income coming in, double our 2 incomes, but he's getting a 25% discount. And that's where it's all cocked up. So at the end of the day, right, yeah, if we're gonna trust in a system like this, then it's got to be done on income, right? Sort of like our tax. But at the end of the day, what they're doing is just absolutely wiping us out, as we all know.
Yeah.
But does your council tax pay for the road?
You can get a lot of them reduced and even done away with. But it's a hell of a system, and you've got to jump through many, many hoops and go to inquiries and all sorts. But you can get your council tax reduced by up to about 80%.
But does your council tax, sorry, Tina, does your council tax, is the council tax pays for the roads? Because isn't the road tax?
It does, yes.
Oh, okay.
It does, yeah. Yeah, it pays to fix potholes and shit like that.
If you apply to your local council for subject
local roads
request, if you apply to the council for a request of the breakdown of where the council tax goes, they will give it to you. So if you've got 2, you've got to go to the local council and to the county council. They have to give you that information as a member of the public, and it tells you where it goes.
But this is where things overlap, because you pay road as I think it was Brummy just said about the road tax. If you're paying road tax is supposed to pay for the maintenance and the development of the roadway in this country.
Yeah, non-drivers are ending up paying for drivers as well.
Yeah,
because
people who pay council tax and road tax, they're paying 2.
Yeah.
Yes, exactly. You're paying for something twice. Yeah, absolutely.
And we're still getting nothing done.
No.
Oh, that's true. That's true.
There are people that are actually finding ways of how do I say this? Finding ways of legal means, if that's how I meant to say it, and they're actually not paying the council tax.
Well, that's what I just said, Jack.
Yeah. I spaced out. I didn't know what you said.
Like what I just said, it takes a lot to get to that point where you won't have to pay any. It does mean a lot.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Do you know what? If any of us in this chat here, on this video, any of us on this video now, video call, or anybody in the comments, threaten somebody with kidnap and and locking them up in their house because they didn't pay them something, we'd get arrested. We'd be fucked for it. But yet the government can do exactly that, threaten us with arrest, detention, prison for not paying something. But yet anybody else does it and we're fucked. Again, this is one of the issues that we have with law, is that there is a law for us and a law for them, and there shouldn't be. If you're forced to pay something by threat of violence or something like that, then that is a crime, regardless of who the fuck you are. Even a government shouldn't be able to do that. If they were doing it,
I think we all know though we're under an authoritarian regime that showed themselves sort of like 4 years ago, right? Yeah, to be what they are. I wouldn't be on this chat now. I can tell you that now. I would not be on this chat now if that never had happened, but it did happen. And now all of a sudden, like, I'm like, oh my God. And I'm 50 bloody years of old. You know what I mean? This is crazy.
Sorry, Matt, we got Janine in the chat asking if it's all right to put an email in for somebody.
I've already answered that. I've already answered it.
Yeah, I wouldn't. Sorry, I wouldn't, simply because, you know, especially in here, because I know the kind of people that are watching this channel without making themselves known. Okay, and you put out information like that, and you're going to cause yourself some grief if you do it on here. If I was you, I'd find another way to do that, maybe through Discord. If this person that you want to send it to is in Discord or our Discord, do it that way. Do it as a private message or something like that. But try and keep, you know, you don't want to be putting stuff like that out on an open platform where there are people that we know want to cause shit watching.
It's just asking for trouble.
It is asking for trouble. On the relation to the council tax with workers, the more you earn, the more you pay. And that is what saddens me about today's government for the past 10 years. They penalise you for earning more. And yet Parliament is run by middle class, upper class, and even bigger upper class, and they don't give a crap. So
the rich are still getting rich and the poor are getting poorer.
Yeah. The more you try and do is basically try and support your family. But the minute you start increasing your earnings, they find a way to take it away.
Yeah.
And that's true.
Yeah. I think we just want to become good citizens, but we are becoming even worse citizens because of what they're trying to do to us.
No, we're not. We're not becoming worse citizens because of what they're doing to us. Okay, we're just pushing back against the shit that they're putting onto us. It doesn't make us bad people. It makes us people that want certain things in us, want certain freedoms and certain things that we should be allowed that are being slowly taken away from us.
We're being oppressed, and basically we're slaves. I'm sorry, but slavery was never abolished. It was fucking legalized. It was like, here, have your slave tokens, go to work, go and fucking, you know, pay for the house that you're not going to be in for 8 to 12 hours a day, and pay for the car that's got to get you to the job, that's got to pay for the house that you're not fucking in because you're working. It's modern slavery.
And the car that you don't actually own, even though you've paid everything for it, you're just
that's the registered keeper. It's not. It's weird how they explain it, but you don't own the car. It technically belongs to the DPLA.
Yeah, and that's exactly why they're able to take it away from you.
Exactly.
That's exactly the reason why they can take it.
It's a con.
But that's like everything. Nothing belongs to us. Even our name doesn't even belong to us.
You will own nothing, and you will be happy.
Happy, yeah.
And unfortunately, you've got a birth certificate. You're a citizen, which means the Crown actually owns you.
It's like that film Escape Plan with Sylvester Stallone in it and Arnold Schwarzenegger, with where he goes and breaks out of prisons for a living and kind of helps them figure out what they're kind of. He penetrates. Like penetration don't start. He does penetration tests on prisons, and he basically tells them.
I think you're talking about Stallone there, Jack, not Schwarzenegger. What? I think you're talking about Sylvester Stallone.
One of them has got Schwarzenegger in it as well.
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. The first one. And he does penetration. He does penetration tests, and he tells the prisons, figures out where the areas of weakness in the prisons are, right? And he shows in the prison how easy it is to get out, and he did get out pretty easily.
To be fair, I think lots of prisoners do penetration testing.
No, just
okay. You managed to last 1 hour and 48 minutes. Before you descended into the fucking gutter, Daniel. Well done, bravo! I think it's a record.
It's been watching Eurovision.
That's what it is.
I think the stretch always buy plenty of soap on a rope.
I think what I'm trying to get to, all that side note and all the laughing and whatnot, is when he goes to this unknown prison and he doesn't know why he's there or whatever. He's been kidnapped or whatever. And all of the prisoners are referred to. I mean, they have numbers on them, right? They have numbers, but the warden will refer to them by their last name, say Mr. Porter or whatever, right? But they have numbers. That's what I'm trying to say. We're all classed as numbers, like our driver's license numbers.
That's what I just said, Jack. If you've got a birth certificate, there's a number on it, which means you belong to the Crown.
Yeah.
And the worst thing is we've got multiple numbers to keep us confused. You've got your birth certificate, you've got your national insurance number, you've got your driver number, you've got your passport number. You know, all of these things, okay, keep us part of the system. And this is why it's very difficult to get out of any kind of system, is because if they abolish one thing, you've still got 6 or 7 things tying you to the system.
The reason it's all in numbers is because it's easier to keep as data.
Yes.
Yeah.
Absolutely. And then you got your email, and look where that's got you. So then now got your name, your email,
You've only
and
got to
then
look at
your date of birth.
profile.
It's all linked so bad.
All YouTube profiles now have added numbers because it's easier for them to keep track of people.
The only way to avoid it is to stop using technology, because that's how they track you down. So you go back to
then
basics.
that's like, you know, we can't have a conversation like this, can we? And that's the thing,
No,
isn't
that's
it?
what I'm saying. This is where they're pushing people to. To me, with all these low traffic networks going in,
this is why they want to keep China on the table, because China are the biggest suppliers of data collection devices like that.
Yeah. And basically, I think in the future, it's going to look like Hunger Games. They're going to start separating villages, separating towns, and you'll only be able to go 20 minutes inside your area.
Survival of the fittest, pretty much.
This is the 15 minutes.
Survival of the fittest,
yeah, this is the 15-minute city rule. Okay, they want to keep you within your little boundary. Okay, you don't need to go anywhere else. Doesn't matter if your family live elsewhere. You're not allowed to go there unless you fucking pay to go there. Even if your parents are dying or your brother or sister, God forbid, are injured or ill or whatever, and you've got to pay the government for the privilege of everything that you should be allowed to do freely.
Yes. Well, you get your car as car drivers. I don't know, but you get your car. It's your possession, and you got to travel to work. There was a case when the traffic networks came in with that mayor in London that I can't stand. He put these billboards up, and there was a white van man who was told he could only travel 20 minutes outside his area. Well, he's just outside of London, and he's a contractor. He's got to go in to do the building works in London, and he rang his boss and saying, "We can't come to work." He said, "What are you talking about?" He said, "We can only travel 20 minutes inside our own area. It's an hour and a half to get through London traffic to get to work." So they shut down the construction. But basically, they couldn't get in to do their jobs, so the buildings weren't being built. So they put complaints into the government, and they made a sidetrack on that. But a lot of them are starting to take these things out. Oxford's done it. Cambridge have taken a lot of theirs out.
London, a lot of contractors are saying they won't work in London now because of the ULEZ and
Yeah, I agree with that.
It makes you wonder as well, because I mean, you know, I suppose the biggest contracts in London come from the government, local or main government. Okay, they've got to be the biggest contracts that are given out through London. And yet, if they give you a job and expect you to pay part of your wages to be able to get to that fucking job,
yeah, it's not going to work.
Why are people doing? People should be turning these jobs down.
It's their job to pay you to do their job. That's like
and people should be turning these jobs down, Jack. Right? If I owned a construction company, granted, it would cost me money, but I would rather get my money from people from jobs that weren't forcing me to pay to go to the fucking job.
Well, my dad
is it £12.50, Roger, per day?
$12.50.
My dad
it's a bit more for trucks and what have you, and commercial vehicles.
My dad was talking about the construction, because obviously he's in that industry, he's in that area of expertise. He does like sawing, drilling, walls. He does all these different dangerous things, right, that I wouldn't even dream of doing. But Dad was even saying earlier, they even expect Dad to buy. They only give him £25, right, to put forward for his like clothes, like boots, high vis jacket, all this stuff, right? Because obviously they don't want to give, they obviously wouldn't want to give an unlimited amount, because otherwise they'd spend hundreds of quid, hundreds of pounds, whatever. But at one point they were actually basically telling all the workers at his workplace that they had to go out and they had to actually pay for their own work clothes out of their own money.
Claim a lot of your tax and everything back on that.
Yeah.
That becomes very
And
cheap if you go
and he
through
did,
the
and he told them to go fuck themselves. And he says, if I'm working for you and I'm doing the jobs for you, then you have to provide, the necessary equipment. Because obviously you can't go to work in his normal clothes.
Only certain things. There is laws in
it's
place.
Bare essential, and
the HSC say you've got to wear for protection at work. The company you are working for is lawfully bound to provide you with that.
Yeah, but do you see what it's saying there? Like, he's saying that basically, like, is the companies are taking the piss, because if that person doesn't say, okay, you're out of a job, like, but that person will go and spend the money. Yeah. And this is what's happening. This is what's happening now since 2020, right?
The other thing, we work in London. Now, it's well known that London paid much, much higher rates in wages, and it was the same to contractors, builders, painters, whatever. Now, what they were trying to stop, and this is why they've done it, is stop people coming from outside London, earning the big bucks and taking that money away from London.
Yeah.
They want the big wages in London to stay in London, so that tax and whatever stays in the city rather than travels out. That's why.
Yeah, one second. Missing the point here, which is what this guy here has said. Basically, what they're trying to do is strip you more of money. I used to be in the office 5 days a week. Now I'm working from home, right? So what's happened there to my bills? My bills are now 5 times more. Yeah. So this is what they've done. So now they're doing it to the standard worker who goes out and does the job on the street, getting him to try and pay for the. You see where the corporation are taking this, trying to strip the money.
Oh, yeah, of course they are. I mean, I was a chef. Most of my life, I've worked as a chef. Now, when I started, I had to buy my own stuff for college. Okay, fair enough. When I first started as a chef, I wore the stuff that I brought for college to wear as a chef, my chef whites and the knives that I brought and all the rest of it. And then over time, it got to a point where I was working in whatever establishment it was, and they had they had their own chef whites. And it would be like, right, take a couple of tops, take some checks, take a hat and a apron and whatnot, and that's now your responsibility to keep that clean and all the rest of it. I got to the point where they started saying, like, you've got to buy your own. Now, I suppose a good thing about buying your own, if you're working, for example, if you're working as a chef, they're plain whites. You've got a white top or black top. I used to wear a black top. Your checks, your trousers, your apron, they're not branded. Unlike high vises, many of them are branded to the company you're working for. Yeah. But the chef whites was great. I could take them with me to any job and wear them, no issues at all. But there are a lot of situations where you've got to buy branded stuff. They're asking you to pay for their branded material, which is, you're paying extra for the fact that it's branded anyway. It's not just a plain t-shirt that you can go and buy from Primark, for example. You're having to buy something from their approved seller, which is probably linked to them anyway. You're paying over the odds because you've got to pay for the branding, and you can't take it with you to somewhere else. So that is something that you're going to buy, and if you move job, you're never going to be able to use it again.
Yeah.
So I agree with what Matt's saying there, and the fact that you've got so many companies trying now to get out of fucking forking out themselves by getting you as an employee to fork out for that themselves.
And do you know what else they've done? It's even more brilliant what they've done. So what they went and done is knowing that all this was in place, that we're gonna have the employees at home working from home. What they went and done is like, okay, so we know this little bit, that this office space that we have, like, which is fairly big, like, hold, I don't know, 7,000 employees, what the company I work for. So what we're going to do, like, because we know that the 7,500, well, they're only going to be needed like once a month in there. Let's start selling the floors. And that's what they've done. They've gone and sold the floors now to other companies, knowing damn well that we're only needed now once a month in there on that factor. The cleverness is brilliant. The marketing is brilliant. Unfortunately, the employees, they don't get it. They don't know what's going on. They'd rather have the easy life because they're working from home. But on a spectrum that you see it on a corporate level of what they've done pre-2020 to this now, what we're in now, it's brilliant. It is brilliant on a marketing level. They're clever. Let's just put it like that. They're clever.
You've got big corporations now with the HSC. They're supposed to make sure that every organisation is following health and safety executive procedures. So let's just talk about a large supermarket chain. They started buying shoes from India that cost about £10. They're flat to the floor. There's no steel toe caps in it. They're only giving them to their drivers, the staff that work inside the store with heavy goods, pulling a cart, the big trolleys. Anything could fall on their foot, but they're not providing staff with shoes. They're only providing it to drivers, and they're so crap. If you put it's flat to the floor, so if you step in a puddle, your socks are going to be soaking wet by the end of your shift.
If it's a designated job where you've got to wear steelies under the health and safety laws, then the company does have to provide them, unless you're a contractor or self-employed.
They do, Roger, but they give you the worst. Like Tina just said, when I worked for West Mids, we had steel toe cap boots, but on a rainy day, you'd be squish, squish, squish. I went and brought my own. I was just like, these are just.
I used to
not
work
worth
in a
anything.
local hospital, Brummy, on the grounds. Now, obviously, mowing, using machinery, we had to wear steel toe caps. Now, the company used to supply us with them, but they were workshop boots, which were big, heavy ones. Now, you can't walk 8 hours a day behind a mower with them. But what he used to do was he'd give me the value of the boots that he paid for, and I could go and buy my own. And I used to buy the trainers with steel toe caps because it was more comfortable walking all day.
I just need to interrupt very quickly. There's somebody sitting in the back here. Not seen him for a while. I'm just going to do one thing and then I'll bring him up, and then I need to go for a piss while you're talking. Do that for us, Joe.
Dan, before you jump off, can I ask you one quick question? Where did you get your hair done?
Hi, Joe.
What's going on?
Hi, Joe.
Hi, Joe.
Right. I'll put the names back up for a sec. Give us 1 minute, Joe. Let me just finish answering this question. I've got to go for a piss, and I'll leave you to say hello to everyone. Brummy, it was a place in Manchester. I can't remember the fucking Harley Street Hair, I think, or Harley Street Healthcare, I think it was called. But it was a place in Manchester. I'll dig it out. And I'll let you know.
Awesome, mate. Really appreciate it. Yeah.
Right. But I'm going to jump off. I'm going to go for a wee, and I'll have a look through my phone while I'm having a piss. But while I'm doing that, I'll let Joe say hello. Nice to see you, Joe. I'll be back in a minute, folks.
Thank you for that. It's just great to hear your accent, man. I didn't hear what you guys. Okay, I didn't hear what you guys were talking about. So maybe you can continue. I can catch up or something. Good to see everybody. And
we're talking about health and safety clothing.
Talking about
no, we're not. We're talking about shitty fucking England.
It is. It's shitty, and how we're being taxed to death.
Well, definitely.
Does everyone know as well? You know, if you wear a uniform to work, you can actually claim tax back on washing that uniform.
Yes, you can. Yes,
you can.
Yeah. See, I didn't know that until literally I started working with West Mids, and someone went, you can claim your tax back on your uniform. I was like, so all the chefing jobs I've ever done, I could have claimed back. And yeah.
See, I used to get it in my wages, and all that stopped. I used to get a laundry thing in my wages, like a little bit extra.
Some used to give you an allowance.
Oh, wow.
automatically.
All it does is like it gives you the allowances on your tax code,
They can't see you trying
and literally it's bullshit anyway.
The only organisation I've ever worked for that ever gives allowances for working from home, like yourself, Matt, was the government. I used to work for the civil service, and they paid for part of my electric, part of my gas, part of my water, basically as well as a wage. So that was on top. And that's the only ones that seem to give that privilege to people that work from home. I think that should be changed, so anyone who works from home should be able to charge their employer for the use of the facilities.
Absolutely.
Well,
Tina, thank you very much. Tina,
that was her job, sorting out the payroll.
Yeah. Rog, Tina, thanks very much for that, because I'm fighting for that at the moment. That's my big fight. Absolutely.
They paid for about 30% of my costs because I was working from home. I managed the young offender centre, and I used to go to Plymouth every fortnight with these young people. And because I was working from home the rest of the time, that's where I got my additives put on. Sorry, Mrs. W.
I'm fighting for it, but
I don't know whether it's still out there, but it was during lockdown. You could, if you worked so much from home, you could apply for a change in your tax code. So you got an allowance in the tax. You could earn more before you started paying tax. I'm not up to date on
I'm up to date on it. Yeah, you're right as well. So you can apply for that, but what they've gone and done, this is a corporation sort of like what they've done, very clever, is that they're now putting you back in the office once a month or twice a week or whatever it is.
So you don't qualify.
This is the exactly. This is the way they've found the loophole. Do you know what I mean? To get you working from home 4 days a week or 5 days a week and just going in that office once a month.
Thank you.
They're clever.
It's a joke, Kenny, because you're using your own gas, electric, your tea and coffee, food.
Yeah.
I know you'll take a packed lunch to work, so it's
but
Matt Walker's just said you can claim for your electricity when you're self-employed. Now you can claim, and Mrs. W will probably be able to confirm this or not. You can claim for a portion of it. You can only claim. You're only supposed to claim for what you use for your job.
Yes.
Or in order to do what you do. So for me, for example, if I was doing that, I mean, when I was doing the videos, when I wasn't looking after the mum and dad, I was on here most of the day. Now, I wouldn't be able to claim the entire electricity of the house, but I'd be able to get a portion of the tax back on that.
Mine was 30% across the board, 30% on each part I needed. They set it up for me. I didn't ask for it, but it's only, as far as I'm concerned, the higher up jobs like the civil service or local government. So basically, that's where people get stuck at the lower rate of jobs. So it is worth fighting for. It really is worth fighting for.
What annoys me is you say, you have to wear a uniform. You can claim for that, for cleaning and
washing, yes, right, yeah.
I had to wear a suit to work. It wasn't a uniform. I had to buy my own suit. I had to buy my own clothes, and I couldn't claim for getting it cleaned.
It's logical. You should be able to claim if the chef could claim it. It's logical. You got to work. Your clothes get dirty.
But what their argument would Dan, is the argument would be that you might wear that suit on a Saturday night for dinner and go and get it cleaned. Like, they can't guarantee that that's going to be your work uniform. That could just be.
You could. That's always, you could do this, you could do that. It's not that they actually catch you doing a thing. It's what you could do is what they try to prevent.
I would say to them, if you can prove that that's what I'm doing, then fine. I won't claim it. But if you can't prove that that's what I'm doing, then I'm using it for work and work only.
Yeah. And it was my uniform, but because it wasn't classed as a uniform, it was just clothes I was expected to wear, doing my job, meeting clients, so on, so
Smart
forth.
clothes. They call it smart clothes rather than a uniform.
I couldn't go to work in a pair of jeans.
Yeah.
It's about profit, isn't it? It's about profit. So when a business sends their employees home, okay, like Matt said, they're renting out part of the floor space, but they don't tell you what they're saving. Okay, they save hundreds of thousands of pounds per year not having people in the office. Hundreds of thousands of pounds. So what is wrong in paying someone who's still working from home and giving them 25 to 30% costs of their fuel and stuff?
Well, this is
It's
why
greed. That's all it comes down to is greed.
Back into the office. It's because they don't have to pay out so much in the allowances for them.
Yes, it's just greed.
Some of the better
because they know. Sorry, Mr. W, go on.
It's all right. Some of the better companies through lockdown actually paid their employees a contribution towards their costs working from home. But as soon as lockdown stopped, so did that extra payment.
It's still far less than the company paying for all of the
yeah.
floor space that they need normally. So I don't see why they would stop it.
And they all went over to hot desks. So you didn't have a desk anymore. You couldn't have food in a drawer anymore that you could go in and work, and you had to have a hot desk. So you had to take in everything that you wanted for the day with you that day.
Hot desk, like a hot bunk, meaning you share the desk with someone else?
Yes, you got to book the desk to be able to use it. So if you were expected in the office, you had to book a desk so that you could sit there.
If you guys had a choice, this is the way you'd set up the system. Everybody would mandatorily kick in a certain percentage, and is this how you guys would set it up? Most people I talk to think taxes is just robbery, and they'd like to put that money on shit themselves.
Well, tax is robbery with what they
This is high streets is dying.
You have to understand that without taxes, I'm not trying to be a dick or anything, but without taxes, a lot of things wouldn't get done. Okay. However, there is not enough being done with the taxes that we give, and they are giving that money away to people and places that don't fucking need it. That we've paid that money. That means we're contributing to shit that's got fuck all to do with us, doesn't help us. That tax is supposed to pay for us and to make our country better, and it doesn't.
That's really
like
good.
Legal aid. Now they pay legal aid out of our taxes. Now that should only be paid if people volunteer that money for that legal aid. It shouldn't be automatically used out of our taxes, because a lot of people don't agree with where it goes and what it gets used for.
I saw a really good council meeting, a speech. The guy says, I can't do wrong. I got to follow the 10 Commandments. I can't hurt anybody or anything like that. But we can. When we become we, suddenly we can hurt people. We don't have to follow certain laws. We get special privileges and rights, which was speaking to why we is dangerous. In order to build the roles, we would justify any violence. In order for our safety, we would justify some horrible shit. I can't go up and snatch an old lady out of her car and steal $200 for her, but a cop can if she doesn't sign a ticket or if she's caught speeding or something.
Sorry, before we move on, I just want to say, Joe, I'm sorry I let you up in the night to disappear for a piss, but it's nice to see you, man. I hope you're doing well, and I hope things are good for you.
Thank you for that. I'm back in Chicago. I've been in Colorado about 9 months and traveling a bit. I'm back in Chicago. This is my second day here. I'm out chasing police right now. I saw you live. I figured I'd put in my 2 cents.
Go, Joe. Go get him, Joe.
It's good to see you, and I'm glad things are going well for you, my man.
Thank you. I hope things are going well for you too.
They're okay. I'm just
I can tell by your response.
Well, my mum had to go for a emergency operation a couple of months ago.
Sorry.
Well, it's one of them things, mate. I mean, she's getting old, and it happens. You know what I mean? But thank you, I appreciate that. But I've had to come away from YouTube to go and try and help them as much as I can, which is, you know, it's affecting the things that I do on here. But it's one of them things. Your family first, isn't it? At the end of the day. But it's hard work. It's tiring. Thankfully, she got through the operation. It was quite a high chance that she wouldn't survive the operation, getting put under. But thankfully, she's come through it, and I've been helping out as much as I can, which is why I'm not putting any content out at the moment. But yeah, it's hard work. But things are good. Things are looking up. She's doing well. She's recovering really well. My dad's not so good at the moment, but you know, it's one of them things. You know, life is life.
Old man, I just buried him last year. I had to take a break from YouTube and go to Arkansas, and I understand 1,000%, and thank God every day you got with that woman, man. You know, you're blessed, bro.
Yeah. No, I appreciate it, man. Thank you, and I'm sorry to hear about your dad last year as well.
Thank you for that.
Right, Nathan and Paul, do us a favour. Paul, just I don't know. Nathan, just slap your old man on the head for me.
Yeah, that's the one.
Brilliant.
Dad, why are you dragging them people up? Can I ask Matt a question? I'm not sure.
By all means.
Matt, would you prefer to do what you're doing now, working from home, or would you prefer going back into the office 5 days a week, the 9 to 5, or are you now in a routine that you're happy that you're working from home? If that makes sense.
Yeah, it's a good question, mate. Personally, like, I want it back. I want the socialism back. Like, if they could give me sort of like more time in the office, but it's on a relationship that we're in a team, we're working in teams, right? Yeah, because when I go back into the office now, all my teams are everywhere working from home, basically, like, yeah. So there is no team. Basically, I'm there. There's no socialism. It's all gone. We are basically like robots. So there is no fun. For me, there is no fun anymore in doing what I do. I'm just
that's honest, bro. That's very honest, man.
Yeah. They don't want you to have fun. They just want you to do your fucking job. They don't want you to have fun.
Slaves aren't allowed to have fun. If you're having fun, you're not working hard enough.
Hey, I'll be back, guys.
The magic.
See you in a minute, Joe.
The magic.
Yeah, it's all changed. I wish I like before pre-2020. I always wanted to work from home. Don't get me wrong, but now that I've got it, I now see the damn pits of what it all exists. And
grass is always greener, Matt. Grass is always greener. I think everybody wants to work from home if they can, but when you do it, number one, I think it's harder to motivate yourself when you're at home because you haven't got the people around you. You're not in competition with anybody. You know, it's a lot easier to slip out of the work routine when you're at home, I think. I do understand why in some cases it could be better, some cases, but the majority of work, I think it needs to be in that environment, that work environment where you build relationships with your colleagues and you are having fun with your colleagues so the work doesn't become monotonous. And this is partly why they want AI and fucking robots to take over a lot of jobs, you know, because they don't need to worry about that shit and they don't need to worry about paying people.
I think you're right, Dan. The biggest bonus for working from home has been mothers who've got young children. So that's been the benefit for the mum because they're at home. They don't need to pay for childcare. So that saves money that way. When it comes to other people who don't have those responsibilities, it is difficult. And a lot of mental health has come from that over the past 4 years because people are not getting the help they need because of the lack of social activity. So basically, that's what needs to be looked at. So, wearing your pants. So, yeah, it is a very distinctive feeling that people like the idea of working from home. I love the idea of working from home, but I made sure that my team, when they worked with me at the SAC, we had weekly meetings outside of the home. We would go to a pub, we'd go to a cafe, we'd have a chat. That was outside the employers because I was in charge of my own centre, so I made the rules. So I made sure that my staff had literally one-to-one meetings or group meetings, so they didn't suffer from any isolation. And that's what's important, that a lot of employers tend to forget. You should be organising something, or rather than work, go and have a team meeting somewhere to discuss how you're feeling, talk about it. Talk about what's bothering you. That's what they should be doing, but they're not. You know,
the employers have lost it. Yeah, exactly. They do not care. They do not care. All they care about is.
Can I just respond to Art Stew?
Voice clapping too.
Just respond to Art Stew. He asked me if I've just started smoking, or if he's not, or if he just hasn't noticed me smoking before. I'm not going to answer that. I'll let the others on here answer that for me.
He's always been a smoker.
You smoke like a chimney.
Yeah,
that's a fair one.
Yeah, I won't deny that. I won't argue with that.
Yeah, because the other thing is, like, when you're an adult and you go to work, you get that relationships outside of work as well. So that's where people find partners. That's where
how can you have Christmas parties? How can you have Christmas parties and finger the office slut if you don't get to know them first?
Exactly. Like
you're terrible, Dan. You're
Time out. Time out. Get in the naughty corner. Get on the naughty step. Naughty step. Naughty step.
This is why, and I don't know how to say this. I'm just gonna. This is why a lot more children now are suffering with autism, ADHD, because they've not had that social connection with anyone. They've been locked down for 2 years of their life, and they don't know how now to. Like, we went to the beach today. My niece didn't know how to socialise with other people apart from us. Like, when I was a nipper, you'd go to the beach, you'd find 6-7 different kids, and you'd build the biggest sandcastle, and someone would then run along and jump and kick it down. She just didn't have a clue. She was using a bucket and spade and doing it on her own, and it was so sad to see, because your work
is like a social thing. Sorry, Holly, go ahead.
No, it's not just that. Like with kids, it's almost like a social mentality nowadays, of rather than taking the kids out to play or letting them go out to play, they're just sticking them in front of the telly. They're not kids are not being allowed to develop those social skills. It's TVs and teachers raising them.
Stop moaning and take the iPads. Stop whinging.
Phones and tablets. That's it.
Exactly
it. Tablets.
Yeah.
Oh my God, my kid's bored. I don't know what. Yeah, my kid's bored. I don't know what to do. Here, have your tablet.
Yeah.
What?
Yeah, but what it is, because I'm that generation as well. Like, where I had those kids, and we were given those toys to give to those kids, and the thing is, they sort of like worked just to take the burden off us. But do you know what it was? It's because we were being lazy parents.
Yeah,
but we wasn't to know.
Nothing wrong with it. Matt, there's nothing wrong with it. Occasionally, that's fine. You know,
when you've had a long day of listening to your kid doing that in your ear, and you're just like, just take it, just go away, leave me alone for 10 minutes.
Yeah, but we wasn't to know it.
But when I was a kid, how old are you, Matt? Do you mind me asking?
51.
Okay, so you're a little bit older than me. A lot older than me. No, you're a little bit older than me. So you'll probably remember the times when school holidays, it'd be like, you'd go like, Mum, 10 o'clock in the morning, Mum, I'm going out for a bit. She's like, okay, just make sure you're back before the lights come on. And you'd go off and you'd fuck off with your mates all fucking day long. Nobody had to worry about you. You went and found stuff to do. These days, kids are lazy, and so are a lot of parents. I'm sorry to say this, but parents these days are as lazy fucking scumbag pigs, most of them. Okay? And it's easier for them. Sorry, Brummy. It's easier for them to say, take the phone, take the laptop, take the fucking tablet, and fuck off in the other room and leave me alone to drink my bottle of wine or to do whatever I'm fucking doing. right? And that is where the problems come in, right? The kids will follow the parents' leads. The parents are probably on their phones most of the time, and because the kids are moaning, the parents are like, "Oh fuck it, just take the tablet and go and shut up somewhere," rather than saying, "Well, listen, go and phone your mate, go and see if you can go around there, or see if they want to come round here." Instead of that, they want you to be quiet. They don't want you to be quiet, they want you to be quiet. So you give them a tablet, give them a fucking phone, give them the computer. They'll shut up while they're playing it for a few hours, rather than having a couple of hours of your children interacting with other people in person.
Because the thing is, there was generations, isn't it? It's the thing is, there was
what that is actually. Me, I'm 40 this year.
I'm 63 this year, so I was one of the baby boomer group. And my kids were brought up as millennials. And we always went. I bought a motorhome, and my husband said, "What do you want that for?" I said, "We're going to go away in the summer holidays." Where are we going to go? 6 weeks. Well, we can't do that. It's 6 weeks. It's a house on wheels. What the hell do we have to stay home for? Just chuck the kids in it and piss off. So he used to argue every time. We're going. Where are you going? To Cornwall. Where are we going? We're going up to the Lake District. Why are you doing that for 6 weeks? We have a house on wheels. They've got to experience life. I also had at home a very strict regime on teaching my children the basics about life. We had a war planner. So then there was a bin day, or even the adults had to follow it. They put out the bin day, cleaned the room day. I taught them how to cook. I taught them how to budget. And I used to be told at school by the other mums I was being cruel to my kids. I said, well, why? They're learning basic skills to run their own house in the future.
And this is the thing, and kids are not learned that in school. They don't know how to budget. They don't know. There's nothing.
By the time I was before I was 15, I could iron my clothes, I could sew, I could do all of those things that kids these days have no clue about doing. Okay, but I could do all of that shit. And I remember as a kid us going on holiday as a family. Now, granted, some children are single kids, or they've only got one brother or one sister. It's a bit more difficult. I had 3 sisters, 2 brothers. Okay. And my mum and dad, although they didn't have much money, we'd go on holiday. We never left the country. We'd go camping, and just that action of going camping for a week, okay, in summer holidays, going somewhere. You know, we lived in Essex, and we'd go somewhere up to the northwest, northeast. So we'd go Norfolk or somewhere like that, okay, and we'd find somewhere to camp in a field in a farmer's field. We'd camp up in our tent. Okay, and then we'd spend the day going around and find some fairs to go to, or some places like that, or go down the beach or whatever it is. But we're interacting with each other, and we're interacting with other people. Again, these days, even when people take their kids abroad these days, most of the kids don't want to do fuck all apart from play on the computer still, play on the phone, play on the tablet. They're not interacting with other people. And this has caused, as somebody said a little while ago, things like autism. That's probably a bit much. And it's not caused autism, but it's contributing to it, because these children are on their own, and they're being brought up on their own. No interaction.
The thing is, though, as well, it's breeding that that addiction as well, that dopamine addiction of the scrolling addiction. And what's that? I can't think of the words. Instant gratification thing, where it's like, right, I need a dopamine hit now. Boom.
Yeah, when I grew up, I was addicted to not getting a slap from my dad.
What is ADHD? ADHD for some children is real, but what does it mean? Attention deficit. That's the first 2, the AD. Yeah. They're not getting enough attention from their family, their parents, and their friends. The other one is hyperactivity disorder. So that child has got hyperactivity disorder. What do you do with a child's hyperactive? You wear them out. You get them to do sports. You take them out for the day. You do teaching, all that kind of stuff. So ADHD, yes, it's a condition for a lot of kids. And I had a guy that I knew had it really bad. But if parents broke it down into the words, it's attention deficit. Parents need to learn what that means. You're not giving your child the attention it wants. And the hyperactivity disorder.
Actually, the attention deficit is more the lack of focus in it's the lack of focus in the child. Now, the problem is when you take a child and feed it full of processed shite, the body isn't producing the correct amount of like amino acids for the brain. So serotonin isn't being produced. Serotonin is what is needed to calm down hyperactivity. They're not getting it. So what you're finding is there is a hell of a lot of false diagnoses of ADHD when really the kids just need to fucking be fed properly. That's all it is. And come off screens. Lose the sugar, lose the sugar, lose the screens, start feeding them proper goddamn food, not packaged poison out the bloody shops.
Most of the young ones today, if they didn't have the tech in front of them, they'd just shut down.
Yeah, they would.
I agree with some of what you've said there, Holly. And you know, I don't know. I've not suffered from ADHD, and I don't know anybody personally apart from you. It's not ADHD. I do think that some of it is because of how they are treated from very young. Okay.
Yep.
There's the tablet. There's the phone. There's the computer. Do what you want. You're not interacting with people, and they're not learning certain skills in order to be able to deal with those things as they get older.
Yeah.
Well, Tom was somebody that was my kind of like adopted son from my son's college. I had 3 that I picked up, and essentially he had ADHD really bad. And I got a call. He's just got a new flat. Now imagine this: he was a skateboarder, so he's decided to wreck his flat and turn it into a skateboard park. Okay, so he's got the racks, he's got everything. Now he's on the 2nd floor, so I've gone in. It's completely black with graffiti all over the walls. I'm thinking, what did you do? You can't do that. This is not your property. It took us about 6 weeks to clean it up, get new furniture in, for him to understand that that's not his house. And the housing association were great about it. We had to do it. He's going to be evicted if we didn't. He was on the 2nd floor using his skateboard, causing chaos for downstairs.
It's nice. It's nice that you had someone like you to step in, Tina. I know somebody else that could do with you stepping in to help them out losing their place. It's called One Woman Vigilante.
For fuck's sake, Daniel.
She's actually missing. But she's not been seen though for 10 days.
Yeah, I know.
She's either been arrested or she's been kicked out again. I just keep watching it and laughing my friggin' head off at that woman.
Right.
How can you go into a private property and cause chaos like she has?
Dan, just one last question before I jump off because my meds are kicking in.
No worries, Brammy. Go on.
Would the panel and people in chat now? Obviously, age is not a factor of this, but would you want to bring up a kid, like a newborn, in this day and age, in this world, in this?
I'd be scared to let them experience the world as it is. I would, if I had a baby now, and I've got 3 kids, and since those 3 kids, I've always said I don't want other kids because I don't, and you know, this is my own personal thing. My 3 kids are now from broken homes. Okay. I don't want any other kids to be, you know, I don't want to have any other children that are from broken homes. So I've said to myself, right, I don't want any other kids at the moment. And if I find somebody, you know, I'm still young enough, if I find somebody who I'm with long term and things look really good, then I might reconsider it. But at the moment, I don't want other kids because I've got 3 that are from broken homes and it ain't fair on them. But if I had another child, I would want to teach them the way that I was brought up.
Yep.
You know, the way my dad taught me how to build things, the way my dad taught me how to fix things, the way my dad taught me how to deal with things, rather than just calling somebody a name and running away from them, as many of them do now, rather than being stuck in front of a computer. We had a computer as I was growing up. We was one of the first families in our street to have a computer. It was a black one. No, it was an orange and black one. We're talking one of the first computers you could get. An orange and black one, the little square fucking joypad. And do you remember the thing with the balls and 2 white lines?
Oh, the tennis thing. Yes. The Atari.
Yeah. We had one of them. But we had to share that.
Those.
I had 2 brothers and 3 sisters, so there was 6 of us. We had to share that. We couldn't be on that all day. We could only be on that for a little while. Then one of my other brothers or sisters had to do it. As soon as I was old enough to fuck off out on my own, I was on my bike. I was riding around the block. It was only a small block, but I was out riding around the block. I was meeting some of the kids in the neighbourhood. I was making friends that way. But the things now, I'm scared now that children being brought up now are being exposed to so much bullshit, so much wokeness, that they're going to grow up never able to understand what it's like to be in an argument and still be friends with somebody because, you know, even though we disagree. And that's frightening to me. That's genuinely frightening to me to think that a child will grow up in that fucking way. I'm scared.
I'm lucky. I'm glad actually that my lad left secondary school. It was just before COVID and all of that bollocks. So he kind of got out of school before all of that bullshit happened. There you go. You can literally reproduce up until the day you die. You're good. It's fine.
What about a mother that says to me one time, our child was under 2 years old, where I said to her, look, are you not worried about the kid out there on his own, playing out in the street and a bloody council housing estate? No, he's got street smart, he's got street ways with a kid under 2 years old.
Yeah,
well, this is. Can I speak? This is how.
There's an awful lot of noise going on from somewhere. I'm just wondering what that's
me. Can I speak?
Yeah, of course you can. Yeah.
Okay, so I guess I'm really lucky on this. I'm really lucky on this front. So they've obviously like an agenda's been passed on within the schooling system, right? Yeah. And basically, like they've been pushing these sort of like teachers, you know, employing teachers who are, if you're trans, yeah, you're in. Come on, we'll get you in. Anyway, here's a story. So, the trans teacher has asked the class, like this is my lad has asked the class, what should my name be when I transverse? And my lad turned around and went, Jimmy Savile. So anyway, he's got in detention for it, right?
Oh no!
So, yeah, he's got in detention for it. So I've then gone crazy, like to say, well, why is she asking those questions to the class if she can't take an answer?
Yeah.
And anyway, I've had to get onto Mrs. now at this point, like, because I can't handle it, because I'll be down that class, like chucking them all out the class. You know what I mean? Including teacher.
There is a
You know
major rise because of it, Matt, with all the interference from certain teachers and certain schools, that children are now being homeschooled more by their parents. They're being taken out of school.
Why does that teacher need... Sorry, Matt, go on.
Yeah, exactly. Why did that teacher need to ask the question? It never.
It shouldn't be.
But it did. It did. And the thing is, the question that got relayed back was not.
And do you know why they ask those questions? Because they want to work out who needs additional fucking programming. So they ask these questions, right? And a lot of kids turn around and go, "Oh, give a woke answer," and the ones that turn around and give an answer that is fucking reasonable are the ones that then need to be on the watch list for the school.
But you know what? The kids are more switched on within a certain point. Like, you know what I mean? They all just absolutely crack up those little questions like, "Oh, it's Jimmy Savile," like, yeah, and they absolutely laugh the fucking heads off, making the teacher a twat. Which is what they are, right, for asking that stupid question. But unfortunately, what we've got in society and the way that the schooling system has done this to people is they've got like 30-40% maybe of that class in a fucked up way, that they don't know what their gender is, and
Yeah.
that's fucking
No.
sad. Sad as fuck.
I mean, stuff like this isn't stuff that is relevant to the channel.
I know.
No, I don't know. No, I'm not knocking you, but this is the kind of stuff that I will talk about or share on the social media, or on Facebook and Twitter. Roger and Holly will tell you. You know, I share a lot of stuff that's completely unrelated to this channel on the social media, under my actual, under my name.
More associated to porn.
Well, yeah.
Can I ask, Dan, how many of us pay taxes? How many of us are paying taxes?
Well, we all pay taxes, don't we?
Exactly, in one way or another, okay? So if you look at today's generation, let me give you an example of what they're doing to these kids today. I follow the Office of National Statistics. I don't trust the DWP. 4 years ago, COVID, basically coming to the end of that, there were 1.2 million NEETs who are 16 to 24, not in educational training, who are refusing to go to work. They're healthy, they're adults, okay, they should be working. It's now, this year, at 1.8 million, and Universal Credit are not getting these kids to go to work. And yet, they want the Gen X left alone, and they want disabled people and low-paid pensioners to go back to work.
Yeah,
that's
Tina, don't some of these kids, some of these kids, the ones that turn around and say things like, "Oh, but it'll affect my sleep. I can't do it because of some other bullshit fucking reason." That has got
Here's
nothing
one I can give you. This is a conversation I had with a girl who was 17. She wants a council flat. She wants it kitted out with all the right stuff. She wants an Xbox. They're going to pay for her food. They're going to pay for her nights out. They're going to pay for her makeup. I could not believe that conversation. I just said to this girl, you live in a delusional world. Everybody has to work for what they want.
But hello, is that Pip? Yeah, can you pay for my night out this weekend? No, because I haven't earned it and I don't deserve it. Oh, okay. And what
this is what they believe. The new Gen Z today believe they are entitled brats. They believe they're entitled to everything for free, and that's the way their parents, unfortunately, have bloody raised them.
Well, I'm quite happy to give them a free slap upside the fucking head.
A 16-year-old
before I fall asleep in my computer chair, I'm going to say goodnight to you all. Stay safe.
Good night,
Love you all.
Take care, mate.
Good night, Brummy.
Love you
And
too.
congratulations, congratulations, Brummy, on your year. Your year
1
sober.
year,
Well
1
done,
day.
buddy.
Yeah,
One year,
done.
1 month, and 3 days. I can't believe it.
And I remember you coming on and saying when it was just a couple of weeks. And now it's been a year since then, so fucking well done. I'm really fucking pleased and proud.
Really, I'm going to be in the
we're
comments.
all proud of you.
I'm just going to try and go to sleep because I feel my
No
mental
worries.
kicking. But much love to you all. All stay safe. Dan, you're looking amazing.
Thank you.
Buddy.
Take care, dude. Ta.
Oh, he's awesome.
I know he's definitely a lovely guy. Paul, I'm sorry, mate.
Yeah, I can't even remember what it was down there now.
It was either not important or it was a lie.
I'm going to go. I'm going to go make a brew.
Benefits and things.
Yeah.
A 16-year-old. I'm moving out, mum and dad. I'm just going to use any excuse. Get pregnant. 14-year-olds getting pregnant. Whatnot. Just for claiming. And throughout their lives, all they'll do is open their legs and keep popping out kids, so they never have to go and work a day in their flipping life. Dan, I grew up in spud fields, at no age, newspaper around, 7 years old, working under cars, building sites, at the age of 9 years old. Like, that's what made us. Bring back fucking the cane at school. It did work. The fucking meter stick slapped across your arse, your backside. It fucking worked.
I remember going into school one day, and I didn't realise at the time, but I'd been away. I realised I'd been a cunt at the time, but I didn't realise that my dad had gone in to speak to the headmaster. His name was Mr. Manley, Manley, right? He was a fucking arse bastard, ugly cunt and all, but he was arse bastard. It was like the male version of Mrs. Trunchbull, right? And I remember getting called into the office, right? So I went to the office, and the headmaster's room was at the back of the office. There was a door into the headmaster's room, and I remember getting called there. And I've gone in, and my dad said in front of me to the headmaster, if he misbehaves, you have my full permission to use the cane or the slipper.
Mm-hmm.
Now, I'm not saying that I wasn't an arsehole after that, because I was, and I still am. I couldn't give a fuck, really. You know, I was an arsehole after that. And I did get the fucking slipper a few times, right? Now, it did teach me a lesson. I mean, I talk about it now and go, oh, it was nothing. Do you know what I mean? But it was at the time when you're fucking like 9, 10 years old. You get a slipper. It's a big deal. Especially when other people know that you've just got the slipper because you walk back into class holding your fucking arse cheeks, right? And I don't think I've grown up that bad. I mean, I am a bit of a cunt, right? I am, and I can be. Do you know what I mean? But I don't do. But I don't do that purpose. I don't do that just to anybody. I'm only an arsehole to people that deserve it, or people that are an arsehole to me. Right? I try and be a decent person. I try and be a polite person. And I treat everybody
with everybody else.
You grew up respecting your elders. All right, Roger.
Yes, we did. Yeah, we did.
Oh yeah, I mean, yeah. Roger and Tina would tell you I always respect them.
Yeah. You grew up with that respect. If you didn't, you got a slap in the back of the ear.
But all of us here have done work, all of some kind. We've all done work. We paid our taxes. We paid our dues. The national insurance part of our pay packet is to pay towards your poor health when you get older. You pay into a pension scheme. It's not a bloody benefit that people keep saying. I pay a bit. The government pay a bit. It's not me dragging money down from the state. I've paid for that. This new generation of Gen Z, right, they're not going to pay into national insurance or taxes or the pension schemes. They don't want to get a bloody job. So what do they think is going to keep them alive in the future when they get older? Nothing.
Well, I say us. Hopefully I'm working in the future. But yeah, the people that are working.
Summer working on the farm. You know, at Christmas you'd be out with turkey plucking. You know, and that was 12
turkey
years
what? Turkey what, Roger?
With a P.
Oh, sorry, mate.
My best days was in the snow. If you remember, Roger, the snowfalls that we used to get, building a go-kart, going down the frigging hill, coming off, covered in bruises, and going back and do it all over again. So we didn't give a shit back in the day. And also getting the sled out when it was snowing, find the biggest hill you could come down, fall on out the other end and start laughing.
Yeah. But you don't even see many kids do that these days, you know, because they're so wrapped up in their technology that they don't want to go out and experience things like we used to when we were younger.
Well, they're banning some parents are banning their children from hockey. They're banning them from rounders. They're banning them from cricket, and they're banning them from all these sports because it's too dangerous.
Yeah, I used to get on my BMX, right? It was a BMX, had no gears, okay? So I used to be fit, right? So I used to be able to get on a BMX and ride it without something with gears, right? It was the same gear the whole time. But I used to go out on my BMX, me and my friends, we'd ride 6 or 7 miles to Hadley Castle, okay? Which is it's a castle that's most of it's fallen down. There's a few bits there. But we used to ride to Hadley Castle 6 or 7 miles away from our house. And do you know what? Nobody would give a shit. Nobody would care. What I mean by care is nobody would be worried about us being out that time. But we would go and find things to do. Granted, a lot of the times the things we found ourselves doing involved us being taken home by the fire brigade or the police. But it was never anything serious. It was never anything serious, you know.
Who went out scrumping? Who went out in the farmer's field scrumping for apples? Pears and
we had all that shit in our back garden. We got a pear tree, 2 apple trees, a crab apple tree, a plum tree, a cherry tree, a green gage tree, and a cooking apple tree, all in our back garden.
We used to come home peppered with salt from the farmers.
Yeah,
they used to have shotgun cartridges filled with salt. and shoot you when you was up the fucking trees.
We are the hard generation that grew up basically most of the time on our own. My dad used to watch the football on a Saturday, so my mum would give us sandwiches made of jam usually, and a couple of bottles of squash. I was 10 years old looking after my youngest brother, who's only 2, in a pushchair, and we weren't allowed to go back from 9 o'clock till 5 p.m. at night. We had to make our own entertainment.
Yeah, what's for lunch? What's for lunch, Mum? Sugar and shit sandwiches. These days, it's what's for lunch, Mum? Oh, anything you want. And you've got 3 kids, and all of them want something different. Yeah, all of the kids want something different, and the mum goes, "Yeah, okay, I will spend the next hour in the kitchen making you all different somethings." Whereas when I was growing up, it's what's for dinner, Mum, the same as every fucker else. That's what's for dinner.
Exactly. If you don't want it, you can go out and have a breakfast tomorrow.
No, not for us. No. We had to sit at the table until it was gone. My mum would only reheat it once, okay, to warm it up. And if we didn't eat it after that, we'd be stuck at that table till it was fucking bedtime.
Yeah.
There.
What
was your mum's favourite words? Mine was, "You will eat it before it will eat you."
Well, see.
My mum's favourite words, Joe, I can't even remember. I genuinely can't remember.
My mum's favourite words were, you know, when we used to roll our eyes at our parents when we're being told off and chastised. My mum's favourite words were, "Take that look off your face or I'll slap it off." And that was her words, because I was given the rolling of the eyelids. So
the only thing I can remember, and I don't think it was a favourite word, was "Stop crying or I'll give you something to cry for."
Yeah, that's another one.
But
I am on an hourly basis, not a daily basis.
Yeah. And I can remember the punishment from my mother was not to hit us on the back of the ass. She'd lift up the bottom of our feet and give us a smack with a ruler. That used to smart like hell.
So, get hit with a rabbit stick.
What?
Really?
Until I was big enough to throw it up.
Oh yeah, a wooden spoon.
Well done, wise mouth. Off the bottom of
It was just good times. You learned to respect your parents. You respected your neighbours. I grew up where you didn't even need to lock your front door. Every neighbour knew you. Every neighbour kept an eye on you. They watched what you were doing. If you could go down the high street in the city here, what are you doing out this late at night? You need to get yourself back home. We're going to contact your father. And it's like, oh crap.
My father's Tom's was like a liller, but I remember I only ever got slapped once in my life with him. But I remember one of my brothers, he gave him a good slapping. Because he was a mechanic, he lifted the fan belt of a car. And he lowered under me, and one of my brothers, whatever he did that time.
Sorry, I just want to say good night to Jenny, Jenny Wynn, and to Scott. So good night, guys. Take it easy.
Take care, Jan.
Good night.
Sorry, guys. Sorry.
I used to get asked, Wesley, what was your first ever car when you were old enough to drive? And my sister used to give hers. My brother would say another one. I'd say whatever I could steal on the day.
My first car was a 1959 Austin A35 4-door saloon.
Wow.
Racing green.
I never wanted to drive cars. So, no, I drove motorbikes. So my first bike was a Triumph Tiger.
So your first car was already vintage then, Dan, at your age.
It was. Do you know what it was? It was my oldest brother had an Austin A35 van and a Comma. He had a Comma van as well. And my other brother had a Morris Countryman with the wood frames around the back windows.
Remember those?
And I liked all that shit. So I said I wanted my first car. I wanted to be an old car as well. But I remember my brother. I'm not going to say his name, but I'll say his first name. I remember my brother Ian. I remember him taking me out and a few of his friends, and we was in this Morris Countryman, and we went round the back of the airport where by where we grew up, and there's a gateway onto a golf course. So we went onto the golf course in his Morris Minor Countryman, and he was ragging it. And I mean, he was ragging it, and he was going up. He was jumping over the fucking sand pits and everything, bunkers and all that shit, right? And he ragged it silly. On the way back home, we come to a big roundabout right near where I grew up. And as we was going around the roundabout, the suspension arm on the passenger side popped through the fucking top of the wing. It just came through the top of the wing, and we was all like this in the car, leaning over because it just fucking came through. And he was going at a good enough speed to be able to get home. He only lived 150 meters, but it was fucking madness. But I always liked old cars. Because I like the way that people notice you when you're driving an old car, and lots of people wave at you when you're driving a classic car. And I liked that. I liked that kind of attention. I mean, I'm not an attention seeker or anything, but you know, that's why I've got a YouTube channel, because I'm not an attention seeker.
I never wanted to do
No,
cars.
not at all. Not at all.
Never wanted to do cars because I've had 2 car accidents in my lifetime. The second one almost killed my entire family. So, but my last bike was a Harley Davidson 1972 Sportster.
No,
but I had to hand over my license. I handed over my license, I think 20 years ago, because I damaged my arm. I've had 3 operations on it, and I couldn't control the bike, so I had to revoke my license myself. So
yeah, the 883 Sportster was the AMF one, and that was the worst one that Harley ever built.
Some of them are really bad, but yeah, I always was into motorbikes. I didn't want cars, so.
Can I just say, this is something I wasn't going to say, but I had a drink, and when I have a drink,
I'm gonna have to. I'm hovering over the remove button.
Make sure.
When I've had a drink, I kind of don't give a shit, so I'm going to say it anyway.
We know. We haven't noticed.
A month ago, I took my theory test. Okay. Now I had a license in the past. I lost my license, right? And do you know what? You can't prove anything, police. So fuck you. I have driven in the meantime, okay, without a license and all that jazz, right? But I don't give a fuck. I've done it, and it is one of them things. But nobody's got any evidence of it, so fuck them. But I decided, because of what's going on with my parents, I decided, well, I need to be able to get down here easier. Getting on the train is a fucking head fuck for me. It can really send me off on one, right? So I thought, fuck it. So I booked a theory test. I went for the theory test. I failed it, the first one, by 3 points. Just 3 points. And that was I smashed. I didn't smash. I think I got 40. What did I get? 47, I think it was, on the multiple choice, and I failed by 3 points on the hazard awareness. But I've done it again 3 weeks later, and I smashed it. I got one. I was 1 point off getting 100% on the multiple choice, and I got, what was it, Holly? 68. I think 68 out of 75 on the something like that.
Yeah, it was 67, 68, something like that.
Yeah, so I think I got 68 out of 75 on the hazard awareness. I absolutely smashed that.
Well done.
I can't remember how I got onto this subject now, but yeah, fuck. I don't. You know what? I don't even know where I'm going with this. I just wanted to boast that I smashed it the second.
Well, it's good. You'll get your car. You'll get yourself sorted out. Don't worry. Absolutely. It is better for you. It's better if you've got, issues with going on public transport. Like, I can't use public transport at all, buses or trains, because of my mobility issues. So basically, I have to rely on other people to take me everywhere by car. So luckily, I've got 2 carers that pop in, are friends of mine, and they'll take me wherever I need to go. So I'm quite lucky, really. So
yeah, public transport.
She's my carer when I need her.
So yeah,
she doesn't do cooking or cleaning, but she's great at wiping asses.
Excuse me, I do. I clean when I do the dishes when I come to yours, and no, I haven't cooked yet. I've cooked for myself, but I haven't cooked.
No, you haven't. So it's about time you fucking did.
Don't be burning the
I can't remember why. somebody was saying something, and then I thought
we were talking about cars.
You're talking about getting a car to go down to your mum's.
I just wanted to boast that although I failed the first one by 3 points, I smashed it, absolutely fucking obliterated the second one. And do you know what?
The thing is, though, he video called me. He video called me and made me read the results to him.
Oh, did he? Oh my God.
He video called and showed me it, and he was like, "What does it say? What does it say?" I was like, "You fucking nailed it."
I did the first one. See, the thing is, right, and do you know what? I was going to set up a channel to do this as well. I was going to set up another channel to explain, because they don't tell you. And when you go in for your theory test, you sit in front of your computer. They check your pockets and everything before you go into the room. It just in case you haven't had the theory test, by the way, but those who have will understand this. So you go and they check your pockets, they check behind your ears and in your ears to make sure you've got no listening devices or anything like that. But CJ Audits, I'm not your dad. Rephrase that if you don't mind.
It's like when you. Do you remember in school if you ever accidentally called the teacher mum?
Oh fuck yeah, you get rinsed.
Mum.
I'm only joking. I'm only fucking about. But yeah, so the first one, I went in and I read. I've done the multiple choice, no problem. I passed the multiple choice bit. It got onto the hazard awareness where you have to watch 14 videos, 14 short videos, and you have to click when the hazard is there. Now, what I didn't realise at the time, and I had to, and I've done this a second time because I looked into it. Fuck me, that's old.
My God,
do you know what that looks like? It looks like an old fucking ration book.
It does, doesn't it? You are showing your age there, Paul.
That was my father's very first one. He could drive anything right up to an army tank, and he never did it.
I'll tell you what, Paul, you look like your old man. Fucking hell.
You do. Even I thought it was you in your younger days. Sorry.
Yeah. And do you know what, Paul? The Irish driving license over there.
Oh my life!
You used to be able to have 3 provisionals, and your 4th one was automatically a full one.
That was UK.
Test. And I know that because my dad used to renew his every year for the first 3 years.
Wow!
When we used to go over there on holiday. And his 4th one was a full one. And then when he came back off of holiday the 4th year, he changed it over to an English one over here. He drove all his life and never ever took a test.
Yeah. My father was the same. He was a mechanic all his life. He could drive anything. His insurance was £74 for the year.
You know. Well, I mean, I've had to do mine seriously, but I've had to do mine simply because my mum and dad need help. And although my sisters and brothers drive, and can take them places, again, my sisters and brothers work, and they can only do it on their days off. And if my mum and dad need something urgently, they've literally got no way of getting it, which is why I'm down there at the moment and going to see them. Not now, obviously, because I'm back home, as you can tell from the backdrop. But which is why I need to do things properly, because there's no way I'm taking my mum and dad out and I'm not fucking, legal to do so. No fucking.
That means with you driving though, Dan,
you can use it in an emergency for them as well.
Yeah, and you can also stop and start when you're not feeling well. Pull over to a diner. Go somewhere to have a bite to eat, refresh yourself. And that's the trouble with public transport. For me to get to London, it's 2.5 to 3 hours. And yes, they do priority seats, but it's the uncomfortableness of having to, because my leg has to be put up because of the metal plate below my knee. I have to put my leg up, and I can't on a train. So it's just impossible.
We're not far from the bus stop, the nearest one that we can't. We have to have a car because we struggle to walk up to the town to the nearest bus stop.
Yeah. I've got a bus stop across the road from me, but I can't get on the bus because it's just too dangerous because I'll fall over.
Your leg makes you uncomfortable. Other people make me uncomfortable. Honest to God, being on a train going through London, I have a meltdown. I should be able. The amount of times I've been down there, I should be able to read a map, a tube map. and I should know where I'm going, but I don't. That information will not sit in my brain. It will not stay there. So
well, remember what I told you about passenger assist, all right? If you want to go up again by train,
I know
use
that.
passenger
I know
assist.
that, but I'd to be honest, I'd rather fucking drive, to be honest, because when you drive, you're on your own. You've got no fucker about. It's just you, and you can handle that. On the trains, when I was coming back from Rev Simon Sideways for the first time, I had to phone. Was it you, Holly, or Roger? I can't remember now. But I had to phone because I couldn't the train was delayed. Some fucking irresponsible twat jumped on the track. I mean, obviously not thinking about other people, wanker. But I couldn't deal with it. I had to phone, and I had to drink the rest of the brandy that I had in my bag because I couldn't fucking handle it. But going down to London still, or going down to Essex, I still struggle with understanding the maps. And I go through, I always, every time I go to a person that works there and I said, what train do I need? And they tell me where to go. And literally 10 seconds later, I can't remember where they said. And sometimes I've walked around tube stations for an hour before managing to find the platform that I need. And I'm number one, embarrassed. Number two, my anxiety is through the roof, so I can't talk to people. I've walked around with a lump in my throat, almost ready to cry, because I don't know where I'm going, and I feel lost and I feel isolated. I can't talk to people, and that's one of the issues from my mental health.
It's very overwhelming, though, and the problem is when you're in that situation, your brain just shuts down. And you can't take in that information that you need and in order to process everything. I'm the same. I hate public transport.
Rationality goes out the window. Rationality goes. You know that all you need to do is go back and speak to somebody and ask them, somebody that works there. But your rationality goes out the window. Number one, you're like, shit, that person's going to see that I'm having a breakdown. How embarrassing. Number two, it's shit, I've got to go and talk to somebody, and I can't talk to somebody that I don't know, in that situation. On here, and this is what's difficult for people to understand, on here, I'm in control. At any time, I can end this live stream. But I'm not in a situation where I'm face to face with somebody.
So can Ollie.
Yes, that's true. But
shall I press the big red button?
I'm not in a situation where I have to be face to face with somebody. I don't have to be here. I do this off my own back, and I'm in control. At any time, I can say, that's it, live stream's over, see you later, fuck you, bye-bye. I can do that, and I know, and I'm comfortable because I know I can do that.
And not only that, you're in your own place. You haven't got the hustle and bustle of all the people, all the noise, the lights, the sound, the smells. That in itself, it's overstimulation. It is. I know exactly how that feels.
There's a lot of people that are mentioning in the comments at the moment that I have noticed, by the way. I'm not completely ignoring. There's a lot of people that understand that situation.
Yeah.
Missy Moon, Stepper Style, Michael Hancock, Simon Hume. There's so many equalizers. So many people understand what I'm talking about. I'm not just making shit up. You realise how difficult it can be. Now
it's chaotic.
It wasn't as bad. I've had this problem for a long time, but it wasn't as bad. But since the strokes, that has affected me more. Even if I can't, I don't like. Somebody said to me, no, it was Tina. Me and Tina, we had a chat on the phone the other day for what, 45 minutes or so.
Yeah.
And Tina was saying to me that there are there's when you travel, there are people that you can arrange to meet you and to help you.
That's what we did on the way to Western, wasn't it?
Yeah. You tell them you need passenger assist. They take you to the train as soon as you go through the ticket booth. All right. They get you on the train. They sit you in a priority seat, which is more comfortable. Then when you get to your destination, basically, they know you're getting off. You wait for passenger assist again. If you need to go to a taxi rank, they'll take you there, either on foot or they'll put you in one of their buggies they've got. And basically, other than that, they'll take you down to the tube. Now, and if you get an itinerary before you go, because I work with a lot of people with mental health issues, I've always told them to put a list of where you've got to go. So you give that to the passenger assist person that's picking you up. They will make every step very clear. That they'll put you on a train. When you want to come back, you tell them at the station you've got passenger assist. Someone else will help you the other end. That is the only way for a lot of people to travel that have got very bad mental health. And it does cool things down a little bit because they know how to get you there. And it's a free service.
One of the issues, though, Tina, is actually being in a position to be able to speak to people about that. One of the issues I have personally, and I don't know if anybody else has it, is being embarrassed about telling people that you don't know. I mean, I'm quite open on here, right? Everybody know, you guys know. I'm quite open, I think, on here, and I've told you things that I don't even need to tell you, but I fucking told you. But when you're dealing with somebody you don't know, like passenger, for example, passenger assist, I think to myself, well, if I turn up and I look like I look now, not now, but but if I look like I look, I don't look like I need any help. And I do know a lot of disabilities are hidden, but I turn up and I say, oh, I need help. In my head, I'm like, they're thinking, you fucking lying prick. You don't need fucking help.
You show them your ticket. Your ticket is marked with a passenger assist on it.
But it bothers me telling people because I think they're going to think that there's fuck all wrong with me.
No, they don't, because they don't judge. They are specially trained people to deal with all types of health issues.
But that's a rational way of seeing it. Holly will understand this. When you don't look at it in that rational way. You look at it as these people are going to be fucking mocking me behind my back, or these people are going to be thinking there's fuck all wrong with me, or these people are going to be thinking, I'm fucking laying it on, and that's what takes up your conscious thinking rather than the fact they're going to help you. And
they will. They're very caring people. They're very calm. They stay. I mean, Dot went to Manchester and they got golf buggies up there. So she got on the back of this golf buggy and got took to the actual taxi rank. She thought it was quite fun.
Those thoughts, though, as well, that then contributes to the anxiety, and then you start getting flustered, which then adds to the anxiety and adds to the, oh my god, people are looking at me now, what the fuck do I do? And it's horrible. It's really, really horrible.
Just imagine getting anxious about being anxious. It's a fucking vicious circle. You get anxious about being anxious that makes you fucking anxious.
That's why I used to be
I used to be like that with panic attacks. I used to panic. I used to pre-panic over the possibility of what happens if I have a panic attack. And then I'd have a panic attack because I was panicking over having a fucking panic attack, and around and around and around in the circle that you go. And it's irrational, and we know it's irrational, but you can't control that.
You can't control it. No, you can't.
Yeah, well, I was anxious when me and Dan went down to the Revs, but that was literally because I hadn't been on a bloody train for 30 years.
But the good thing is, Roger, and the same as me, the good thing when you're with somebody that you know, it alleviates so much fucking pressure because that person you're with can think with generally can think with a more rational mind.
Especially when the first person traveling with you gets off the train and starts taking the piss out of the police before he gets on the next one.
Well, there is that. Yeah, but I mean, look at when we got on the train on the way back. We was talking to people, weren't we? But that's because we were safe. We felt safe in each other's company. Knowing that nobody was going to come and interact with us as such, unless we were interacting with them, and we were taking a piss out of people. That was our way of dealing with it, weren't we? Yeah. We were taking a piss out of people. We were taking a piss out of ourselves. And I think we got
a YouTube star.
Yeah, that was the weekend.
Yes, we did.
YouTube famous.
That's right. There was a woman, wasn't it? I remember a woman on the train. I remember a woman who got up. I think we was all waiting to get off at the time. And I'm sure you said that I was YouTube. I'm sure you told her.
Yeah, I said, mate, wait for him because he's YouTube famous.
And it was funny.
Yeah.
The thing is, I know Roger and I trust Roger and I know I can be okay with Roger. And that's why I felt more relaxed in that situation. But when you go on your own, you're fucked. You've got nobody but this up here, that voice up here. And that voice up here is fucking powerful. More powerful than anything else.
It is.
Yeah, is a bastard.
Yeah. That's why I don't like public transport myself, because there's no concern. If they can't see what's wrong with you, I mean, I've got a walking stick I've got to use. I've got a bad leg where I've got a metal plate screws below my knee where it's shattered, and I limp. And people still try and bump into me on a fucking tube or on a bus, basically, because they just don't give a shit. They're just whack into my leg, and that's why I don't go on buses now. It's too dangerous. You know, I've been pushed over in the high street. I even got somebody try and tip me out of a bloody wheelchair because they thought it was funny.
Snake Daniel.
But if you get a car down, it'll make you feel so much better traveling because you can stop when you need to when you feel anxious.
And not only that, when you're driving, if you get diverted, you've got a sat nav. See, I drive everywhere with my sat nav.
Yeah,
but if I get diverted, if there's traffic or if there's roadworks, the sat nav will reroute me. Whereas if you're traveling on a train and they're like, well, that's been cancelled, so you've got to go and get this train, but you've got to go to that station, and you're just like, oh. I mean, look at what happened when I came back down from Scotland. We got to Preston, and this train, it stopped at Preston, and there was no more changes or anything. No, there was a change at Crewe, and it stopped at Preston, and we were there for about 5 minutes, and then all of a sudden it just came over the announcement saying, sorry, this train's now been terminated because we haven't got a driver anymore. And I was like, whoa, hang on, well, what do I do? Because if I miss my connecting train at Crewe, that's the last one back to my town. What do I do then? How do I get home? And I went into meltdown. I didn't know what the hell to do. It was horrible.
You can plan. I mean, my planning's shit anyway, right? But planning and following a journey is completely different. Two different, very different things. Okay, you can plan a journey when you've got mental health if that journey goes to plan. As soon as something changes within that journey, your head disappears right up your arsehole to the shoulders, and you are like, what the fuck do I do? Even if everybody else can see what to do and it's very blatant to them, for somebody with mental health, it's your head just explodes and you are like, oh my God, I'm fucking stuck. I'm lost. What can I do? Everybody else is off to the next platform that they need to get on, and you're standing there going, what do I do? What do I do? What do I do?
Yeah. And if you do get stuck like that again, if it's not your fault that the train has been delayed or you've missed a connection, they have to pay for a taxi to get you where you need to go.
Yep.
At their expense, not yours.
But again, these things are in place. But for somebody that's got, somebody that suffers from major anxiety on public transport, that won't even come into your head. It won't come into your head that if I miss the train because I don't know where I'm going, it's okay. I'll get a taxi, and they've got to pay for it. All that goes through your head is, I'm in the middle of nowhere. Nobody around here knows me. Nobody can come and get me. I'm fucking lost. I'm stuck. What do I do? And that just snowballs into major fucking issues.
But that's where train services are never challenged very often by people. I had a guy that he came down to Devon on the trains, and it got delayed at Bristol because there was a breakdown further in just before it went to Bristol station. And he was kept run out, and he's got mental health issues. He's got anxiety, and they had to pay for a taxi to come down to Devon from Bristol because the trains were blocked off. And when he got back to Wales on his return, I contacted the railway service, and I said I want his ticket reimbursed. Now, we expected maybe to get a £5 or something, just a little bit of a bonus. They paid him his entire ticket back of 93 quid.
Yeah.
So I was like, wow.
I think it's called delay repay or something like that.
Yeah.
But yes, if it's any more than 15 minutes that you're delayed, you can claim money back on your ticket. But the problem is, yet again, and it's great information, and I thank you for bringing it up. It's great information that people can use. But for somebody that suffers with mental health and anxiety and stress and all that kind of stuff, that just goes out your head. When I was coming back from Simon Sideways for the first time, Roger and Holly will be able to tell you that we got stuck for about 3/4 of an hour before we got to Bristol because some inconsiderate twat had jumped on the tracks, and I don't know whether they killed themselves or not, but they jumped on the tracks. Okay, now, as sad as that is, I wasn't thinking about that. I was thinking about me. I was thinking about how the fuck, what's going on. I'm stuck on a train now that's not going anywhere. People are trying to talk to me. I don't want to talk to people that I've got no control over. I'm stuck. I'm in a seat. I'm stuck opposite somebody who might want to talk to me. And if they want to talk to me, my anxiety is going to fucking blow up and go through the roof. I'm then going to look a cunt, and that person's going to think bad of me. And that anxiety
about missing connections and
that just snowballs. And that's the problem that I have. Not everybody has that problem. Some people do, and I would never even think about it if I hadn't suffered it myself. Lots of people will just get on a train. The train gets delayed. Who gives a shit? Do you know what I mean? I know what I'm doing. I'll get to where I'm going eventually, and I'll be able to do this, that, and the other. But for somebody like myself, you're just going into panic mode, and it's fucking horrible. Yes, mate. Sorry, Paul. Go on, mate.
No, it's just something where you're in the subject that just at that particular point you're wrong. Oh, please forgive me for asking this here. What would you be feeling like in a traffic jam down the M6 from Preston to Birmingham, sitting stop, start, stop, start, stop, full stop for 3 hours? And you're not prepared for it. If you haven't water there for a day like it's been with the heat, or bad weather, if you're not prepared with a blanket or anything in the back of the car, because you don't know what happens.
And it's a good question. Absolutely, very good question. I would feel more relaxed being in a car, knowing that I can still get to where I'm going because I'm in control.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Rather than being on a train. Being on a train, you if there's an issue like that, you might have to change train. You might have to get off the train and go and find another train and get on that train and go somewhere else.
Yeah.
That is what sets my anxiety off. Being on my own in a vehicle, for example, or even being with somebody else in a vehicle. If I'm driving, I know that even though I can't control the traffic, I can control whether I get to my destination or not.
Yes. You're in your own environment.
It's very different.
Nobody else can get in that car with you unless you allow them to.
Yeah. So it's a very good question. I hope I've answered it properly, but it's a very good question. And it's a valid question. But I would feel far more comfortable being on my own. Even if I got stuck in traffic, I'd be far more comfortable knowing that I'm still in control of whether I reach. Okay, granted, other people might crash into me and kill me or whatever, but I'm in control at that moment. I'm driving, so I know that I'm not going to stop somewhere and say, I now need to find another way of getting to where I'm going. Does that make sense?
Yeah,
it does. I respect that answer big time. I respect you being, man, you know what I've been like? I told you, wagon driver for 34 years, up and down. I've always carried cookers. I've had a fridge. I go anywhere. I go prepared, but car drivers aren't prepared. If you know what I mean. There's a lot.
You're right. I mean, I mean, okay, looking at me in person, you wouldn't think so, but I can go a day without eating.
If you're going to travel long distance, have an emergency kit in the car behind you, like some food, some bottled drinks. That's the things you have to keep in your mind when you're traveling. If it's cold, make sure you got some blankets behind you. If you can buy one of these USB electric blankets, you can keep yourself warm. All those kind of things are important to remember.
Why is things like that not in the theory test to get it and
Well, I think there is a rule in the highway code where you're supposed to have an emergency kit in your car.
Yeah,
I think.
I think that would probably, and I might be wrong, but I think that stuff like that would probably be in your practical. Like in the practical, they've now changed it to be able to use sat nav, for example. Now, sat navs aren't always accurate, so why they put that in your practical, I think is a fucking ridiculous idea. I would prefer to use a map than sat nav.
But if you can use a map on PIP, you would not get the mobility component because you can plan a journey.
Well, yes, true. But I'm just I would prefer, you know, let's say I wasn't on disability. I would prefer to, like my dad. My dad used to, you know, back in the day when there was no sat nav, my dad would pull out the fucking, you know, big atlas, which was about 16 inches fucking tall, and he'd open it up and he'd go, right, where are we going? And he'd work it out in a few minutes. He'd go, right, we're here. That's where we've got to go. That's, you know, blah, blah, blah. I would prefer to be able to do that.
I used to have pace notes.
Yeah. If you are traveling on public transport, remember one thing. It is a contract. You have paid for that fare. They are not allowed to leave anyone abandoned under any circumstances in the United Kingdom if you have paid for that ticket. So they have to get you to your destination no matter what, at their expense.
I need to go for a piss, but before I do, I just want to respond to Craft's comment there. The person who jumped on the track isn't inconsiderate. They have mental health problems and they could not see a way forward other than to commit suicide. What I was trying to do there was not make light of the fact that somebody had potentially, because I don't know whether they committed suicide or not. All I know is what the train driver said over the tannoy, and is that somebody was on the track. Now, whether they committed suicide or not, I don't know. But all I was trying to do was make light of a situation that I found very stressing, very distressing. Yeah. Sometimes, unfortunately, although some people don't like it, sometimes you need to make light of situations in order for yourself to understand it and be able to deal with it. And that's how I react to that situation. I don't know if the person killed themselves. I just know somebody was on the track, which is why I make light of that situation. If I knew the person had died, if I could say somebody died on the track, I wouldn't make light of that situation. But because all I know is that somebody was on the track, and I use inverted commas because I don't know how they ended up on the track. That's why I make light of that situation, because it's how I deal with it. So I just wanted to make sure that.
Minute, guys, I'm just going to step out to the ladies' room, right?
No worries. I just wanted to make sure you understood that, and I wasn't taking a piss out of somebody that potentially had killed themselves, because I wasn't. It's just the way that I deal with it. Guys, I need to go for a piss as well. I'm not going to.
Wait a minute. You two are going together. That's not dodgy.
I'm not going to meet Tina in the toilet. Okay.
No, because she said she was going to the ladies.
Yes, exactly. She's going to the ladies. I'm going to the unisex.
Dodgy.
I easy one to see. It's the one with the glory hole in the wall.
I will be back in just a few moments. I will leave Roger and Holly in charge.
Oh, well. Pandemonium.
Oh, wrong button.
He's forgotten how to job.
Here, I hope you don't.
I mean, what Dan was saying there. I mean, I could see when we met up at Bristol, because we came in on different trains. As soon as I met him on the station, you could see he started to calm down, because he knew he was meeting me there, and he knew we had the rest of the journey, you know, with the two of us. And the same coming back. He didn't have to change until he got to Birmingham on the way back, and we managed to jump in a carriage where there was only one table with two single seats and not doubles. So as soon as we walked in, I just literally threw the bags on them as, right, that's where we're staying. We're sitting there. But yeah, he doesn't panic. it's different scenarios go through your mind. That's
Roger.
Yes,
you would remember if you'd away somewhere on an airplane or a coach or even a train, people used to actually sing. And it come for everybody in a different sort of way. Even whenever we went out spud gathering as a kid, people used to sing songs way back in the 70s.
We used to have it when we used to go over to Sligo. You know, even on the plane, you'd have a 3-piece Cayley band, and they'd get the guitar and a squeeze box out of the top of the bloody cupboards.
Yeah.
And they'd have a good old same on the ferry.
But you wouldn't get that in Birmingham.
Well, there's none of that. There's nothing of that anymore.
No.
No matter
Well,
where
nobody's
you go.
happy. No, nobody's happy anymore since COVID. I think it's divided people. It's made people insular. They're too scared to talk to their neighbours. This is what division is. They're trying to divide us all, and that was done by the shutdown.
And it's not only COVID though. It's not only the COVID thing though. It's that person could be a murderer. That person could be a rapist. Oh my God, that man's looking at me. He's going to kill me. You know, shit like that. It's like, fuck off.
Exactly. People have now become so paranoid. They don't talk to people. I live in a street which is mainly elderly.
They're like this.
Yes, mainly elderly in my road. We got 2 schools, but the elderly are in their 70s, 80s. One's 92, an ex-World War II vet, you know, and he's quite a cheeky chappy, you know, when I talk to him. We don't go in each other's houses, but I always make sure they're okay. I always make sure they've got enough food coming in. I have a chat with them, talk to them about showing them how to use computers. That was the fun part with half a dozen adults in my house in their 80s and 90s, teaching them how to use a tablet. That was fun for 12 months, but I still did it. And now they're whizzes on it. They love talking to their relatives abroad. But that's the community we've lost. People don't trust anymore. They've stopped that. They basically, you know, it's been taken away by government.
You grew up, people's front doors were never bloody closed tight. Yeah.
Yeah. Never locked your doors. I never did. I was one of 10 children. So a lot of the neighbours knew that my mum and dad only had one wage coming in. So the nice neighbours used to come home with a tray of roasted potatoes on a Sunday, extra food. They'd help my family out. That's how we were back in the day. I miss that.
Look, sure, you got even down south there in Ireland. And that's how laid back that country is. And now look at the way, let's say, was protesting there at the start of the week, like, because of the migrants, everything.
It's bad.
That's not bad. It's fucked. Excuse my language. It's fucked.
Yeah, it is. I agree. It is.
Yeah.
We've got migrants in our city. They're causing chaos in the high street. Now, we are the capital of Devon. My city is Exeter, and it's a beautiful city. It's one of the oldest in the area. But you can't even go into the high street now without being attacked. 2 young girls were literally sexually assaulted in broad daylight. And the police were so late in coming, they can't find out who done it. Plus half the cameras are missing, so they can't identify anybody. 2 teenage girls got assaulted.
There's one cure for the whole fucking lot of it. Everybody in the country, every village, every fucking town, in your own areas, call a strike, you walk out at a certain time and you stay out for 3 fucking hours. And you bring it all to a shutdown. See if the police can fucking police that.
They couldn't.
Exactly. Farmers down the motorways at a time on their fucking tractors. Slow it down. Bring the country to a fucking standstill.
People won't. They're too scared to react. The confidence is gone. That's the way I've been reading things from people that I see and talk to. They've locked.
All you need is to start a fire. You only need to make a spark.
But nobody's interested. The governments, the local elections were recent. Now, we've had a Labour council in the city for 50 years. They're the most corrupt I've ever come across. Dodgy deals and all sorts, spending money. Nobody wants to vote them out because it's the comfortable thing they're used to. It's the pensioners that keep them in. But until they make those changes and stand up to it, they're never going to change. It's never going to change.
Guys, I just need to interrupt.
Daniel, what are you doing?
First of all, somebody asked me what my T-shirt says. This is what my T-shirt says. Secondly, Crafts and police corruption just said that's it. That it certainly is, Tina Chave. Exeter is gorgeous as far as architectural stuff is concerned. I actually thought that comment said that it certainly is. Tina Chave is gorgeous as far as architectural stuff is concerned.
You've had too much to drink, Dan.
That's
time to bed. Time to bed.
Well,
I'm
come
sorry,
on, people. Me and Tina's age, we are turning into the modern day relics, aren't we?
Yeah, we are.
Relics of a bygone age.
Please forgive me.
I'll be 63 in July, but I'm reversing it, so I'm going to be 36. So fuck everybody else that doesn't like it. Up yours.
Good girl.
And I'm dyeing my hair red again because I'm not going to go grey. I'm sick of people saying, "Oh, you got nice grey hair." Fuck that! I just bought some dye. I'm doing that tomorrow.
See, this is the thing, right? When you reach a certain age, people do say, "Oh, you've got lovely grey hair," but when you start going grey at, say, at this age, people are like, "Oh my God, haven't you got so many greys?" It's like, hang on a minute, it's not fair.
My eldest sister, she's starting letting her grey grow out now. She's actually turned around the other day. She come round to see my parents, and she went, or last week or whatever it was, she goes, "Oh yeah," she goes, "I'm letting the grey come out." She goes, "I'm going to see what I'm like grey." I'm like, "Oh fucking hell!" I'm trying to hide mine. I dye my hair. I mean, you can see that I dye my hair because it's grey here on the short bits and brown here. I don't give a fuck if you can see that I dye my hair because
I haven't dyed my hair in over 10 years.
My children said, "Well, how are you going to grow old?" I said, "Disgracefully. I'm not going to be there to please anyone. I'm going to piss every fucker off. That's for sure.
Yep.
I'm going to be a bitch on wheels.
Absolutely.
I'm not going to follow the norm. I'm sorry. If they don't like it, they can kiss my ass."
But it is what it is, isn't it? Let's face it. It is what
I'm going to live. I've had people say to me, I wear a lot of EMP clothing, which is skull clothing, and I got trousers with skulls and stuff on, all that kind of stuff. And they keep saying,
we have a Mrs. W takeover. We have a Mrs. W takeover.
They say to me, "Why do you wear clothes like that? It's what I've always worn. I'm a biker, so screw you."
Roger, you've changed.
I only came to say that's the advantage of being blonde.
That's called hair.
Blonde, nice.
There you go. Now it's slap head.
That's me. That's my colour.
Paul, do you want me to send you the number? Do you want me to send you the number for my surgeon?
The number for the surgeon. It's far easier kept now. It's just a razor.
That's very true. There was many times I raised my head, but when I started using a cutthroat razor, it was a lot harder than using the Gillette. Trust me. And it's very dangerous when you're in the bath trying to shave your balls with a cutthroat. Fucking hell.
Oh my God, he had to go there, didn't he? He had to go there.
No, you get down there and you think about what you have done. No. You stay there. Oh,
Tina,
right, well, you can now go down there.
You were speaking earlier. You were speaking earlier about slavery. This is only a contract for slavery. But what did everybody get at school, and they still get it today? And it's shut up, listen to me, do as you're told.
Yep.
Yeah, right.
My children spent a lot of time. My children spent a lot of time in detention for refusing to listen to a teacher that was behaving like a twat, and they tell them they were a twat. And I get called to school saying, "How are you raising your children?" They have an opinion. They're not just children. They're going to grow up into adults, and if they don't think what you're doing is right, they're going to fucking tell you.
School nowadays is just training to be a good little slave when you're older.
It is.
Wear your uniform. Wear your uniform. Conform. Do as you're told. Do this. Do that. Take your work home with you. Work.
That's all soldierized.
Yeah, it is. That's basically what it is.
I remember going up. Sorry, Heather, go on.
I was just going to say, and then I'm going to disappear. My daughter got detention for taking her homework in. went in day one and said her excuse was she didn't bring her homework in because it was in her bag and the cat pissed on it. And the teacher went, I think that's an excuse. So the following day, she took it in, covered in cat piss, and she got detention. How does that work?
Well, they don't like children that answer back, do they? They don't like that.
Teacher.
That's confidence. They don't like children.
I remember going into the school because it wasn't even my kid. It was my missus' kid, my youngest boy's mum. She had 4 children already. It was the eldest son. And I remember going into the school because I was tasked with going and dealing with the school for them. So I remember going into the school because the school made him take his shirt off and iron it in front of the class.
Wow.
And I was like, fuck you. That ain't happening. I mean, it happened, but it ain't happening again. So I went into the school and I kicked off at the fucking head teacher. And I lost my shit. I mean, don't ask me to remember what was said exactly because I can't remember. But I went in there and I lost my shit with the head teacher that they had made a 14-year-old take his shirt off in front of the class and iron it.
Why? What was that? What was their reasoning?
Well, don't get me, because the shirt was a fucking it was a creased mess. Now, don't get me wrong. I was going to work at the time at 5 o'clock in the morning. I was working on the dust carts at the time, so I was leaving at 5 o'clock in the morning to get to the fucking yard and get out doing the job. Now, I had no input into the kids going to school. She had all that. That was her job. Yeah. He went into school with a shirt that was as creased as fuck. And it was creased. It was very bad. I'm not going to fucking, I'm not going to make excuses. It looked like shit. But there's no way at a school, a teacher should say, right, you take your shirt off half naked in front of the class and fucking iron it. But that's what they did.
That's awful.
And I lost my shit.
I don't blame you because bullying is a very bad thing. So most schools these days got bullying posters everywhere, but they don't follow it. My daughter has always had long ginger hair. She had a girl at school that literally got a pair of scissors and took a chunk out the back of her hair and cut her neck. So I had to go into the school. I asked for the parents to be brought in. The headmaster wanted my daughter to sign a mediation contract between her and the person that's just cut her neck. And I said, no, I've called the police. They're on their way. And they said, what did you do that for? We deal with bullying in the school. You don't do shit. So I'm telling you, the police are on the way. She's cut her skin. I'm not having this. So they came in. The mother was there. Can we negotiate? They can shake hands and be friends. She's not going to be friends with that girl. And I'm going to tell you, no, she does it again. She's going to punch her lights out because I've trained her how to do so. I said, so you can back off. The police took the girl away and she got charged. And her mother got charged for not teaching her the right way to do things. She was charged with assault.
My eldest brother got kicked. My eldest brother went to a high school, like a proper high school for the cleverer kids. You get 2 types of school, didn't you? You go to people that get a shit score and they're fucking 11 plus.
I'm sorry. Can we see the puppy? We need to see the puppy.
He looks beautiful.
We need to see the puppy.
Oh my god! Look at his eyes, gorgeous.
But where's its nose? Did it run into a wall?
Shut up, Daniel.
That's beautiful.
Don't take the piss out of the puppy.
It's beautiful. Oh, bless.
And she's not a puppy.
Every dog is a puppy. Every dog is a puppy. All of them. Okay, they're all puppies.
They behave like puppies most of the time.
Right. Yeah,
yes,
Loper is French.
Anyway, well, fuck the dog. Who gives a fuck about that? Anyway.
Danny,
who had a good high school?
Danny, anything's possible at the moment.
I am taking away your privileges, you, in the fucking polka dot dress. Holly's wearing a dress, by the way.
I'm an actual girl.
Nice.
I'm a girl today.
Lovely.
I'm wearing a dress.
In high school, bullying got worse. So both my children, alongside what I learned, I took them to Kempo, martial arts. And the first day they went to school, a guy tried bullying my sister. They both looked at each other. So when I took the camper van up one day, I said, get your uniforms on, get them off in the van and put your gis on. We're going straight to the club. When my kids got out with their gis on and their martial arts gear, these bullies backed down just by looking at them. And I said, don't piss about with them. Get your martial arts clothing on and said, "I'll sort it out."
My eldest brother got suspended from school because he got bullied on. He got bullied, right? My eldest brother. I mean, he's a big fucker now. He's like Grant Mitchell. That's what we used to call him. My two brothers, I won't say their names, but my two brothers, my eldest brother looked like Grant Mitchell. My youngest brother looked like Phil Mitchell. And then when Billy Mitchell came along, that's what they decided to call me because I was the third
I was
brother.
literally just about to say, does that make you Billy Mitchell?
It did for a while, yes. And it wasn't something I was proud of. But my eldest brother, this lad used to bully him and some other people. And my brother turned around one day and smashed him in the face, broke his nose. Right, proper fucked him up. My brother got the boot out of school for that, and it was in a high school. It was in a school for cleverer kids. As I said, you got school. If you do shit on your 11+, you go to a normal school, and then you've always got one or two fucking higher schools if you do well on your 11+. Well, he went to one of those higher schools, but he got booted out of that for a while because he smacked this fucking twat in the face and broke his nose because he used to bully people.
I mean, threatening the senior master.
Yeah,
he was going to give me 6 for the cane. I said that's way too much for what I've been doing because I had been naughty. I was out of order. I said 3's enough. He said, "Well, I'm going to give you 6." I said, "Well, on the 4th stroke, you're going to look like a fucking lollipop because that stick's going up your fucking ass." So he suspended me.
Sorry, Roger, I don't believe that. I think you said on the fourth stroke, if it hasn't given me an erection, then I'm going to have problems.
But it's how you handle yourself, and that's why I wanted my kids to learn martial arts, not to fight people, but to defend themselves and to defend others in the school that were also being bullied. And that's what it was done for. And they really appreciated me taking them through 5 years of training. They loved it. My son got to a brown belt, and my daughter got to a purple belt, and they really did enjoy it the years they had it. So it was worth doing. It's not about bullying because martial arts are not to be used to attack. It's defense.
No, you're not allowed to. You're not allowed to use. If you go out, if you was, I mean, this is why. When I'm not going to say his name, but many years ago, when I used to drink a lot on a weekend, I wasn't alcoholic, but I used to binge drink. Me and a good friend of mine, that I'm still friends with now, from Essex, we'd finish work, we'd get pissed in the bar at work, and we'd go back to his, we'd get changed, and we'd drink a bottle of vodka and a bottle of peach schnapps before we even left the house. Then we'd leave the house and we'd go to a fucking Weatherspoons and we'd buy a crate of Holston pills. Not one or two, but we'd buy a crate of Holston pills and we'd sit down on the table with a crate of Holston pills and we'd do as many of them as we fucking could. And we'd go out and I was a wanker back then. Again, this is not something that I hide from people. I've said this many times. I was an absolute wanker. I would go out and I would look for problems. I had a big chip on my shoulder and I would look for problems. And I was the kind of person that would go up to somebody I've never seen before or met before. And I'd go, "Did you call my mum a slag? Did you call my mum a slag?" And they'd go, "No, I don't even know you." And my next question would be, "So what, you calling me a liar?" So they couldn't get out of it. I would put them in a situation that they couldn't get out of. You either call my mum a slag or you're calling me a liar. Either way, I'm going to get into a fight with you. And that's what happened. Now, my friend was an amateur boxer at the time. He's disabled now, unfortunately, but he was an amateur boxer at the time. And we had a fight. This is when I nearly got locked up when my eldest boy was being born. This is what stopped me drinking for multiple years. Almost 10 years I stopped drinking because I nearly got locked up for 18 months because I took the rap for my friend because he would have lost his license because he was an amateur boxer. And as you quite rightly say, I know this is going around the houses a bit, but as Tina quite rightly said, you can't use the things that you learn in a street fight. Now, yeah, granted, you can protect yourself, but you can almost be guaranteed that if you ever use anything that you've learnt in protecting yourself, they're going to turn it against you and say, "Well, you fucking, you're a dangerous person because you know how to do this, that, or the other."
You will lose your license. It's taken away from you.
Yes,
Yeah, it's taken away from you.
They would have done that to my friend, and my friend would have been fucking beaten to fucking black and blue by his old man. So I took the rap for it. So as far as the police were concerned, out of the 9 people that started on me and him, and the 5 people we put in hospital, as far as the police were concerned, I had put all 5 of them in hospital, and I hadn't. You know, it was between us. But you're absolutely right. If you use the knowledge that you've learnt in defence through boxing or martial arts, then you're fucked for it anyway. So what's the point of fucking learning it if you're going to get fucked over for using it?
You won't be, because it's defensive tactics. When someone approaches you, the first thing you're taught in martial arts, if there's more than one, if there's 2, back yourself against a wall, then they got to come to you. And it's only defensive moves. You're pushing people away all the time. You're not striking. So that's what you do with martial arts training.
Tic Tac. Let me say, if the attitude that I had back then was fucking horrible. I was an absolute wanker. And I'll always, and you know, anybody on this channel that's watched it for any length of time will tell you that I've said this before. I'm not proud at the way that I behaved when I was younger. I had a major chip on my shoulder because I was adopted, and I thought that my parents didn't want me. At 3 weeks, let's put it this way: at 3 weeks old, I was left in a flat with a sister who was only a year older than me. Okay, while my real parents fucked off out for the night on the piss. So I was 3 weeks old. She was just over it. She was over a year old. My real parents fucked off out on the fucking lash and left us in a flat. We were taken away by social services. My sister was given to my granddad, my paternal granddad or maternal granddad, whatever. I was then fostered out of the family. So I had a major chip on my shoulder for my family not fucking wanting me, but wanting my sister. Okay. And I'm not having a go at you, by the way, TikTok, so don't take this the wrong way, please. I'm just explaining the situation, which sometimes I can get a bit emotional about, and you know, I you know, that can come across in how I speak, but I'm not having a go. But anyway, my parents just fucked off out one night, left me and my sister in a flat. My sister was allowed to stay within the family. I was fostered out completely. I grew up with a massive chip on my shoulder. You know, why didn't my parents want me? What was wrong with me? What did I do so bad that they didn't fucking like me at 3 weeks old? And that's what I grew up with. It took me many fucking years. It took me into my late 20s to get over that. You know, it took me into my late 20s to get over that fucking that issue that I had. And I, you know, again, I was an absolute wanker when I was growing up. I will never ever hide that fact. And if I could meet the people that I fucking had problems with back then, I would apologize to them. I genuinely would. Okay. It is what it is, though. You know, and unfortunately, or fortunately, whichever way you want to look at it, I was dealt with by the police and by the courts. It got to a point where I nearly went to prison for 18 months. Thankfully, I didn't. But that back then was enough to make me go, fuck it, I'm not drinking anymore. And I didn't for almost 10 years. I didn't touch a drop of alcohol for almost 10 years. I drink now because I'm in a bit of a better place. I don't go out to interact with people. That's one of the issues why I drink now. I don't go out to interact with people, so I'm not scared of how I'm going to react with people, you know. But you know, and I'm not trying to sit here going, oh, woe is me, give me some fucking sympathy, right? Because there are people that are watching this now that are in similar or same kind of situation or have been.
Well, you know my story with the family. I've told you that before in private, and so I know exactly where you're coming from. You know.
I mean, my point is that I was a cunt growing up. I now realise I was a cunt growing up, and I try not to be a cunt anymore. The only reason, or the only time that I'm a cunt now, and excuse my language, by the way, I say cunt an awful lot, but you should know that if you watch the channel. The only reason I'm a cunt now is if somebody's a cunt to me. You know, as I've said many times, and I said this earlier tonight, if somebody's a cunt, they're a cunt, regardless to who they are, what group they're associated to, what gender, what colour, whatever. I don't give two fucks. If somebody's decent, then they're decent. If they're an arsehole, they're an arsehole. And that's how they'll get treated by me. So, you know, and I hope people treat me the same way, because if I'm an arsehole to somebody, I deserve to be treated like an arsehole. But if they treat me like an arsehole before I've been an arsehole, then I will treat them the same way. You know, I try to be.
This is something.
Go on.
This is something. This is something me and Grumps were talking about earlier. People get a version of you dependent on how they are with you. So, like, if somebody says, if you hear somebody say Holly was a bitch to me, believe it, because they probably fucking deserved it.
And to be fair, Holly is a bitch.
There's nothing wrong with that, Dan. There's nothing wrong with that. I mean, you know, you got it when you're in school. Defense is a thing you have to learn anyway. So I went to high school and we had a championship boxer called Tony, and he decided to pick a fight with me. I said, "Okay, we'll see you over the fields at 4 o'clock." He come over. My mum had just bought me a white fluffy coat. And he came at me because I was into biking at the time. Didn't give a shit. I had all biker friends and I had rings on my fingers. He tried swinging and doing all of his fucking pose, and one shot to his nose and he was bleeding like a stuck pig and crying like a bitch on the fucking floor. And he was quite ashamed when he had to go back to school, saying a girl my size knocked 10 pounds of crap out of him. But I'm not violent. I'm a Buddhist. So that's why I went to martial arts, to teach me how to control my anger, how to stay peaceful, how to read the situation, being able to see if a situation was developing. I've still got a martial arts license now, but I can only practice Tai Chi because of my health. So I can't do the normal stuff. But I was trained in Aikido, weapons training, Judo, Jiu-Jitsu, Wado-Ryu, and Wing Chun. So that's my training.
Respect.
I just would say to Brian, listen, Brian, I don't say things because I want people to feel sorry for me. You know, if I did, I'd be like, oh, it wasn't my fault. Oh, I'm a fucking, you know, I'll do the narcissist thing. I don't. I was an absolute wanker when I was growing up, and I will never fucking deny that. You know, I was
a shit to only one group, Dan, and that was the police. I fucking hated those pigs when I was growing up, and I made them run around after me like a blue ass fly. I could tell. They never called me.
I don't want people to think. I don't want people to think that I'm doing the boo-hoo. Look at me. My parents gave me up at 3 weeks old. It happened. What happened happened. Okay, and I can't ever change that. I grew up with a chip on my shoulder that I never should have had, because I was brought up with a family who loved me and looked after me and gave me everything that I could possibly fucking want and need. Okay, within their fucking, you know, within what they could afford and what they could do. My real sister, I met her I met her 3 times. I needed to find out where I came from, because I was suffering in my early 20s with blackouts and dizzy spells. The doctor asked me if it was something that ran in the family. I didn't know, so I looked for my real family. I found I found my dad and my real sister. Again, I could sit here going, boo-hoo, woe is me. I don't. My real sister died within a year of me fucking meeting her for the first time, and I refused. After the 3rd time of seeing her, I kept putting her off and saying, no, I can't meet you because of X, Y, Z. Okay. Then she took a methadone overdose because she was a heroin addict, and she ended up killing herself. Okay. Now, I could have been in that situation. I'm not looking for sympathy. I'm not looking for, oh, sorry, Dan, I'm so, you know, blah, blah, blah. I don't want that shit. Okay. What happened, happened. Family that brought me up never introduced me to drugs. Don't get me wrong. I've done a few in my time trying them out. I'm not going to know about that. But, you know, I wasn't in the same situation that my sister was in. And I'm grateful for that. So I should never have had the chip on my shoulder that I had, but I did. And I treated people like shit back then.
But you have to remember, Dan, we didn't have the protection back then. We were on our own. We were thrown out into the world by our parents. Yeah. We were left to do our own devices. So it was survival. That's all it came down to.
My point is, I'm not proud of how I was back then. And
how many of us can say we are?
I dealt with things the way that I thought was the best way to deal with it.
Yes.
And unfortunately, it was the wrong way. And I can sit here, as I have many times, and said that I'm not proud of the way that I have behaved in the past. I'm proud of the way that I am now. I'm glad of the way that I am now, although some people don't like it. I'll be honest with you, Holly will tell you, I'll be honest with people, even if you don't want to hear what I've got to say. I'll be fucking honest with people nowadays, right? I used to hide all that shit. I never used to be as honest with people as I am now. I used to be an absolute asshole to people. But I'm proud of how I am. I'm thankful that the family that took me on, I'm still part of their family. Lots of kids get from pillar to post. I was put with one family and they're still my family now, and I fucking love them. I'm glad that I didn't have to go through the poverty and whatever it was that my sister had to go through, that she ended up having to become a heroin addict and take her own life and leave 3 children behind, which is fucking horrible, but it is what it is. I'm glad that I didn't have to go through that. And that's because of the family that took me on. But yet I still had a chip on my shoulder as I was growing up. And things that I did affected my parents, they affected my friends, they affected my family. And I'm not glad or proud of any of that shit. But I'm proud of the fact that I now can be honest with people the way that I am. I don't really care. I mean, sometimes I do. If they're a very good friend, I'm often a little bit more careful with the words that I use, but I will still be honest with people.
Yeah. That's it. If you can understand what you were to what you are compared to today. I was kicked out by my dad at 15 and a half years old on the street. Social services didn't give a shit. But it was a local policeman, even though I hated the police as a teenager, who got me a flat and got me a job because he didn't want to see me on the streets. And that's what developed my lifestyle then, to learn to respect different people. He didn't have to help me, but he did. He picked me up at a park and he said, I've got a landlord, let's get you a flat. Social services didn't give a monkeys. They came to my flat. I was under 16. They should have picked me up. They didn't want to know. So I said, well, screw you. I've had enough. I'll do it myself. And I've always been respectful to those every step of my life that weren't my family, strangers that helped me get through the horrors I went through. My dad was a DV perp. He used to beat crap out of me and used to beat the crap out of my mum. I'm one of 10 kids. And one day at 15 and a half years old, he was trying to burn her over a pot pan. I pulled him away and I knocked his 2 front teeth out, and that's how I got kicked out. But that made me stronger. That made me much stronger today than I ever could have been. Right, darling? So, yeah, I became a strong woman because of that, because I was determined that no other individual would tell me how to live my life. It was my choice. No one else's. No teacher, no policeman, nobody. I lived my life by my rules. And if you don't like it, don't come near me. I don't care. I'm not looking for popularity. I was a shit when I was younger, but only to the police. No one else.
Lo, just to respond to Lofa there. Sorry, it sounds like Paul or one of the boys wants to say something. I'm not sure, but I just want to say to Lofa that I was told when I went to see my sister buried, I was told that she'd taken a methadone overdose, collapsed in the bathroom, caved all the back of her skull in on the radiator in the bathroom, and lay dead on the floor for 3 days before one of the children, the eldest I think was 3 or 4 years old, before he managed to open the door and get out. And then one of the neighbours saw him and wondered why he was out, and then found my sister with the back of her head caved in. Again, I'm not saying this because I want sympathy. Okay, I don't. I don't come on here out going to people, oh, boo-hoo, woe is me. I'll be honest with you, and I'll tell you the shit that's happened or that is happening or that's going on or whatever. But I don't sit here asking for fucking any kind of sympathy or anything. But yeah,
experiences of life.
But the thing
drowning in the
that's
bath
like
is fucking hard.
if you hadn't have been through that, you wouldn't be the person you are today.
That's right. It does change you. It does.
Very true.
It makes you better. Yeah, it does make you better because you think about it. You do think about these things. That's why when I was young, I was 17, 18, and I got into Buddhism, and that turned my life around. And that's why I've done public service for the past 50 years and helping others for free, because that's who I am now. I'm a totally different person from my teenage years. So,
yeah, this is why I worry about the kids today. I mean, we led a different life to what they're leading. No, they aren't going to turn out anything like us. They're just going to be drones and zombies.
Yes.
Yeah.
Who don't want to work? Who don't want to work? By the way, who don't want to work?
That's all.
They don't want to work.
I'm no
That's
imagination.
what the government doesn't get. They do not get that by not making these 1.8 million children aged between 16 and 24 get a bloody job. They're not going to have the pensions paid for. They're not going to be paying into the tax system. They're not going to be paying into national health. That government relies on that money. So they're allowing this generation to kill those services.
Yeah. This is why I want this channel to do as well as Maya Tusi's, because I haven't got a pension fund.
You get a pension, even if you're on benefits, right? Even if you're on PIP, I've got one of my pensions I pulled down early. I was allowed to retire at 59 from the civil service. You all pay an insurance stamp.
Yeah.
So even on benefits, we're paying for NI.
But you get a state pension, which is less than people that get fucking job seekers allowance.
Well, you get two. So if you haven't paid in, right, you get two. One is the state pension, the other is pension credits. My ex-partner, my ex-Dave, he had not had a job in 22 years. I had 2 jobs to raise my family because he was a lazy asshole. So basically, I just said, that's it, I'm going to fucking work. So, and that I ran the family, basically. I was the head of the family. I was earning 60 grand a year doing the 2 jobs. We had a good life, okay? We had a really good life. So, but when he became pensionable, even though he'd never had a job in his life, he got the state pension and pension credits. He was on £1,700 a month, and he never paid into the system. How's that fair?
Well, it's not fair, is it? You know, it's not. And I mean, I dream. I don't. You know, this is one of the things that I think. I don't actually dream, but I think about me. You know, I'd like to meet somebody that has a good job, that can motivate me and help me get to a situation where I'm doing, you know, where I'm contributing to a family, for example. You know, if that means coming off of here completely, if that means coming off of here completely, then so be it. But I don't like the fact that I have to rely on benefits. I fucking hate the fact that I have to rely on benefits. It's horrible. It makes me feel worthless, you know, having to rely on the government. And this is one of the things that I tell people: you don't want to rely on the government. I don't want to rely on the government.
Once you start to rely on them, you're controlled by them. Then
yes, yes,
yeah, big time.
You know, at the moment,
Even though if you get PIP, right, we get PIP when we're disabled, okay, and you've got a small pension. If you were to take on a part-time job, but you think you're going to get more money in to help you out? No, because a friend of mine, her daughter just got a job, and she's on PIP. She gave up her ESA because she wanted to do a job. Now she's got to pay full rent, so she's worse off working than she was on benefit.
Yeah.
They've taken every part of her pay, took it into account, and she's getting 50p because she's on disability. 50 pence council tax rebate.
Yep.
Really? The more you earn, the more they take.
Yeah, of course.
The Lord giveth, and the government take away.
Of course they do. I think Guy Fawkes had the right idea. I don't give a shit who doesn't like that idea, but he had the right idea, mate.
Well, I said that on a Rishi Sunak post on Facebook the other day. I said, "What the fuck?"
I thought it was a right idea.
I said, "All you're doing is creating more rights, you prick."
The Houses of Parliament was for the common man and the common woman to work in, for the common people. And it was after Winston Churchill left, it became the rich man's hall. Nobody goes into that place if you're the common man or the common woman. And there was an MP down here.
You used to be able to plan with your pension, but they changed the age now so often that you can't plan for your retirement.
The new generation Z, which you've got now, they will never be allowed to retire. So what is the point of going into a pension scheme?
Exactly the same as a smoking situation. Okay, They've said that they've created a system now that will never allow people that don't smoke now to ever be allowed to smoke. And I think it will be exactly the same when it comes to the pension.
Yep.
Okay, there's going to be a time when certain people are born and they're never going to be able to claim their fucking pension before they're dead.
Yeah.
Well, they're going to be putting the pension up before I get to my pension age of 66. They're putting it up to 67, so I've got to wait another year. Within the next 5 years, the plan is to put it up to 70 to make you work until you're 70. How the hell are you supposed to enjoy your retirement when you're working till you're 70?
Yeah,
You're not allowed to enjoy your retirement. Remember, you're not allowed to enjoy anything. Listen, all you're allowed to do is what you're told. That's it. You're not allowed to have fun. You're allowed to enjoy yourself. You're not allowed to live.
I've decided if I win millions on the lottery, I'm going to buy an island and I'm going to invite everybody on there that I want to be around for the rest of my days. And we're going to go off fucking country. I'm going to buy an island. That's it.
Right. I'll see you there.
The cheapest island at the minute is £2,500.
Oh, where's that to?
It's just up the top of Scotland.
Yes. I've seen one of the ones near the Shetland Islands. It's a massive place. It's still got the original houses there. It was abandoned years ago. It's about 2 million, but it's got everything you need. It's got a helicopter port. It's got a post office. It's got 3 pubs.
There's one island. There's one island up there. I don't know if it's still for sale or not, but there was one island up there with one house on it. One house. And you only get your delivery by boat like once a month or something like that. Okay.
Yeah.
One side of the island is open to the sea, the other side is a grass slope, and the house is about halfway up the slope.
I think something like that. Yeah. And you're not allowed to change the house that's there. It's a listed building, so you're not allowed to fucking change it. And I don't even think you're allowed to build any other fucking properties on there, to be honest. But it's like, oh, come and live here. Fuck off, mate. I'm not coming to live there if I can't fucking make it better for myself.
Well, the one that I saw, it's got 30 cottages. It's got its own postmaster. Everybody grows their own food. It's got sheep on there, cows on there. Everything's there, ready to go. So I just take a load of people that we all get on with and just fuck off to the island and say to the government, fuck you. So
as long as we've got Wi-Fi, I don't care.
Oh, yeah, you can do that. Yeah, they do Wi-Fi. You just put up a satellite dish and basically stick up a satellite dish and pay someone to get it up there, and then that's it. You've got Wi-Fi.
Wi-Fi or nothing.
If I got millions of pounds in the lottery, I don't give a shit what I'd spend as long as we were off the fucking country. Just done. We're had enough. Yeah. Self-sufficient. Food comes in.
Everybody's their own government.
Yeah, that's what we should do. Set up our own islands. You just have to get on with everybody, otherwise there'd be a lot of burials, wouldn't there, if you piss off everyone. So.
I'd quite happily move onto an island. That would do me.
Too. I would love that. I really would.
Dan,
we would live by your own rules. Huh?
Hold on. As Dan was saying there earlier, and as you were saying, Tina, about the self-defense thing. Dan says he was possibility going to get jailed for 18 months.
Yeah.
I got arrested for ABH when I was 16. And they turned around, the cops said to me, because of the damage that I had done when I was that age, if I done boxing or anything out there, which I was doing boxing unlicensed, but I went into about 4 weeks before that. I went into kickboxing, licensed. A licensed premises of kickboxing, and I was going to get graded the next week. She heard around, the cop said to me, if I was actually licensed and I got graded, I was going to get 5 years.
Yeah.
I can understand where because you are martial arts trained, you become a lethal weapon, the same as any military person with the training that they get, you become a lethal weapon. So the only thing you're supposed to use it for is defense, and that's pushing someone away. And I was actually at a local nightclub. I don't drink, so I was down to do there was a load of girls getting ready to get married, kind of stuff, all that shit, fucking crap. So anyway, a couple of lads started to get a bit feisty in the club, and 2 of them came onto the dance floor, grabbed one of the girls, and I just pulled his arm off and I pushed him out the way. The bouncers came forward really quickly. Police came and she assaulted me. I said, no, I didn't. I pushed you out the way. They looked at the camera. They said, it's your fault. You're lucky she didn't knock you out. So yeah, it was quite funny. The police were like, yeah, she just defended him. You can't do it. That's what you're taught in martial. It's not fighting. Martial arts is not fighting. You cannot be violent because it's a breach of the code. You have to be careful in everything you do.
Yep. Yeah, it's all
It's about
about
telling somebody, I'm martial arts trained, please don't attempt it because you're going to get hurt. Just back off. But Tai Chi that I do is Tai Chi Chun, but I can't do it so well these days because my right leg's knackered. But that is also martial arts. Where you see the elderly people on TVs doing Tai Chi, it's all very slow moves. So if I did this sort of thing here and going forward, that's an elbow hit to someone's face, and that's a punch to a slap to the face the other side. Every single move you make in Tai Chi is a martial art move.
I know exactly what Tai Chi is. I know exactly what it is.
Oh, it's good.
I know.
I think the best training I ever did was Aikido, which is weapons training, 6-foot staff, size sticks, and batons. And that's how I learned to defend myself that way.
You have to ask before you show it.
It's in the room out the way. That's out the road.
Yeah.
Chucks.
Yeah, I've got my license here. I've got my full license here. All my stamps in it.
The things
I'm not as fit as I used to be, but trust me, I can still defend myself if needs be. It's being patient.
I've had too many things training. Even growing up, whenever I was a kid, my brother fell out with one family, and that family consisted of well over 35 people. He knew he was going out to battle, so he sat up one night. The small tins of Andrew's liver salts. Put 6-inch nails through it, all the way through it, a washer at the top, filled it with lead, and connected the dog's leg to it. That was just one of the weapons where he made. He was going out to battle like.
Yeah. It's about defense. It's not about attack. That's all you got to remember with martial arts.
Oh, I know where you're coming from. Trained myself. Yeah, these 2 guys were put into it whenever they were kids as well. Well, not with Nathan. Nathan has went through 7 brain operations. Believe it or not, and he's lucky to be living even from a baby. And this guy here, well, and I don't believe it because of the way he was with me, ADHD, but I could work with him, no problem at all. ADHD? And Ritalin tablets, I hated the thought of him on them, big time.
The one thing I learned in martial arts training, you cross your sensei, you're in serious trouble. Your master is teaching you. And it also taught you a lot of respect as well for the rules of martial arts. It did teach you respect, so you didn't abuse it, so. And I never had any issues getting my kids through it. So, what are you smiling at, Dan? Who are you texting?
Sorry, no, I'm just replying.
What boat did you get up to?
It's now 12:15. I want to get to bed, mate.
I know. I do need to get off very shortly. I do need to get off soon. Loafer's in the back room here. Hang on a minute. Let me just double check. Loafer, do me a favour. Just do that.
That took me telling him twice for him to fucking realise.
I didn't say do that. I said do that. It's just the one hand. Oh, hello. Oh, Loafer.
What can I say? I'm ambidextrous.
Good morning, Loretta.
Good morning, folks. I don't know why I haven't jumped up. I've been trolling with comedic interjections in the chat, and I've actually been double tasking, but I've shut down Twitter now, so I can try and concentrate. I don't know how things have changed so slowly. Really, really, really slowly, creepy over time. But we've turned into a low trust society. Not only that, when you think about the economic productivity and the way that actually people create wealth, you were saying earlier that it's only marginally better off if you actually work 20 hours a week because of child tax credits and the family tax credits actually penalise you if you do additional work for a regular employer. I know people who are not taken on additional work because essentially they won't be working for any additional money because they actually get paid by their primary employer up to and including 20 hours a week. But if they voluntarily take on extra work to cover for somebody who is sick or somebody who's on holiday, they're no better off. I know a lass that's got 3 fucking kids by 3 different fathers, and she got a council house. Thankfully, fortunately for her, she got a council house 10 years ago. I think in this day and age, if Indigenous people are engaged in that sort of promiscuity, had 3 kids by 3 different fathers, all absentee fathers, I think they'd be struggling to get a council house. Have you seen what's happening in fucking Ireland?
No.
Yeah.
Yeah, so you know where it's going. This globalization, people are slowly waking up, and now the Conservative Party are demonising those people that are not particularly economic productive, and they're saying it's all their fault when they actually made the problem in the fucking first place. And if you think Labour are actually going to make a difference, you're fucking sorely mistaken.
No, Labour won't make a difference. They're worse. What are you laughing at, Dan?
I'm not laughing at you. I'm
a big gay bear. Oh my God.
He started it. He started it. He started it. Look at my name. I love Palestine. He can't even spell Israel right. What a fucking knob. You're such a dick, Daniel.
The biggest problem we've got in every country in the UK at the moment is the lack of social housing. Okay, because the councils are selling off their land to build private housing. So the biggest problem I'm writing to the government about the housing, Secretary of State for Housing and Communities, I want to see land put aside for social housing, cheap, affordable housing for these workers they want to come about and do their jobs. There should be cheap, affordable housing for everybody. Nobody can afford a £400,000 house in today's wages.
No, of course.
I think the average salary to actually afford to actually buy a property was about 3.5 to 4 times the average working salary of a single adult living in a small family unit, and it's now up to 9 or 10 times as much. So essentially, if you have got a university degree and you've got thousands of pounds worth of debt, or even if you're a tradesman and you've been on the tools for 2 or 3 years, getting paid minimum wage, and actually training up to actually do a job, actually creating and fixing and installing things, then you're not going to actually ever going to be able to afford a house. Now, there was a period in the mid-1970s where, up to including the early 1970s, where productivity, the GDP of the country rose and average wages rose, and it actually mirrored it. That took a nosedive in the 1980s. So now you've got the situation where people can't even afford to fall in love and actually put down roots and fucking concrete, brick and mortar roots and a roof over their head and actually starting getting jiggy with it, creating people. So we're getting to the situation right. We're not even replacing ourselves. So we have to import low-cost labour so that GDP goes up. GDP might go up, but average earnings do not go up. The GDP goes up artificially inflated because the people who own assets, property, bricks and mortar, they've seen their assets appreciate massively in value. So if you have got a landlord, if you're a landlord with 3 or 4 fucking mortgages, and recently you've seen your mortgage repayments go up. I was on a WhatsApp conversation with one of my landlords that I do routine plumbing and electrical work for, and he put me in a WhatsApp chat. And I actually saw what his one of his tenants, one of his HMOs actually put on the chat. And I actually saw what one of his tenants was actually paying per calendar month. This goes back to what somebody said in the chat earlier about being evicted because the rents have gone up. And it's what you said earlier, Tina, about you can go into arbitration and they're not allowed to do that. But I saw it and I could not believe for a one bedroom flat with a small fucking cooker, with shared showering spaces and a shared laundry, I could not believe what this person was actually paying per calendar month for a room in a house in multiple occupation.
Yeah, it is disgusting the way the prices are going.
You wonder, ever so slowly, creepy, things have got worse.
Yes, they have got worse. I mean, the actual situation we're in now with housing, councils have the absolute right to write to the government and ask for a grant to buy a piece of land to build social housing. But they're not doing that. They're selling it off to private owners to build these expensive houses that no one can afford, or they're giving it to universities. My city is a university city. They've built over the past 8 years 25,000 student flats. We don't even have that many students coming here. But if you want to live in one room and share a bathroom and a kitchen with somebody as a nurse or a junior doctor, they want you to pay £800 a month. They can't afford that. They can't.
The other thing is that the people that are now the younger generations that are buying houses, the government know they can't afford them. So this is why they bring out the government share buy schemes. So when the government have had enough of them, the government stop paying on the mortgage, they lose their house as well.
Yeah, shared ownership. Yeah.
It's another form of control.
It's got really bad. And I think there needs to be a big push for every part of the UK to make the councils build social housing.
Well, London, Khan has said he wants to build 25,000 new homes, but he's going to build them around the mosques because enough people can't live around them to get to them.
Yeah, I know what you mean.
That's the only. He actually said it in public.
Yeah.
So only building another fucking mosque beside it anyway.
Yeah.
Well, in the 1980s, there was something on the television, and Bob Hoskins did. Bob Hoskins, you know, the actor.
Yeah.
He said, and he's an old East End community lad. He said that basically a lot of the property spaces were redesignated to actually build new housing, but the developers actually sat on it for so long, and the council actually redesignated it for commercial development. So they threw up loads of fucking. This is how the city of London moved further down the Thames onto the Greenwich fucking Bell End, what have you, and they built up the new city of London. A lot of that was actually redesignated for social housing or housing developments, but it was redesignated because the people that bought the land sat on it. They weren't prepared to develop it as housing, and eventually it managed to get redesignated as commercial development and build office spaces and banks. That's how it actually got redesignated. Now, if you actually look at the traditional East Enders and the traditional Londoners, they've moved further and eastward and eastward and eastward into Essex. Those that actually own the properties and sold them made off bandits because the prices of properties in the east of London actually went through the roof, and now they're living in Essex. So you got your fucking Joey Essex's type, you know, with the fucking teeth and the permatans and shit like that.
But
You've got the poor working class of London have moved to places like Clacton and Jaywick. Have you ever seen Clacton and Jaywick?
Yes.
It's like basically the whole of the East End of London has uprooted and moved out to the fucking coast.
Yeah. Well, with the council tax, right? This is the thing that gets me. Student accommodation. No student pays council tax because they're in education. The landlord that's bought the land and built the properties doesn't pay council tax. So what benefit is there building more and more student flats when they don't give anything to the council? They make no money off it. It's ridiculous. We call our new student flats in town a Harry Potter village because that's what it fucking looks like.
Dan, I'm going to drop out, mate. My eyes are starting to go.
Yeah, you should too, Dan.
I'm having trouble seeing
shortly. I'm going to be getting up any time soon anyway. Roger,
always a pleasure, Roger. Mrs. W, take care, you too.
So
you guys.
To the panel and everybody in the chat, thank you for coming in tonight. And we'll see you all soon.
Take care, Roger.
Do you want to say good night?
See you later.
Love you guys.
Good night.
Yeah, it's just a terrible system. We have to start a campaign. I'm going to write to the Secretary of State for Housing and Communities, and I'm going to say, look, I'm going to start a petition. We need to get council housing done and built up. Stop selling off the land for very low prices.
Oh, fuck's sake.
Well, we've got to figure out is actually when they actually redesignated parts of the East End and they knocked all the slum houses down, you know, the back-to-backs with the outside toilets, things like that. what they actually did when they actually redesignated it, and they couldn't realise that the people that owned the land weren't prepared to build housing, and it was redesignated for commercial development, the building of office spaces and things like that. The people that actually owned the land, if you look into it, weren't actually indigenous investors. A lot of them were actually Arabian, Saudi Arabian oil magnates, people like that. If you actually think about it, and going back, and this is a bit of a deep dive, with one of the current Malaysians we were actually currently engaged in with the Ukraine between Russia, I think Roman Abramovich earned Chelsea Football Club. How did somebody that survived the communist regime within 10 years accrue enough wealth to buy a fucking football club, which is at the end of the day is a vanity exercise? Now, when Ukraine and Russia engaged in the current war, Roman Abramovich had to sell his fucking football club. The only reason that Roman Abramovich lived in London because he didn't get on with Vladimir Putin. So why did Roman Abramovich became a multi-millionaire billionaire within a space of 10 years? Was he particularly reticent to actually go back to his home country of Russia, to the loving embrace of Roman Abramovich? Now, that's the big state of the things. When you actually put it down to people like us at the chat and talking about tonight, and what we've experienced over the last 30 or 40 years, you've got to think, who are the people that are actually manipulating and pulling the strings of power? And it's certainly not. It's not certainly not the likes of us.
No,
it's globalization has really fucked us over. Really,
it's big government. I'm going to say good night, guys. Always a pleasure for you guys. All right, everybody there, enjoy yourselves, everyone. I'm going to say good night. Take it easy, everybody. All right.
All right. Good night. Good night.
Good night, everyone.
I'll speak to you soon, Tina.
Yeah, take care, everyone.
Ollie, you're a bitch.
You keep stating that obvious fact, like, you know, it's old news, Dan. Everyone knows I'm a bitch. You started this tonight. You started this.
No, I didn't.
Yes, you did. Yes, you did. You changed my name to I Love Palestine and fuck Israel. You couldn't even spell Israel right, you drunkard. Jesus Christ, if you're going to do shit like that, get it fucking right.
If anyone wants to know what I'm like,
oh my God, puppies. Dan, shut up.
If anyone wants
shut up.
Granny's decided to jump in and take over the bloody
look
bed.
at the puppies. Oh, they're so beautiful. Oh, I love puppies.
Oh, forgive me.
Right, now you can come back and talk, Daniel. You were talking over the puppies.
I said, if anybody wants to know what I was laughing at, just scroll back for the last 10 minutes and look at the look at the names on here. Hang on, there, and on hers.
You started it.
That's why I was sitting some night to you. That's why my head was down like this here.
My favorite one was I'm so gay I poop glitter. I liked that one.
That stuff's a nightmare to wipe off, by the way.
Danny.
What, glitter?
Yeah.
It is.
Danny.
Yes, boys. Yes, mate.
We didn't get to play the game, but we want to play a game the next time you're on live.
Do you want to play a game? That sounds like the start of a horror film, boys.
The game is you're not allowed to say police and you're not allowed to say cops, but you have to put it in a way with nicknames.
But I used to do that. I used to do that when I was doing sales, right? When I was doing when I used to do door-to-door sales for the Dogs Trust. We used to tell each other, the team that we was working with, we used to give them a word, and they used to have to put that into their pitch. So it would be like orange or capital or Astra or whatever it is, whatever word you can think of. So somebody would be like, our pitch for the Dogs Trust was, "Hi, how you doing? I'll take it you're an animal lover, yeah, great. Well, Dogs Trust never put an animal down. We've got thousands of dogs in our care that we're looking after, and we're making sure that we don't have to destroy them. As an animal lover, I presume you don't want to see a defenseless animal that's been given up put down, do you? They're going to go, well, no, of course we don't. Great. Well, I presume you want to help us keep these animals alive by sponsoring them then.
More play on the emotion.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, that's a pitch, isn't it? It's a sales pitch.
Yep.
So what we used to do is we used to give the team that we went out with, we used to give them a word, and they used to have to try and fit that into their pitch to people.
Yep.
So, just like what you're saying there. So it'll be like, hi, how you doing? My name's Dan. I'm from the Dogs Trust. We're just speaking to everybody in the area, Orange. Do you like animals? You're not against animals in general, are you? You wouldn't like to see a defenseless orange animal be put down or put to death. No. And people are listening to what you're saying, but they don't like. Hang on, did they just say fucking orange? But they don't want to ask you because it makes them sound silly. So we used to do that to lighten things up a bit between the people that are out working.
It's like a couple of months ago on one of your live streams. Do you remember I kept saying the word pineapple?
Yes.
It was because it was Grumps that had started that. He'd messaged me saying, right, you've got to fit in the word pineapple as many times as you can, and I'm going to make a tally of how many times you can actually do it. I was like, oh. I even changed my name to Lost Pineapple Paranormal.
Yeah. Well, that's what we used to do. We used to say, whoever won, whoever lost, got the rounding that night. Do you know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
So it sort of, you have to put a word in, and it wasn't just normal words. Sometimes it was rude words. It was like fuck or bollocks or cunt or wank or whatever. And people they'd be going, hi, how you doing, wank? My name's Dan. I'm from the Dogs Trust. I take it you're you're an animal lover yourself. Yeah, you wouldn't like to see a wank. You wouldn't like to see a wank dog put down, would you? But people would hear it as you're talking, but they wouldn't register. It wouldn't register, or they'd be too afraid to ask you what you just said. And that's what we used to do. But yeah, it's a good game. It's a good game. It was good fun back then.
I'm an animal lover. I really do like animals. The wife found me with a chicken once.
Do I need to hover over
on my face? Oh,
do I need to hover over the remove button?
That's a different kind of love.
Yeah. My auntie had a small holding. She sold me. She said, "Lofa, go out and milk the cow." I was gone 3 hours, and I came back with a cup full. And she said, "Is that all you've got? Which one did you milk?" I said, "That one over there," and I pointed. She said, "Lofa, that's the bull." Thank you very much, Emo Phillips.
Here, I want to give out a straight there, if you don't mind, Danny. We Marty Blackborough news.
No, Yorkshire.
News now. Yorkshire. Who else there?
Fuck.
There was one auditor.
Many.
There was one auditor. What was it? TG.
TJ. PGA.
CJ audits.
You seen CJ in the chat earlier?
They all attended Leeds there last week for the 2 demonstrations that was going on.
Protests.
On the second one, on the Sunday, they ended up in a very sticky situation in the middle of it all, where the demonstrators all more or less turned on them, started calling them right wingers and fascists and whatnot, Nazism. And this was for a gender parade that was out for peace and love.
I do not know what the fuck is happening in Ireland, but apparently 20% of the present Irish population are first-generation immigrants. There's a guy I follow, and I do need a night off occasionally. So on a Friday night, I have a night off with a car mechanic from Aberdeen, and one of his mates, who is actually a fisherman out of Balbriggan, which is just north of Dublin.
I know Balbriggan.
Yeah, and he says that basically the harbour master is a Ukrainian.
Yeah, I remember you were talking about that one other night. I forgot about Balbriggan. I was in the police cells down there twice.
You must be doing something proper then. You must be doing something good if you're in the police cells twice, because they only lock up some people nowadays. They don't lock up.
I bet a crazy driving with a lorry a lot of years back.
What's this?
Don't make me remove your fucking privileges, Daniel.
You can't.
No, but I can remove you. Sorry, what? I can't hear you breaking up. You've got a really bad signal there, mate. You just keep cutting in and out. Just can't do it.
Welcome to the show, folks.
You got me on that one.
Oh, fuck. We do like a bit of fun. We do like a bit of fun on here. See, this is the thing.
Need a wee laugh.
When you become friends with people, you can have a laugh and you can take piss and you can have a joke. This is the thing. But when you're a fat slobby and you say things about people that don't even like you, then that becomes a problem. You know. I'm not going to go into detail in what I'm talking about here, but Holly knows what I'm talking about.
Hi, stalkers.
Yeah, hi, stalkers. Fuck you. And your mums.
Yeah. Nothing wrong with the haters. They have to be happy at something.
Listen, if you don't have haters, you're not doing your job properly.
That's true.
Exactly. But when you've got haters that follow you everywhere, literally screenshotting everything you do, they're not haters, they're fucking fans. They are fans.
Of course they're fans.
Yeah, that's why I state to my biggest fans, my number one haters, bring it on.
No, we've got a few of them. I bet you haven't got a whole, Paul. I bet you haven't got a whole Facebook profile set up in your name. I have. I've got somebody who's gone out of their way to create a profile in my name with my pictures, just pretending to be me, slagging me off.
I've heard about that.
Dan, don't say it because it might happen. It might happen.
It's already happened.
Jesus, it's bad enough.
No, but it might happen with him.
It's bad
enough.
We'll
have fun then, wouldn't he? We'll have something to laugh about then, wouldn't he?
I shit you not. I go into courts here to keep an eye on all our court cases. Nothing to do with me. This other guy was in court. The barristers no came to me. And the other guy came to a case that was to do with me, which I beat. And my barrister went to him. Now we ACs call each other twins, and I just love singing it to him there. You just want to be like me. And it cracks up, man. Oh, fuck, man. But as for the haters, I fucking love yous.
Honestly,
pick a name which they don't call me.
It drives traffic to the channel. That's the way I
back time. Yeah.
So the people that name you and tag you in Facebook or Twitter or YouTube, all it does is it brings a few people that think that watch you because you're being a dick. They think, oh, you're slagging this person off, so this person must be okay then because you're the dick. And they come over and start watching you.
No, they call me everything, and I just let them carry on for a moment. I'll turn around. Thanks for the entertainment and showing yourself up and showing to the world that you're nothing but a bully, you little child. It works to a treat. They come and call me names. That really, that's one of your comments. Is that the best you can do?
No,
sorry. God, I'm not educated.
I've just got a match. I've just got a match on one of these dating apps. And she's all right, actually. Oh, but she's down south, not up here. She's blonde. I don't normally do blondes, but this one's blonde.
So she's got hair.
Just in case Nathan PS and I abusing their powers, you three fellas, you gentlemen, if you want to care to peruse it, I've just put the link in the StreamYard chat. Go over and say hello to D-Mac. He's an Irish fisherman based out of Balbriggan, and he's thinking about running for the local council. Okay, he's thinking about running for the local council. If you want to go and have a look at it, you can do. Feel free to do it. It's only hang on, skip ad. It's only 4 minutes 46 seconds long. Just saying.
Right, that'll do. We'll get on that.
Okay, I'm going to check this out here now. The other one.
Yeah, sorry, I was looking at something else.
Setting on the live through that, so we can click onto it anyway.
Smell one dogs.
Not me.
Yeah. Sorry, I showed you the little rat that she had. Not her rat, obviously. I mean the dog. But yeah, she's all right. I'm not going to show her on here just yet. We'll see if she's a bitch or not. I'll show her on here.
Dan, just check your WhatsApp.
My WhatsApp, right? Oh yeah, I've seen that. But I don't know at the moment. I don't know. Anyway, moving on because I'm going to have to get off in about 15 minutes.
Was it one of these here ones?
No, that's my bot. So
police abusing powers, you know that's one woman and your auntie still not saying her name. What? I bearded vet, you're going to have to explain yourself, mate. I don't know what you're talking about.
Let's see one here.
No, it's not. It's Loafer.
Explain yourself, young man.
He means one woman vigilante, but he's not saying her name.
You hairy-faced bastard.
Just because he's got more hair than you naturally.
Oh, right. I see what you're saying now. You know that's one woman and your auntie still not saying her name.
I've literally just explained it to you. Yeah. I literally just explained it to you. It's like talking to a child.
You mean I'm a psycho? Everybody for my fucking issues. That who you mean? Right. Got you.
Yeah, that one.
Yeah, I see what you're saying. But by all means, say your name. I don't give a fuck. You're fucking idiot anyway. Oops, did I say that out loud?
Yes, you did.
Somebody's going to share it with her. Oh no. Sorry, boys. What?
Loafer, have you tried putting that there in the live chat there, have you?
No, Dan's not giving me a wrench. I've thrown it backstage. I don't want a wrench. Last thing I want to see in my downtime is a fucking wrench. I threw it in the chat. It's D-Mac. He's a fisherman out of Balbriggan. Struggling at the moment.
The problem is, boys. I don't trust Loafer.
You pressed the wrong button.
I still don't trust Loafer.
That's fine, fair enough. But the wife doesn't even trust me. We've been married 20 years. You'll get 7 for manslaughter.
Exactly. How can you expect me to trust you if your wife doesn't after 20 years?
Reasons.
Okay, who pressed the wrong button? Who was it? Which one was it?
Me. I
slow clap. Slow clap.
I clicked the link, but then it knocked me off.
Yeah, because it'll open it in a new window.
Just don't worry about it.
Excuses.
You said it was D-Mac. Is it D-Mac Topics by any chance?
No, it's not. No, if you're talking about that link in the private chat, it's somebody called David Slingsby.
Yes,
yeah,
SLINGSBY.
But you want Alpha, you never lost it.
Nah, it's not showing up.
And you lost it because you went off that line.
Yeah, I've lost the link.
SL, what was that again, Danny? Sorry.
SLING. So Sierra Lima Indigo November Golf Sierra Bravo Yankee. Pardon me. Sorry.
Yes, I've got them up here now, so I have.
Somebody with a car door open, if that helps, just to make sure you got the same person. Their profile picture is
that one.
Somebody with a car door open. Yes, that's the one. Yes.
Not a baller.
Subscribe, watch one of the videos, and then it'll log it in. There's a history, and then we'll.
Here you go. These boys are getting educated today.
Paul Bregan.
This is microcosm. This is just the things that I engage with people with on a small scale, but on a bigger scale, there's people I engage with, and things aren't looking particularly good. Call me a doomer, and you wonder why I smoke a drink. But this is microcosm. This is things that I've experienced, and Dan knows about it. I've said this before, Dan. 5 of my previous customers have been done for child sexual exploitation in Rotherham, so we'll gloss over that, okay? Yeah. So when you think in the big world and the little world, it's more important we have these conversations with each other, because perhaps in a small scale they might extrapolate and try and inform people as what are things that are going on at a regional or a national or an international scale. And like I said before, Bob Hoskins, all that money was designated for new social housing in London. It was actually the people that bought that property, it was redesignated for commercial development. So a lot of people from the old East End of London had to move out to Clacton or Jaywick, and the people that bought that property were foreign investors, whether they were Roman Abramovich, you know, the former Russian kleptocrat, allegedly, or Saudi Arabian business investments. And you were talking earlier about tonight about the fact that a lot of commercial properties, they're finding it very difficult to actually rent their office spaces on account of the fact that so many people now working from home. Do you remember that, Dan? So many people are now working from home, and they have to pay for their own heating and their own lighting because they are working from home. I wonder what could have, over the last 2 or 3 years, forced people to work from home. Right, so let's gloss over that. So many people are working from home, and I did a job for a lad in Rotherham. He's not one of them. And I did a bathroom refit for him. And I said, look, mate, I said, rather than me charging you £20 an hour to hoover up and vacuum the stairwell, perhaps you could actually roll up my dust sheets, shake them out outside and clean up, rather than me charging you for the privilege of me doing that. Perhaps you could do that. And he said to me, Loafer, I can't do that on account of the fact I'm working from home. I've not got a camera fitted on my desktop PC at the moment. They're not actually observing my motions, but they're recording my keystrokes on my computer. So he's working from home at the moment, and he's having to pay his company for the privilege of having to do so.
That's a joke.
Guys, I just want to, because I've only got 10 minutes before I'm getting off, and we've got somebody in the back called Freedom who wants to come on. Freedom, can you do me a favour? Can you just touch your forehead with your right hand for me?
That's not your right hand. That was your left.
It's definitely the right. I can see that. But then I'm drunk. I have had a bit to drink. But then anyway, Freedom, how you doing?
I'm good, folks. How you doing, Lord Pap?
Good, not so bad. I see your comment that you wanna ask a question.
Yeah, you know, I didn't know you lot was going to be online. I was waiting for that as well, because I need some advice on something. I'm hoping you people could help me, man. You're ready to hear it, yeah?
Yeah, if I can help you, I will do, mate. Yeah, go for it.
You lot can hear me clearly and all that, yeah?
Yeah, we can. Can everyone else hear? Yeah.
Bit of an echo, it's all right.
Good.
Clear.
All right, so I'm gonna try and make it as simple as possible. I've been getting harassed and monitored and stalked aggressively by the police for the last 4 years, right? And when I tell you they're stopping me from, after literally I've had to step out of my flat. I'm in the corridor because they've even got microphones in my damn flat, right? And when I tell you I can't get a job, I can't get a date with a girl, I can't go to a bar, I can't go to a church, I can't do anything without them watching me. As soon as I leave, like it's just a complicated situation. Like they've got a very close eye on me. When I tell you I haven't done a fucking thing, and to keep it simple, I was getting harassed by some old so-called friends, right? And because I was doing well, they got jealous and they was harassing me online. And me wanting to stay on a straight and narrow, I didn't want to go and beat them up and bloody blah. So cut long story short, I went to the police. And what these pigs did, instead of doing something about it and investigating it, they picked up on the situation and joined in because they see I'm a bit of a loner and a vulnerable person and bloody blah blah. You know, it's all a jealousy thing. A lot of people walked out of my life because I was doing really well. And the police didn't, not only did they not do anything, but they made the situation a living nightmare. I'm telling you that now, fellas. My nightmare starts when I wake up. When I'm asleep, I'm escaping reality. And that's when I can actually rest. And when I wake up, it's when the nightmare starts. And I don't know what to do anymore. And when I say I've tried everything, I've tried the IOPC, I've tried even the local chancellor, local MP, and I don't know what to do anymore. You name it, I've tried everything I could think of, and I don't know where to go and what to do. And I don't have anyone to help me out, you know, kind of.
That's your best option there.
Camera. Yeah, now they watch. I know that.
No,
I know, but they check for that. That's part of what they're doing.
Yourself. See, this is what I have to do myself. So it is.
Freedom, what he's trying to say is you record things yourself where you don't have to rely on them to provide evidence of any recordings or anything. If you record things yourself, you have that independent and you have control of that. Yeah. Whereas when their body cameras don't suddenly work or they're corrupt or somebody's deleted it or whatever it might be, you also have your own record of any situation that may have occurred.
I don't think you're folks. I don't mean to cut you out. I don't mean to, but I don't think you're understanding the grasping how deep and intense the situation is. When I say that they got involved in this online harassment, part of what they do is they get recordings of me. The police do this, man. When they've come down to see me, and people call them on me just to mess around because they're not people aware of what they're doing, and they record me on their body cams and put it online. They're just taking a piss and mocking me, man. And I've tried recording them, tried doing this and that. When I told you they bloody manhandled me that one day when I did record them, they took my smartphone and they had control of it. They were watching everything through the smartphone. And I didn't know they had that much grip on it. And it doesn't work. I can't even record them. If they catch me recording them, they're gonna arrest me, take the camera. And currently, what the situation is they're making me out to be crazy because I can't prove anything that's going on online. I haven't seen it. I don't know, but I know it's there. I know for a fact. And they've had me sectioned a couple of times to kind of play along with this narrative of he's crazy, but I'm not. I promise you, they're just lying, man, and they're making my life a misery.
One of the things I say to people, and I understand where you're coming from, but one of the things I say to people is when you get into a situation, if you're worried about recording, if you're worried about deleting a recording, then live stream. Okay.
Yeah.
If you
live stream.
Okay, then people are going to see it. Okay, and once it's live streamed, it is always on the internet somewhere.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yep.
There are many websites out there that grab YouTube videos. I could go to some very questionable fucking Chinese websites. They've got many videos of mine on there. Yeah, where they're using an algorithm and a program that will grab my videos and upload them to some. Yes, they're questionable, but at least they're still out there. Once you upload something, it is there. You cannot get rid of it.
See if you're on Facebook or anything out there.
I've given.
Sorry.
I was going to say, sorry, I've had to give up all that social media because what people started doing was cloning my accounts. And it's been years. They clone my accounts and then they'll start messaging people that I know, pretending to be me and causing me problems. Do you know what I mean? I've had to just stop it altogether. And I told people I don't have an account anymore. Do you know what I mean? So if people do see an account that's supposedly mine, they'll know it's fake. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah. Right.
So,
Well,
but
I'll tell you the best thing to do, right? Start up a group, only have certain limit of people in the group, okay? Have it a lockdown group where you can post whatever you want and have it that people cannot search it.
Yeah, a private group, only the people that are members can see
Invite
it.
only.
Yeah. And do you know what, right? One of the things over the years, one of the things that I've realised is that there are people out there, police and others, who want to who enjoy making people look like fucking mental. Okay.
Yes, I know. I see that.
Freedom, I don't know you, and forgive me. I don't know you. Okay. You could be as mad as a box of frogs. Okay. You could be.
Right.
However, it is not the police's job to make to mock you or make you look like that. Okay? If the police are uploading their own, body cam footage, for example, that is a breach of their own fucking procedures and policies.
That's
Bruv, they're breaching my human rights in every way, man.
Yeah, it's illegal for them to do that. It's illegal for them to do that. The only reason that they can use body cam footage, okay, is for prosecution purposes. Okay.
To gather evidence, yeah, and they can only hold it for like 6 weeks after conviction, I believe, right?
Well, they can hold it for 30 days, or all the footage is supposed to be held for 30 days. If it's being used for evidence, they can hold it indefinitely. But their footage is only supposed to be held for 30 days. That means if footage is uploaded to YouTube or any other sharing website, they're breaching their own policy, okay? And they're breaking the law for that matter.
Yeah, they're using Instagram, from what I believe. Right. From what I know, Instagram, and they've all got private accounts. So even if I do find their accounts, I can't see any of their posts or know what they're putting on. Do you know what I mean?
Okay. But so again, forgive me for questioning you, okay? But I need to ask these questions, okay? Because I can't give any kind of advice or anything like that unless I understand what's going on. Yeah. If these people are using private accounts on Instagram, how do you know
that this is going on?
Yeah, how do you know that they're uploading these videos? Again, I don't mean to call you out or anything like that. I need to understand in order to be able to give you any kind of
answer first.
Yeah.
All right. So people have dropped hints to me and told me, and also when and I thought when people just say things to kind of like play mind games with you, and they're recording me while they're saying these things to kind of mock me. And what I started doing was going, hey, why don't you add me on Instagram? And as soon as I say that, they're like, oh, and they'll change the conversation and scout. So I know that. And not only that, a couple of times the police have been there whilst these NHS nurses have turned up, they're crazy look. And they'll go, oh, do you think people are after you and recording you? And you know what I say, yeah, there's a couple right here. Why don't you pull out your phone and charge your Instagram posts? And even the police do it. They're like, but they've all got, everyone's on their side. So I know for a fact it's happening. I know that it's happening for a fact.
When people are bullshitting and posting shit, that is shit. I'll just use that word. When people are posting things that are shit, they will never come up with receipts. They will never come up with evidence. So when somebody says somebody's posting shit about you, or I've seen, some random person comes up to you and says, oh, I've seen a video about you, but yet they refuse to send you any proof, I would take that as bullshit.
I would take that as
no, it's on there, my friend. It's on there. It is definitely on there. You know what? Here's another bit of proof. Even when I go to like McDonald's, right? They'll follow me in there and they'll show the staff, the police. Listen to this. This one time I went in, I can always tell when I've been there as well because of the way people's demeanors change. right? And the one staff, the lady, she was like this. She was looking at me like that. When I walked in, I was like, is it Instagram? Isn't it? She went, so I know for a fact it's going on, look, Pap. I know for a fact, and it's been going on for a long time. It goes back to when it started out. It started when I was 14 and 15. I made friends with some dude. I thought he was my friend. He's nearly 10 years older than me. His brother was a policeman, or is a policeman, and that's when it all started. I'm 38 now, man. This is before fucking Facebook and all that. Do you know what I mean? You follow me, yeah? So this has been going on a long time.
Right, Paul and the boys want to say something, so I'll let them say what they...
Yeah, of course, sorry. Yeah, I don't mean to be long, man.
Freedom, sorry for jumping on here. Right. You understand about subject access requests?
Subject access request?
Yeah.
No, I never heard of it.
You can obtain the footage of you going around McDonald's at that time, or any business, any corporation, the police, the whole lot, every bit of data of yours, because while they're collecting your data, in other words, your images of what's going on. So that's how you can catch them out as well. You see what we're actually doing because of the police harassing these guys. Darrell got approached there 2 days ago. Now, the shop he's went to, he's asked for the video footage of him getting into that shop to prove timing. The whole fucking lot. This is the only way you catch these bastards out. The reason why I started that private Facebook group was more or less a video log of what's going on. And it keeps going on. Sorry, Dan, go ahead.
One second. I just want to make it clear that if you ask the police, it's very likely that the footage is going to be corrupt, or they can't give it to you for some reason. However, if you've been somewhere and the police are suggesting that that something's happened, you can apply to that place directly. So let's say you've been followed into McDonald's. You can apply to McDonald's. You can give them your details. You do have to give them a picture of yourself so they can determine, who you are on their cameras. So you will have to give them a picture of yourself. However, they will block out everybody else. But if police have followed you in there, especially if they're in uniform, you're going to be able to see that. They'll block out their face. They won't block out the whole person. They'll just block out their face. But you'll be able to see whether you've been followed anywhere or anything like that. So if the police are saying that they've got footage of you in a particular place and XYZ has happened, you can apply to that particular place for your footage. And they cannot say no.
So there's a certain
at least you'll have your own independent version of the footage rather than the stuff the police have been given that they can potentially modify. Nathan, go on, boys. Go on, boys.
There's just one thing you need to tell them is only block out the face, because we got BWCs and CCTV, right? And the only thing that wasn't blocked out was Paul. Everything else around it was blocked out. They blurred out the whole screen and left him unblurred.
Oh, so they blurred everything rather than just
they blurred out absolutely everything.
Okay, well that's fucking dodgy as fuck. You know that. You boys know that anyway.
But see, whenever we got the actual proper CCTV where only their faces were blocked out, we could actually see another person that matched the description that they were looking for in the background.
Right.
They tried to hide him too.
Yeah.
They've also tried to hide where the policeman put his hand in the crack of my arse straight up to the back of my privates.
Right. I'm just going to look because I do have a video on how to request view your channel. I do have a video on how to request your data, not just from the police, but from anybody.
Is it on your channel?
It is, but I'm just looking for the name of it so I can share the name directly with you.
I just came across your channel about a month ago, you know that, and I've been, you know, I started watching it and stuff. This shit is so depressing, man. It's so miserable, you know that. I feel like I've constantly got like a fucking demon hanging off my back, man. They won't leave me alone, people, man.
Yep. Welcome to the jungle.
Freedom. See,
yeah.
whatever shop it is you go into.
Slow down. Just talking.
Right. Yeah, see whatever shop it is you go into. You ask for the manager, and that manager should be able to save that footage and give you the footage you're asking for.
Thank you, Mickey. Sorry, boys.
Now, it may take a bit of time, obviously, because there's other customers there. The manager has to protect their identity and things like that.
Yeah.
But whenever it comes to the likes of the police, as we've said, it's only the face that has to be blurred out.
Nothing else.
As for
The faces of other people, yeah?
Sorry?
You're saying the faces of other people have to be blurred out?
Yes. Yeah. Faces of other people.
Sorry,
and things
let
like
me just interrupt very quickly. First of all, Keith, much appreciated. Secondly, Freedom. I'm about to post a comment. I don't. If you can't see it whilst you're on here with us, then scroll back through the video to 5 hours and 9 minutes, and you'll see it. Okay. The link that I'm posting, which is to a video called "What Do the Police Know About You and How to Find Out." Now, that video, what the police know about you and how to find out, will also explain how you exactly the same as how you would request from the police is how you request from any corporation. So if any business that you've done and the police have said this or that has happened, and you want to prove different, you can apply to that corporation, that business, whatever it might be, using exactly the same method as I explained in the video that I've just posted. Okay.
I'm going to try all that, folks. Yeah, sorry. Go on. Sorry.
No, it's fine. The thing you need to remember is you must do it within a month, because almost everywhere will delete that footage after 30 days. So you must do it within a month. So if you ever get in a situation where somebody said something about you being in a particular place or whatever it might be, then apply to that place as quickly as possible using how I explain in the video that I've just posted the link to. Okay.
All right. Yeah. See, another thing is as well, I've tried a couple of places. I've tried asking for the manager and all that to do just that. And I'm a kind of person who's, let's just say this, Lord Pap, I'm a bit politically vocal. If I see some bullshit in society, be it a racial group or a religious group, i.e. Islam, which I'm quite outspoken about, I'll say it. And what they do, they've got recordings of me saying some of this stuff, you know, talking about a Quran and how Muhammad, their fucking prophet, was a joke. You know, sorry if I'm offending any Muslims. You know, I actually ain't sorry, but anyways, they use that as well. They use that to show.
If somebody can't take you commenting on their deity, then they're the ones that have got a problem. I don't believe in any of that shit, and people on here know that. But I do get a lot of people who are religious that come on here that I respect, and they respect me for my opinion. People that cannot respect you for your opinion are fucking wankers, and I wouldn't bother with them.
I mean, I say some things that really are damaging to their image as well, because they believe in some nonsense. But the point is this about that, Lord Pap. So for that, for example, they've got recordings of me saying stuff about their Quran and whatnot, and showing people what it's about, what they really believe, you know. And what the police do is show people these videos and say, yeah, look, he's racist, he hates Muslims. It's no good. He's crazy, and you know. They demonize me as fuck. They made me out to be all sorts, and people they won't respond. Do you know what I mean?
The thing is, you can't be racist about a religion. That's the first
Right.
thing. So if somebody says to you, you're fucking racist, you go, do you even know what fucking racism means, you prick? Okay, you cannot be racist or criticising a religion. Okay, the religion of this country is Christianity.
Exactly.
Everybody is allowed to criticise Christianity, and we have to suck it up. So if somebody cannot accept you criticising their religion, there is a problem with them, not with you. So first of all, remember that. Okay.
And this is the country of freedom of speech. We can criticise each other's opinions and beliefs. You know what I mean? I'm not actually going out abusing people for being whatever. Do you know what I mean? I'm just viewing my opinion, man, what I believe. But yeah, the point is they use this stuff against me to discredit me. Do you know what I mean? And people just be like, oh yeah, that's because people are idiots. They don't know what's actually going on. They don't get it. You know, if the police will show them a video there. Look what he's saying about Muslims, and I'm talking about Islam, and they'll just buy it. So oh yeah, look at that. That's not good. And where I live as well, it's a fucked up area. Everyone's fucking backwards, man. A lot of people are, I don't know how to word it, man. They're a bit fresh or whatever, and they don't actually get UK law and how it works. They all come from countries, most of these people around here, where you can get, thrown in prison for saying the wrong thing, about someone's beliefs and religions. So they agree with it. They go with it. And that's what the police do. They know that. They use that kind of mentality against me. So it's hard to go into a place and ask the manager for something, even if the manager ain't, let's say, a Muslim, right? He'll have staff that will urge him, oh, yeah, I'm offended, don't help him. Do you know what I mean?
The problem with they are too concerned about their image. They're not concerned about fucking keeping the law and keeping the peace in this country. Not just in this country. Like in Ireland and Scotland, they're less concerned about that than they are about their fucking image. Okay.
Whereas what they do is they're serving corporations, man. They're serving and enforcing this bullshit power structure on us. That's what it is. They're not serving us.
Sorry, guys. Carry on talking.
Well, I was just saying, I know. That police don't give a shit about us. They're not about serving our rights and our freedoms and maintaining the laws. They're serving a bullshit, and they're enforcing a bullshit power structure on us, right? An illegitimate one, and fucking serving corporations. They serve money and themselves. And none of these people police are supposed to be ex-armed forces, ex-military. That's the people that are supposed to get these jobs, professionals. But none of these are. They're little weasels. They're just random fucking dickheads, man.
Freedom is not. This is the thing. It's not. Even before wokeism took over, police were just taking on anybody that wanted to join. Okay. I don't necessarily disagree that they should potentially bring in ex-armed forces when it comes to armed police. Because armed forces, there's ex-armed chat here. These guys will know that you cannot fire until fired upon.
Yeah.
Even I know that. Okay. So you cannot fire unless fired upon first. Okay. Unfortunately, when it comes to many of the police, their arsehole will fall out and they'll pull the trigger and they are protected by the police formation and the IOPC and everybody else. But it's not their fault. They had to do what they had to do. Well, as far as I can see it, is unless somebody is firing at you, you shouldn't pull the fucking trigger. Simple as that. So I do believe that ex-armed forces are good for situations or for positions such as armed police. But they will take on any fucker. And a lot of the people they take on are mentally fucking ill.
Yes, they are. Yes, they're abusive fucking people, man.
Or to put it another way, they have been poisoned by what they've been told or what they've been taught. And that's a big issue for people. That's a safety issue for people. But yeah, I mean, look, I don't mean to be offensive or anything like that, okay? But I will always say what I think. She'll tell you this. I will always say what I think. I do think that sometimes people come on here and they explain things in a way that they have understood it. I don't necessarily believe that every issue is as people tell me. Okay. However, I do think that there is certain things that we are supposed to have as standard. Okay, we have rights as standard. Okay, not to be followed, not to be fucking spied upon, not to have the police share shit about us that is detrimental to us. All of that kind of stuff is normally a given, but unfortunately it happens. Okay. I would suggest, if you know, and again, I can't give you legal advice because I'm not a solicitor, but all I can tell you is what I would do in a situation. If I heard that the police had information about me being somewhere specific and they were using that against me, I would go to that business or that corporation, and I would do a subject access request for the information. Okay. Then I would share that and I would say, listen, I've been told X, Y, and Z. However, this is the truth. This is the unedited version of what happened as it happened, and show the video. Okay. Now, unfortunately, when it comes to the police are part of the government, and the government and us peasants, there's a big fucking divide between. Okay?
Yeah, we're the enemy to them. Yeah, that's right.
Yeah, it's very difficult for us to prove or to defend ourselves when it comes to the establishment.
They take each other's side like a fucking mob.
And the only thing we can do, the camera never lies. However, it needs to be the full, unedited camera version of what's happened. And I say this a lot. When I get a lot of clips from people, and they say, look at this, and all I see is 20 seconds, 30 seconds, 60 seconds.
Yeah,
but yet we know the person has recorded before and after.
Yeah.
It's very difficult to have a proper discussion about a situation unless we've got the full unedited version or as much as possible.
That's why we live stream.
Freedom.
Yeah. So when it comes to these saying things about you or somebody saying things about you, if you can get the full version of events on camera, that is what you need to share, and that is where you need to say this is what actually happened, not what is being said happened.
And that's why I suggested the wee body cam as well.
Yes, absolutely.
They are perfect.
And I gave one of them to Marty Blackburn a few years back, and he used it all the time. You know, I've got one here. I've got a Boblov, right? I've got a Boblov here. I don't use it very often, but I've got that bit goes on the inside of your shirt. I'll show you how this works. That goes on the inside. It's got 3 magnets on, and it sits there like that. Okay. So I've got this. And if I do have an interaction, if I know I'm going somewhere, I will always take this, right? And I will always upload the full version. For example, I got arrested in London about in 2021. No, 2022, January the 12th, 2022. I got arrested in London. The police are trying to suggest that I was part of a conspiracy to commit criminal damage plot when a statue at the BBC got smashed.
Sorry, a what plot? Sorry, a what? Conspiracy for what?
Conspiracy to commit criminal damage. Okay. I got asked if I would go and cover a protest. Now, as far as I knew, the protest was going to be a protest, right? I got there. I was talking to the guy. The guy went and done his protest. However, during the protest, we pulled out a club hammer and started smashing the fuck out of a marble statue outside the BBC. Okay. Now, the police have got my footage. When I get that footage back, which is what I'm fighting for at the moment, when I get that footage back, I will upload the entire footage. I won't pick a bit out. I will upload from start to finish.
Yeah,
and that's what people need. That's what people need to do. Because if we want people to say, actually, you were wrong, we need to show everything. Now, even if you was in a situation where you called a copper a wanker and you cut that bit out, calling a copper a wanker does not condone the beating of somebody by a copper, for example.
Okay, yeah, exactly. Yeah, exactly.
So people shouldn't be afraid of sharing that part of the information. I've said this about many people, many incidents. Who's that girl that was in the fucking Olympics, the Blackbird and her husband that got pulled over by the Metropolitan Police? Do you remember the video?
I know what you're talking about.
Yeah,
I think the little blue car in it. I think I remember what you're talking about. That was last year, especially last year. So.
They had a baby in the back, and the police pulled them over and all that stuff. Now that woman, she was a black woman, and her husband was a black guy, and they shared only a small part of that, saying, "Look, the police abused us."
Yes.
Now
there was the two runners, the Olympic runners.
That's it. That's right. Yeah. Now, why would they only share a certain part of that footage? Why didn't they share it all to show what led up to that and what happened after? That is a question I always ask. And this is something I always say, again, something I always say to people, you need to share the whole fucking lot. Don't be afraid. If you call a copper a cunt, that does not give them the right to give you a kicking. So share it all. Share what you said. Share what you did. Show what the police did. Don't just show what you want us to see to fit a narrative. Share the fucking lot. Nobody's going to have a go at you. Nobody's going to go, well, you deserve. Well, some people will, but the majority of people aren't going to go, well, you deserved it because you called them a cunt. Because nobody deserves a kicking for calling somebody a cunt. If you don't like the word, then fuck off. You know what I mean? It's simple as that. So share all of it. And this is the problem that we have. Most people only share a small portion of it. Even the police only share a small portion of it. So if you ever manage to get the footage of a situation that the police, that you think the police is trying to slag you off over, get the full footage, show it. I guarantee you people will be on your side. And unless you did something that deserved a kicking, and the only thing that deserves a kicking from the police is if you're trying to stab them or shoot them. And I'll be fair. If somebody's trying to shoot the police, I think the police need to use whatever fucking means necessary.
To get them under control. That's right. No one should get away with being. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I agree with that.
However, once they're under control, they don't deserve to be beating that person anymore. Okay, that's my issue.
It becomes abuse at that point, right?
You know, I will say, if somebody's got a knife or a gun and the police go in and they shoot them with rubber bullets or they pepper spray them, I will never, ever argue about that, because some dickhead has gone with a knife and they're trying to stab somebody. Fine, deal with them however you need to. Okay, but once they are incapacitated, then your job then changes from trying to disarm them to looking after them because they're now in your fucking custody. Okay, so always share the entire footage. But my point is, and I get where you're coming from, although I've not been in that situation. I get where you're coming from. You're saying that things are being said and shown about you online to portray you in a bad light. If you can find anything, that blows that narrative out the water, then show it, share it. You know, don't be afraid of it. Even if it shows you swearing or being a bit of a dick, you're all a bit of a dick when dealing with the police because we have to be. You know.
Donnie,
Yes, mate. Go on, Paul.
Sorry for interrupting. That's one of the reasons why I actually choose Facebook and started a group as a private group, because the privacy gives me the right to say what the fuck I want. It cannot be taken down. It cannot be copyrighted or anything else, because it's an invitation only.
Yeah, but it can still be taken down by YouTube, but there's less chance of somebody complaining.
Like the only thing, see, all my videos, I keep all my videos as natural as anything. But the only thing that I do take out, which Danny done in one of my videos, is my address and my date of birth. Remember that video?
I've given my address many times on here because I've had so many threats from people. I want them to come to my fucking door. I get bored sometimes. I want them to come to my fucking door, and you know they think I'm a fucking pussy. So come to my door and find out. but yet nobody's come to my door. So I personally have given my address times on here, right?
I've got a question for you folks, man. I've got a small question for you folks. So my phone was confiscated by the police when I recorded them one day, right? So they took it so they could destroy the video evidence that I had on my phone. Now, I've still got those video files. I've still got the video files on an SD card, but if I try and play them, it shows the amount of like data that's on there. So the data is apparently still in there, right? And it will show, I think, the length of the video, but it won't play it. So they've corrupted a whole bunch of evidence that I've got that I potentially could have against them.
So that sounds corruptive. Maybe they put a fucking magnet to it, or or something as simple as that could fuck it up. I mean, the police.
No, it's as specific as this little pack where it's only those certain videos are corrupted. The other videos and everything else are just fine. But only those ones that have that could use as evidence against them, they've destroyed. And I just wanted to know, like, is there any way of recovering videos that have been corrupted by the police?
Sorry, Irish guys. 1 second, and I'll come straight to you. Sorry, boys. It's unlikely. I'm not saying it's impossible, but it's unlikely that they can corrupt individual files on a memory card. And I'm just being honest with you, right? You might not want to agree with me, but I'm just being honest with you. It's unlikely that they can corrupt individual video files on a memory card. If they're going to corrupt anything, they'll corrupt the whole memory card in general. Okay. I'm not saying it's impossible. I'm not saying it's impossible because it probably is possible somehow. But from my experience, it's very difficult to just corrupt certain files on a memory card. Okay.
I don't know if you've ever heard of the Stingray app. It's the Stingray app, Lord Pack. It's an Israeli application, and it does just that. It's for police, and I know for a fact that they share it with British law enforcement, and that's what I believe they've used, and it does just that. Not only does it just do that, I think that they could have a tablet. They don't even need your number or your serial number. Your phone could be within range, and they can access the file. I swear to you, that's how sophisticated it is.
No, that they do have. That they do have. If
that's what they're using.
They have a specific device, which is like a briefcase. Okay, they have a specific device that can pick up the signal from all mobile phones in that particular area. Okay.
Yeah.
And they can capture all of that information. So they do have that. I know they have that. I've not heard of this Stingray thing. Maybe they have it. I don't know. I can't say. Okay. But as far as I do know, and again, I might be wrong, but as far as I know, it's very difficult to corrupt individual files on a memory card without corrupting the whole thing. Okay. That's just my opinion. Okay. I'm not saying that you're wrong. I'm not saying that I'm right. I'm just saying from my own experience. Now, the Metropolitan Police have got memory cards of mine from when I went down to film this protest that turned into criminal damage. They want to try and use that against you. Now, they've had that now since 12th of January 2022, over 2 years, 2.5 years nearly.
So they actually confiscated the whole memory card, just never gave it back.
Yeah, they took my phones, they took my cameras, they took everything off me. However, I got my camera back. They've kept my phone, and they've kept all the memory cards, but they've given everything else to me back. Now, there is a possibility that they could, download that information and corrupt it if it makes them look bad. There is. However, I would expect the entire memory card to be fucked rather than individual files. Now, normally individual files are fucked because of your device that you're using rather than because of some outside influence. Again, I'm not saying that that's 100% factual, but that's based on the knowledge that I have. It could well be that they do have something, but in my opinion, it's unlikely.
If only there was a way I could show you, maybe I'll take a screenshot. Next time you got a live, I'll jump on and maybe send you a lot of image, and you can see the files that are blacked out and corrupted.
Well, listen, I've got email address. policeabusingpowers@gmail.com. If you want to send me anything through email, you can by all means do that, and I'll check it.
Yeah.
That's probably the best way to get in touch with me. policeabusingpowers@gmail.com.
I'm gonna write that down. So just police abusing
powers.
Fucking sensible keeps going out, man. I'm on the staircase, isn't it? Police abusing powers at gmail.com.
Yeah.
All right, great. Yeah, I'll see what I can do then. I'll see what I can do. And
send me what you want. I will check it as soon as I can. And then I'll converse with you through email rather than publicly on here. So if there's anything I need to say to you, I can say it.
That sounds great. That sounds great, brother. You know what? I got so desperate in this situation. You know, it just came to me because I've only known about your channel for about a month, and only about a week or two ago, I thought, you know what? I wonder if he does live streams. I might be able to jump on and you know be on with a few other people. And look, here we are. I thought they might be able to give me some advice. There's so much more, and it's so complicated. I've only given you, I've given you a sprinkle of the freaking icing on the birthday cake. I swear to you, that's all it is.
Stay tuned.
I normally do live streams once a week on a Sunday. All my live streams will only ever be on a Sunday, unless something special's happening, like a protest. Then I might do a multicam live stream on protest. But these kind of live streams are always done on a Sunday, normally every week. But at the moment, I'm looking after my parents as well, so this is only about once a month at the moment. So, but keep an eye out. Subscribe to the channel. You should get a notification when I do a live stream.
I'm subbed already, bro.
Danny,
Danny. Hello, mate. Yes, mate. Go on.
Can I show you about Rogers Wednesday evening, please?
Rogers Wednesday live stream.
Yeah, Wednesday evening.
7 o'clock.
Yeah. Roger, one of our, well, he's a good friend of mine. He does his own live stream, but his is more political than police. You know, my live streams aren't necessarily about police. My live streams are about anything and everything. And so I deal with a lot of mental health stuff as well. I've got mental health issues myself, and I deal with a lot of mental people that are suffering. So my live streams can be just somebody phoning up with somebody to talk to, or they could be phoning up about something that's happened and that's been in the news. So my live streams are very, they're not very niche, should we say. Roger's live stream is a bit more political than mine. It's always a good live stream to go and watch. He's a good guy. But as I say, my live streams are normally on a Sunday. At the moment, they're not very often because I'm looking after my parents at the moment due to my mum not being well. But if you ever see a notification for live stream, you're always welcome on here. Everybody's welcome on here on a lot.
Thank you. Appreciate it. It's good to know, that there was actually a community, and it's a UK London community as well. You are in it, and I suppose maybe where you're based at least, and you know what I mean, that you actually understand. You can relate to the UK laws and everything. This is brilliant. You know what I mean? So at least I've got people to actually reach out to and get some kind of advice, folks.
One thing to remember, Freedom, is that we can't give legal advice. We can only tell you what we would do in that situation. Yeah. But the good thing about that is, especially myself, and just give me a second and I'll show you. Just give me 1 second. I need to unplug my earphones while I go and get them. So just give me 30 seconds.
Yeah, go ahead. Nice.
Freedom, while he's doing that there, what you should actually try and do is take out the memory stick out of the other phone and put it into a different phone and see if it works that way.
Tried everything I could think of. I've even tried video recovery. I paid for a video recovery thing.
I found the hole. Right, so I do have some friends who are legally trained. Okay, and they've
could do that, yeah.
They've pointed me in the direction of certain books. For example, I've got criminal law, the criminal law book. I've got the Police and Criminal Evidence Act. Look how thick that fucker is. Okay.
Yeah.
I've got the police operational handbook. This is the book that most of the police, when they go on their mobile phone because they're not sure of the law, this is what they're looking up. Okay, I've got public order. I've got the public order book that the police use, and I've got roadcraft, which is the book that the police use to deal with with any police drivers. Okay, so I will look shit up, and I will try and give you the best advice that I can, but you cannot take it as legal advice. That's the only thing.
No.
I'm not a solicitor or a solicitor. I would do based on the information I know.
That's cool. You know, just advice and being pointed in the right direction. You know, at some point, you know, I'm gonna come on these live streams anyway. I might just be a bit more regular, and at some point, I might mention something, and you know, who knows? You might click something, you might come up with something. So, I wanted to ask folks, do you know much about the Home Office's public inquiries department? Are they useful? Could they help me in this situation? Do you reckon?
The Home Office.
Home Office, the public inquiries department of the Home Office. That's the email I was given to go and try. That's the one thing I ain't tried yet. I just got it a few days ago.
Now, what they're going to tell you to do first of all is to try and deal with it more locally. I can guarantee you this. I will try and tell you to deal with things more locally. So what you have to do first, and if you want to go to any higher ombudsman or anything like that, you have to go through everything else first. So you have to try and do your complaint to the police through their what's it called?
IOPC.
IOPC, yeah.
Then you have to go to then you can go to the Home Office and say, look, this is the situation, this is the evidence. What the fuck is going on? I've tried to get answers from PSD and IOPC, and I've got nothing. So can you help me? They will always say the same as any fucking organisation will always say to you, you need to go through the local policies first of all. Okay. Now, I'm not trying to put you off at all, okay? Because I think if you feel that you've been hard done by, if you feel that people are against you in any way, shape, or form, you can't just let that shit go. You have to try and find out, but you have to go through the steps first, unfortunately. And it is bollocks because it takes time. But you do have to go through the steps first of all.
There is one thing I'm trying to work out a way to lead them into a trap since they do follow me around. You know what I mean?
Be careful what you say on here, by the way. I don't want you to say something that's going to stitch you up. So, you know.
Yeah, anything? No, nothing unlawful. It's nothing unlawful, brother. It's just walk them into a trap where I can get evidence on them without them knowing. Nothing where I'm not gonna harm anyone or commit any crimes, Pat. Man, that's just gonna make things worse. I don't want to do that.
Yeah,
I'm trying to get not make my problems worse, brother.
No, and I get that, but I have to, you know, I have to look after the child, so I have to sometimes remind people to be careful what they say. So I'm not suggesting you're going to shit. But I have to make sure that people understand my position on that as well. So
of course, it's more to keep Pap right. So as
yes, Holly.
I'm gonna go because I'm nodding off here.
Stay safe, Holly.
All right, Holly.
Right.
Love you. Bye.
I've just realised it's 20 to 2. I was going to go at 1 o'clock and it's 20 to 2. So I really am going to have to fuck off in a minute, guys. I do apologise.
You've been shooting for nearly 6 hours. That's insane.
I've done longer. I have done longer before my stroke. I think I did a fucking an 8 hour or 9 hour. Oh, no, it's closer to 10 hours if I remember rightly. But I had a few strokes a couple of years ago. Then I had another stroke in 2022, and I just, you know, I am at the point where the thing is, I want to give people an opportunity to talk, and I hate being rude and saying I'm sorry, you got to fuck off. So I will push myself as much as I possibly can. I have had a drink tonight, which helped me. Sometimes having a drink helps me push through that tiredness. But I am getting to the point where I'm starting to feel that I need fucking pillow.
Right. Yeah, it's kind of late as well. Fucking 20 to 2.
Yes.
Yeah. We can bounce on out.
Right. Well, we're going to head as well, Dan. All right.
All right, then, boys. Listen, thanks for jumping on. It's nice to see you've got a decent connection tonight.
I know.
Yeah, thanks, Paul.
Here, Danny, we tried to get on through Paul's phone earlier, but it wasn't doing it. So I turned around and I goes, fuck it, straight onto my phone and do it through my phone.
No worries. Well, you boys look after yourselves and stay out of trouble.
No, always do.
I'll try.
Right, yeah.
Only thing is, they're pulling the mental health card now on me.
Trying.
No, they always do. Fuck them. Fuck them.
Did you see the new video?
Which one? I have seen a couple lately, but
On the group, it was just there on Thursday. A couple of days ago.
I really can't remember off the top of my head. I'm sorry, I can't remember.
If you go onto my YouTube channel, I've started posting on that there now, Ninja Audits.
Right.
You'll see it.
That's my first video up there, so it is.
Okay, I'll go and I will check it out. I'll check it out.
Anyway, not a bother. Freedom Loafer, Danny, love yous guys.
All right,
Freedom,
easy.
welcome
Take it
to
easy,
the jungle. Get into filling in subject access requests and apply for every bit of data. Listen, respect, guys. Love you, Stanley.
As
I said, man.
Yeah,
get a wee body cam.
Get a wee body
I agree.
cam. Even a chest strap. Seriously, body cams are the best. And if you want,
I need to get hidden ones, you know that? I need to get good hidden body cams, like little buttons, whatever, do you know what I mean?
Well, do you know what
Shit
the
like
thing
that,
is?
man, that's not bad.
They don't give a shit. They don't give a shit if you've got a body cam on view. They'll still act like cunts. Trust
Exactly.
me.
Yeah.
I actually noticed as well on the chat. There was a guy on the chat turned around and said like he has a body cam attached to his rucksack. Dan, you could maybe get the comment up there. Say good night, Sam.
Which one's this?
I can't remember who it was. I think it was Steppa Style. I'm not 100% sure, but
What did the comments say? Because I need to scroll back.
it said about
rucksack.
A body cam being attached to the rucksack.
I'm looking back, see if I can see it.
How many minutes ago, roughly?
I'm not too
Whoever said that comment, can you post that comment again? And it might be easier to do that than me trying.
It would be easier that way.
It was Simon Hume. Okay, Simon, can you post that comment again by any chance, just so I can put it up?
10 cameras.
My body cam is here. We go. Is this the one?
Yes, that's the exact one.
Right. Okay. Sorry, 1 second. I just want to bring Ron up. Ron, it's been a while, my man.
What's up, brother? How you doing, man? How you doing? How y'all fellas doing up here today, man?
Stay safe,
Not so bad.
We're
You
bouncing,
boys
Danny.
you boys take it easy.
And always record the call.
Keep the body cam. Keep the body cam. That's good information. Salute, man.
Absolutely. Ron, my man, it's been a long fucking time. How you doing?
Oh man, I just been amazing, man. Just laid back, man. How
Yeah.
y'all been, man? I haven't seen y'all in a while, man.
No, I've to be honest, I've not put any content out for a few months because my parents have been ill. My mum got rushed into hospital for an emergency operation. I've been running backwards and forwards and trying to help them out, and it's been taking up all my time. So I've not put anything out for a while, and I've only done the last live stream I've done was a month ago. So at the moment, things are very sparse, but it's good to see you. It's good to see you.
Good to see you too, brother. I'm glad you taking care of the fam, man. I'm glad you able-bodied enough to do that. That's what we here for, man.
Done, isn't it?
Salute
It's got to
on
be done,
that.
isn't it? Do you know what I mean? Your parents bring us up. They sacrifice everything for us as we're growing up, and it's only fair that we do the same thing for them when they need it.
Yep. Yeah. Salute to you, man. I lost my mom, so I know. I was there with her every day. Yeah. So
Ron, have you done any more music lately? Because that
Yeah,
last one was fucking wicked.
Yeah, man, I got a lot of stuff out, man. I just got off tour. That's why I've been having no time on here, man. I've been gone for a while, man. I've been gone. I've been everywhere too. I've been in New Jersey, New York, Pennsylvania, to Philly, to freaking
Was it
Virginia.
Ron? Was it your own tour, or was you as
Nah, we was touring with Mariah the Scientist, Cherry 22. Yeah.
Cool. Okay, cool.
Artists,
But it's
yeah,
still good. It's still good. I'm not trying to, I don't mean to try and make it sound anything less than it is. That's still good. I just wanted to know if you was on tour yourself, or if you was as a, what do they call them? When other people get, when other artists get an artist to come on before
openings.
Yeah.
Definitely, man. It's a blessing to open up and to perform as an artist, just to go out on stage and see 2,000, 3,000 people. That's pretty cool to me, I like that. I like that type of stuff, man. So it was fun. It's tiring too, but it was fun though.
I bet it was. Just for anybody that doesn't know, Ron shared a song with us that he done some time ago now. It was fucking brilliant, to be honest. I'm not just saying that. If I thought it was shit, I'd say, I'd be a bit more diplomatic about it. And I wouldn't necessarily say it was shit, but it was genuinely a good fucking song that we shared on the channel here. And everybody said they fucking loved it as well. So
that's the name of the song too. Love You. So
yeah, it's fucking good, man. Good. So you've made some more since then, or?
Tons of more. I'm always recording, man. I'm always recording.
Listen, I am more than happy.
Stuff that I haven't even dropped yet. I got a lot of music I haven't even put out yet that I still got right here. Ready.
I mean, I've got 50-odd thousand people that subscribe to this channel. Now, I don't get that many people on a live stream, but I can get up to 200 or 300 people. Now, if there's anything that you want me to put out, send me an email. Please abusingpowers@gmail.com.
Definitely, man. I appreciate you even wanting it.
And I will more than happy to fucking play that on here and give you a shout out because it's fucking brilliant.
More than happy to send it to you. You got it. Say no more. Definitely will send it to you, man. You good. You good in my books, man.
It's all good, man. It's all good. Listen, if we can't help each other out, then what kind of fucking people are we? You know what I mean?
That's it, man. That's what our friends for.
Exactly.
For real.
Exactly. So yeah, mate, it's all good. What's the weather been like over there? Whereabouts are you again? You have to remind me.
I'm in Atlanta right now, so but yeah, man. We've been in Virginia, Norfolk, Richmond, North Carolina, which was Charlotte and Raleigh, I believe, and then we've been in New Orleans, at the Joy Theater. Shout out to New Orleans. Man.
Hey, Ron, I don't mean to cut you out. I got a quick question for you, real quick, Ron.
Yes, sir.
Bro, if I want to leave the UK and move to America and stay there, right? Would that be difficult?
Nah.
I would not move to America.
Would that be easy for me, you think, to get a citizenship in America?
You're really considering actually going to America? I think you're absolutely mental. Sorry. If you go to America, it's a country which is $33 trillion in debt. Okay, and the whole world.
Yeah, I'll tell you what.
With regard to the big scale things, the whole world allegiance in the big scale of things is shifting from America to other countries that have got assets. So if you're thinking about moving to America, I would really reconsider your options.
I can't see your name on here, sir. You know what? I'll tell you what.
I'm not being disparaging to my black brother over there. Okay, but if you're thinking about moving to America, think again. Seriously.
Nah, Lorraine, I'll tell you what, the situation I'm in here in the UK is such a fucking nightmare. I couldn't care less if America was in 33 trillion debt or whatever. And I'll tell you what, I'll tell you something about the States as well, bro. They're smart. That government's fucking smart. They're not going to get themselves into a situation that they're not prepared to get themselves out of. Trust me, trust me. But when I tell you that I believe America is a nation that's just started, you haven't even seen its height yet. I promise you. I promise you.
You know, America started
American government are not stupid.
America started off a great idea, but it's been corrupted by globalists. Sorry, no, America is not an option.
I think once the leadership change and shift,
I'm invested in my country to leave.
It'll change like that.
People are actually thinking about moving eastwards. No, America is not the option. Sorry, don't go to America. It's doomed.
I'm gonna tell you right now, you'll have a better time. You'll better have a easier time than I do.
Why'd you say that?
Trust and believe, you'll have a way better time than I do.
So, Ron, what would the procedure be if I got there? If I went there on like a visit and I told the government I wanted to stay? Would there be like, is it like an application I have to apply and all this kind of stuff and see what's the process? If you can give me some like brief, basic kind of outline of how it goes.
I don't know, but probably it's just some paperwork that you got to go get. Probably got to go through certain classes or something or some shit like that. And you know, that's it. I guess I don't fucking know.
Because my fellow Brit over here, he's being a bit negative, man. But I've you know what? That country America, I believe in that country America, man. Even Britain as well, man. These governments aren't stupid, man. They're not going to get themselves in debts and situations that they're not prepared to get out of. You know what I mean? They're not just going to walk themselves into situations like that. They're not fools. They are not fools, man. They're superpowers for a reason.
Freedom, you're 250 years behind the curve. Things have moved on since then. 1776 declaration might have been one thing on a country founded on principles, but the country has been utterly corrupted, as of most of Western countries. If I was actually giving you some information, I'm too deeply invested. I'm too old to actually move. Peak doomerism. Okay. Now, if you wanted to move to another country, I'd probably say at this day and age, you'd have to learn a second language. It would have to be Eastern Europe, Russia, or perhaps Southeast Asia. That's where the global fucking power is now held. America is dying. It's on its last legs.
Like I said, brother, it might seem that way, but when I tell you the American government are fucking bright, they got to be bright if they manage to get out of our grips. Do you know what I mean? No one else could. No one else could, man. America managed to get out of our fucking grasp, man. You know, the empire and all that. So yeah, there's just trust me. You'll see in the future anyway. America ain't doomed. When I tell you it's just starting up, you know.
It's more so the people that's in America too. You got a lot of good energies in America as far as the people, man, that you wouldn't believe from other countries. So many people from other countries here too that you're able to communicate with. So you get perspectives on everything from all walks of life, from all over the world. And it's amazing. So that's probably what.
And see what my friend's saying about.
There's not that many places you can go to that's gonna have everybody there. America got everybody from every country there. And
UK's like this. UK's like this.
Yeah, and they got their own, like wherever you from, you'll have a community of people from wherever you from that's in the same area that's going to be able to walk you through that whole situation too. Because a lot of people got family in America too.
Right.
Well, the unfortunate part about that is there is a lot of people that want to be in a community that don't want to integrate with the rest of the country. I'm not saying all of them, so don't take this away. There are people that will integrate and will become part of society, but there are an awful lot of people that will go to a different country and they will only interact with their own kind. They will only build that community with their own kind, and they don't want to interact or involve themselves in the wider community. And that's an issue, I think. I think if I went to a different country, I would want to become involved in that country.
Not
I would
really.
want to understand and learn.
Not really. I believe that no matter where you are on this planet, you're gonna create your own community of people.
I mean, the way I see things, right, is I've said this earlier tonight a couple of times. If you're an arsehole, you're an arsehole, regardless from where you're from, what your background is, what colour you are, what religion you are. If you're an arsehole, you're an arsehole. If you're a nice person, then you're a nice person. I will interact and I will have conversations with nice people. If I think somebody's an arsehole, I will want nothing to do with them. Okay.
Right.
However, I would not go to a country and go to let's say I went to Africa, for example. I would not go to Africa and say, I'm not getting involved in the community. I'm only staying within my own with my own people, because that's a bad thing to do. That doesn't help anybody.
That's true until you see some scary shit. You're like, holy shit, the fuck this happened right here? Whoa, the fuck! Wait a second. Let me fall back from everybody out this motherfucker. Let me feel everybody out and see how they really operate little bit by little bit. And then you still gonna have your small community, no matter what. It's basically what we do now.
But I mean, look, I'm happy to talk to it. For example, on here, I'm happy to talk to anybody. If you're a decent person, you can hold a conversation. We can have a laugh and whatever. I'll talk to anybody. I don't give a fuck where you're from, what religion you are, whether you're gay or straight, any of that shit. I don't care. Okay. But when if you move to a country, it's a lot harder, because you are now in somebody else's country. You are surrounded by people that you may feel cut off from. If you don't want to try and integrate into that society, that causes an issue. Okay. You then start to hang around with only the people that are like you and cut off the rest of the community. That's an issue that causes problems. If people can just accept people as they are, as a human being, as another person, if they're an arse, I couldn't give a fuck. Do you know what I mean, Ron? I mean, you're black, right? I don't give two fucks.
Right.
Okay. You've come on here. You've been absolutely fine. You've been pleasant. We've had a chat. We've discussed things. I like you for that. If you'd have come on here and you'd have been a prick, I wouldn't have liked you for you. Not because of your colour and not because of where you're from, but because of you as a person. And that's unfortunately an issue that we have in society at the moment, okay? Because people will look at somebody and go, oh, I don't like them. I don't want nothing to do with them. And they'll cut off a particular section of society because they don't like one person, okay? People need to remember that it is the person that you don't like, not the colour, not the religion, not the sexuality. It's the person.
Yeah, it's what's on the inside of the person, right? Where they treat treat others.
And unfortunately, too many people these days are quick to judge and go, oh, I don't like any of that kind of person because of that particular trait that person might have. And it's a very bad thing, causes a lot of problems. You know what I mean? I don't like those problems. I would rather get on with as many people as possible. Unfortunately, because of what I do, I don't get on with everybody. But there are some people who I fucking detest because of who they are.
Yeah.
And the way that they behave.
Same.
But other than that, welcome everybody, welcome all. As far as
still at it, bro. You still at it, man. You know how many videos I filmed and police I yelled at since I was on here earlier. Here we go.
We are still here, although it's just gone to 2 a.m. here in the UK, and I am going to have to wrap up. However, you guys that are on listen, you guys that are on the panel, you are more than welcome. Once I end the stream, this doesn't go out to anybody. It's completely private. So if you want to continue chatting after I disappear, it's absolutely fine. You can do that. Okay. But I am going to have to wrap up, I'm afraid. I do apologize.
I'm jumping off too.
All right.
I'd love to stay on longer because Joe, I like hearing from Joe and I like hearing from Ron.
I got some good stories too, man. I just got into it with some police. It was good. And they just pushed some kid. He was smoking weed in front of him. They knocked the weed out of his hand and pushed him out. It was good shit, bro. I tell you, we'll talk about it next time, man.
Listen, I don't know when the next time I'm going to be on is going to be. It could be in 3 weeks. It could be in 4 weeks. Okay, but I mean, you're subscribed to the channel. I hope so. You should get a notification. You should get a notification. And it would be nice to speak to you guys both at some point in the future. You know, maybe hopefully a bit earlier, where we can have a bit more of a conversation.
Yes. All right. You guys are easy.
I understand that you've got your own shit to be doing, and I understand that it's not always possible, but it would be nice to speak to you guys again in the future at some point. But for everybody else, I just want to wish good night to everybody that's still watching, the 67, 68 people that are still watching at the moment. Thank you for sticking around. I appreciate it. I hope you've enjoyed yourself. I know we're not exactly, you know, a comedy show, but we try and have fun. You know, we try and be real. We try and accept everybody. So I hope that is enough to make you consider coming back again next time we do a live stream.
Yeah, I'm gonna be looking out for your lives anyway, Lord Pat. What time do you usually start? Is it 8 p.m.?
It's almost always 8 p.m. on a Sunday. It's just that occasionally, not very often, but occasionally we'll do a midweek live stream. But at the moment, whilst I'm helping my mum and dad because of their illness, it's probably going to be once a month for the next couple of months. So,
all right.
If you subscribe, brother, if you subscribe, you should get a notification. But check every Sunday. Just check the channel every Sunday from 8 o'clock. And if we're live,
definitely will do.
If we're not live at 8 o'clock, we're not live, and that, you know. But yeah, by all means, you're welcome back on any time, brother.
All right, that's brilliant. Thank you, Lord. Hey, take care. It's good to actually talk to you for the first time, man. I hope to catch you in the future again. All right.
And you, fella, take it easy.
Yeah. Hey, Ron, take care, everyone.
Man,
See you
take
later,
care,
bro.
man. Appreciate it, bro.
Peace.
Peace. Shut up. Anyway, Ron, again, my apologies for having to piss off. I know that the time difference doesn't help much because you've got shit to do during the day, and you know it's only when you've got time.
I enjoyed myself, man. I'm glad to be here, man. I appreciate you having me for real.
Well, you keep enjoying yourself, brother. Keep up the good shit you're doing. Keep up the music because, you know, again, I'm not trying to blow smoke up your ass. That last song that we shared on there was fucking. I thought it was brilliant, and so did everybody else that heard it and watched it. So if there's any song that you want me to share, I'm more than happy at the beginning of my live streams to do that, leading up to me coming online, with a link to you and to your channel. So send me an email. Police Abusing Powers.
What about a custom one? Would you want a custom one that I make just for your show?
That would be awesome.
I've done a couple of intros. I done one for Izzy Bands. I got one for Angry Man. I got one for Corey Love. I got one for JD 1975. MF2. I'll be making them for people.
I would absolutely love that. Absolutely, I would love that. But on, you know, without that, I am still, you know, I would still love to play something of yours at the beginning of my live streams with a link to you, so people can go and subscribe or follow or go and buy your music or whatever it might be. You just give me a link to your socials, give me a link to the music. If you allow me to play it on the beginning of the live streams without copyrighting me, I'd appreciate that. And I'll send as many people as I can your way if they like your music.
Yes, sir. Appreciate it, man. I really
appreciate it. From me to actually educate you good people on reading books, because I would never trust anybody who ever read one book. I have to give a book recommendation. Thomas Sowell, Black Rednecks and White Liberals. It's a very good one. I've got it on order. It's very good. It's very interesting. I like Thomas Sowell, Black Rednecks and White Liberals. Anyway, right, well, it's late, isn't it? So shall we bugger off?
Yes, sir.
I'm going to have to piss off, I'm afraid. I am going to have to piss off because I am feeding it now and I've got shit I've got to do tomorrow.
Salute, man. Handle your business, brother.
I've only drunk half a bottle of brandy, but I've run out of Coca-Cola, so I'm not drinking anymore because I will make a cunt of myself. Excuse my language.
Man, sound good to me.
But Ron, you look after yourself. Send me an email with some links, man. Honestly, I will share your music because I think it's fucking brilliant. If you send me something and I think it's shit, trust me, I'll email you and I'll say I'm not fucking doing that, mate. I'll be honest with you, trust me. But from what I've seen, you fucking good shit, man. Honest God,
man,
honest.
Appreciate it, man. I appreciate it, man. I just have fun doing it. So I'm gonna continue to do more.
Absolutely, mate. If you don't enjoy it, why fucking do it? If you enjoy it, more of it. Absolutely, brother. Understood. Right, take it easy, Ron, brother. I don't have. Somebody asked for Ron and Joe's channel links. Oh, it's Paul. Paul, I don't have their channel links because they've come into Discord. If Ron or Joe comment in the comments, I should be able to get their channel link. If not, hopefully Ron will email me soon with a link, and I'll put that out on my next video. And the next time I speak to Joe, I'll get his link again. He has given it on previous live streams, but off the top of my head, I don't fucking remember, man. I've had so much go on, but I can't remember. But I will try and get their links for you and post it. Loretta.
Oh, here we go.
What? Oh, don't say it like that. Like I'm going to be horrible to you.
No, the way the regime are clamping down and everything, I'm gonna buy a wig, bang a bit of lippy on, and wear a frock. So
why not? You'll get everything.
The week after, call me Loretta because I want to have babies.
Mate, you will get away with fucking everything if you don a frock and put a bit of lippy on, even with that beard.
As a protected minority, you can get away with absolutely anything. Anyway, folks, it's been good. I'm going back over to Twitter now to see what fucking shit is going on over there because it's an absolute fucking shit fest. Catch y'all later. Toodle pip.
Take it easy, brother. Take it easy. And guys, with that said, I'm going to piss off myself because I do need some sleep because I'm absolutely fucked. But thank you all for joining us again. Do appreciate it. I hope you've enjoyed your evening. As I say, when it's not exactly fucking Jimmy Carr on here, and we don't exactly do the jokes as such, but we try and make it fun in context to what we're talking about or what information we come across or what people want to share with us. So thank you all. I should be on again in 3 or 4 weeks' time with a live stream. It might even be earlier. It depends on how well and how quickly my mum recovers from her surgery. But I do miss doing the live streams because I enjoy this. You know what I mean? I enjoy the interaction. So I'm sorry that I can't be more interactive with you guys at the moment. But I do appreciate you all for sticking by the channel and for coming on when we do a live stream. I don't know how to repay that to you apart from thanking you. So thank you all. With that said, I wish you all a good evening. I wish you all a fabulous week, although it's not going to be so good up here in Liverpool for the next few days because we're forecast rain and thunderstorms. But I hope you all enjoy your week. And I look forward to seeing you on the next live stream. So with that said, I'm off ski. Good night and be good.